to make your move, little sister.
Then I guess I'll attack your character.
Aha! I saw that coming, and I'll counter your attack with me!
Ruby, now coming to Weiss Schwarz.
As an English edition original.
Trial Deck Plus, Booster Pack, and Supply Set.
On sale December 17th.
Bushiroad!
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! Power up your deck with these new cards! Journey forth with your new allies! Booster Pack, Advance of Intertwined Stars, coming soon! Bushiroad!
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! It's your leader, Mirai! Look how cool Bob Sartre is with the new Arms card! Start Deck, Sealed Blaze Maiden, coming soon! Bushiroad!
My name's Ron Manangkil. Lots of people know me as Shiro Neko. I am the BSFO AO champion, and I topped with Blade Master. Yeah. Actually, I was already planning ahead of the Blade Master loop when Soen was announced. I already started visionizing the deck. The problem was securing some premium parts, which was mainly the Tempesphere and Zazan. And in the end, I didn't even get to use them because I wasn't able to secure a set of each because our shop here only had 2 boxes of premium collection. So we weren't able to really gather parts. And so preparing for the event, I was just watching videos on like WCC and Different Fights channel on the meta and thinking of how I can counter that without using the vanilla engine and doing the turbo engine. And in the end, I also thought of the mirror match because thinking of the meta, you're obviously gonna encounter your own meta deck. And so to take the meta into account, you have to really think of the mirror match too. So yeah, that's how I prepared for BSFO. I actually participated in BCS starting 2017. I wasn't really a competitive player back then because I was really busy with other things like school competitions and other fights. But yeah, those were the only ones I joined because BSFO, Springfest rather, was not really in my place. It was in the main city in Manila, so I wasn't really able to participate with that. But BCS, I participated yearly starting from 2017. Well, I think I met a lot of interesting people for sure. I met Kendo from Team Rising Dragons, and I met Derek Dow from WCC when he came here for BCS, and I also met like I made many friends through BCS because there are some players that don't join weekly tournaments, but when a huge event comes, you suddenly see all these people pop up. I would also want to give a shout out, by the way, to the BCS 2019 champion. He's also a Cebuano. He's one of the only people I know from Cebu that also won a Bushiroad event. I want to give him love. His name is Del Rosario. I think he deserves more love than me because he wasn't able to actually go to Japan due to personal reasons. So I want to give him the spotlight too. I think for BSFO I was kind of like I was scared at first to join because as you said it's through a webcam and like cheaters may pop up once or twice, but actually unexpectedly the judges were actually really well organized. They were monitoring the entire situation, and it was a pretty fun event actually. It was nice to participate through my own home, and I didn't have to go down or risk like getting COVID, especially now, to just join an event, which is really nice. It was really convenient. I posted in my Instagram story the progress through of like how the event went, and I was also watching the stream, so I could like study the other decks that were on stream. It was pretty fun to like see everyone react to the Instagram story because not a lot of people knew about the event here. So it's pretty nice to see like people react and stuff. Well, my advice for BRO, if you're a seasoned player, I suggest you study the meta since it's a pretty wild west meta right now. And literally anything could happen. And for new players, I would say don't be scared. Just do your best. And it's a free tournament. You win, you lose. You don't lose anything. So it's alright. Just calm down, and I'm rooting for all of you. Follow me on If you guys want to follow me on Instagram, it's hello Ishiro. Just hit me up if you guys want to chat, hang out, or even play remote fight. So thank you and good luck to everyone. I hope to see you all, and I hope to see everyone in top 8 also. Well, not everyone, but yeah. I hope everyone does well.
Hey Terrence.
Hey Julius.
Okay, first of all, thanks for joining me here with Coffee at Bushiroad series.
No problem.
You are the first of all our interviewees. Well, and there's a reason for that. Then that's because I think a lot of people have seen you in a lot of videos as well, especially for Buddy Fight channel, which you frequently appear. Well, along with me. So, and the another reason is because Terrence you have been with us for about 9 years now.
Yes.
So I think you're probably one of the veterans, if not like the person with the most experience number of years in Bushiroad right now.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah. So I'm very excited to ask you a bit about the kind of work that you do here with Bushiroad, mainly your current position, of course.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So you are a senior development executive.
Yes, that's
and can you tell us a bit of the things that you have to do as someone in your role?
Okay, not only senior development executive, I'm also a team leader, as you know, for Buddy Fight, and our viewers also know. My job comprises mostly of product management as well as marketing advisory role. So it's like main part of the job is of course products. We can't have a card game without the products going out. So most of it is scheduled around product management, designs, translations, and basically making sure that the product goes out on time.
So I guess as team leader, you kind of have to manage everything and not just the product. Like
Yes.
developing the product is like one aspect of it.
Yes,
Yeah.
our development mostly central around localization. So
Okay.
Japan has their main product first, then we take the same product and try to localize it for the English-speaking community.
Okay. Well, so just for the record, localize would mean to translate into English for the international products. Yeah. So could you tell us more about how you would go about localizing a product? Like probably take us briefly through the steps from the very beginning and to the end when it's actually printed.
Well, basically, Japan needs to have their product ready first. Then we just take the designs, the translation, as in the text that they have, and do translations. Okay, then pass it to our designers. Designers put everything into what you see today as a card. Then we take the design, have it sent to the factory. Factory produces everything, including the packaging, such as the pillow pack, which we call pillow because the packs look like a pillow.
And although like you made it sound like very easy, like from translating to printing, I know for a fact that it's not.
You have done some products.
Yeah, I know
before,
for a fact it's not, because you kind of split into 3 major categories. But I know it's gonna be definitely a lot more work than that.
Yeah, that was just a general description of how it is. But of course, there's many detailed steps along the way.
Definitely. So during the course of your translating and stuff, what do you think is the toughest thing about translating Japanese into English?
Oh, they have a lot of very Japanese-centric puns. Those are the worst things you can come across if your command of the Japanese language is not as good.
What do you mean by that?
They have certain puns or play on words that central around the Japanese culture. So if you were to do a localization, you try to look for something in the English language that is equivalent. You cannot just translate the entire thing as it is. If you do, a lot of players won't get what it's trying to say because they are not that into the Japanese culture. So they will just be, it's just another flavor text. It's just another name.
They might not even get it as or it's supposed to be a joke.
Yes.
Because that cultural difference just doesn't get through
Yes.
to the Western side, I suppose, definitely. So that would be the toughest thing for you as a translator.
That would be one of the most challenging. Toughest is when there's a lot of problems along the way that would cause the release date to derail. Yeah, then you have to do whatever you can to keep this production schedule back on track. Sometimes that's one of the toughest things is meeting deadlines. When everything doesn't go your way. If everything is smooth, yeah, it's perfectly fine.
So that would be more on the production side rather than just the translating side now.
Yeah.
So you have a lot of obstacles on the translating side, and then you also have obstacles on the production side. Yeah. So there's a lot of deadlines to meet.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So that's definitely tough, and I can relate to that. Okay. Then what's the most rewarding thing about your work?
Seeing players use your product in a tournament, major or small. Sometimes you just go to a card shop and people are playing with the cards and you say, hey, that's the latest release. Then you'll be like, oh, are they using? Are they having fun with it?
Okay.
If they are really making a ruckus and just generally having fun, that's the most rewarding thing for a developer.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah. I suppose when you go and visit card shops or maybe in tournaments and you see that card on the table and you're like, then it brings you back, to the memories of you translating that, maybe in the office. Oh, I have problems with this certain pun, this certain joke.
Right. Or that card was changed last minute. We had to make all the arrangements just to make it proper by the time the product is released. They go like, oh, I remember that one.
All right. So, okay, maybe you can tell us what's your most memorable product that you have done so far? Like, probably the one that maybe gave you the most trouble, or maybe you had the most fun.
Limited only to Buddy Fight, or because
it could be anything. You have 9 years worth of experience here with Bushiroad, and I understand you do other titles as well, such as Luck and Logic, and I think a bit of Weiss Schwarz as well.
In fact, I've actually handled every single English card game localization up to now.
Oh.
If I didn't start it, I would have participated in it at a certain point in time.
Okay.
In fact, most of the English card games, I think I was one of the starting members when they were doing the localization.
Also, like the first English product for every game, like probably BT01 or TD, the very first series, TD01, BT01, that would be all you.
Yes, except for Luck and Logic. Luck and Logic, I was already team leader by the time that started, so I only checked. I did not actually do the translations or the localization part.
Okay.
But other than that, yes, I started most of the English card games, Weiss Schwarz, Vanguard, Buddy Fight. Yeah.
All right.
And after that, after starting the localization work and maybe the production work, once there are new staff on board, I will train them and then let them control the production. Then I'll move on to other projects, of course.
All right, that's cool.
Right. Okay. So along the way, as you can see, there's a lot of products that I've covered in these past 9 years or so. So you want me to narrow it down to one?
I mean, you can give us a few if you have, like this, whatever comes to mind would be your most memorable product.
Now, the most memorable one, I think it's a bit out of the ordinary. It's because it was English Weiss Schwarz, the Attack on Titan set.
Okay.
It was a big challenge for the English card game because the English version released 1 month before the Japanese version.
Okay, that's gonna be rare, right? Because usually it's gonna be Japan first, and maybe like 2 weeks or 1 month later, then we release the English version.
If at all, because Weiss Schwarz, we don't have all the titles in the English version. Sometimes it's due to copyright, sometimes it's due to the popularity of the set. Some sets will not sell as well outside of Japan because it's not as well known or as popular. Yeah. But Attack on Titan, that's a worldwide renowned title.
Yeah.
So at that time, I was given the instructions. English version is going to release 1 month before the Japanese version.
Okay.
And it's something that we have never done before for the English version.
Okay. I would say that's memorable.
Any English version. So it's like, what? Really? Was the first reaction.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I wouldn't say it's impossible, but the logistics of it was that Japan will need to finalize every single data before I can work on any of the components.
Yes.
So the biggest risk of doing something before the Japanese version is that once you have finalized all the data, the factory is printing, if Japan makes any changes to the Japanese set, we will not get it in the English version.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the biggest risk of all.
Okay, so can I ask why did they do something like this? You know, something so out of the norm. Like, what was the reason behind that?
From what I heard was that Attack on Titan was really popular overseas, so they decided let's do something phenomenal for this set. The English version will come out before the Japanese one.
Okay, so simply it was just for the fans. Like, oh, okay,
Yes.
it's super popular in the Western world as well. Then
Yes.
just get this out earlier than the Japanese version.
Yes, and it's something the fans can brag about in the English community.
Yeah.
Hey, we got ours before the Japanese set.
Yeah. Yeah, because usually it's the other way around.
Yes. So even at this time, sometimes the simultaneous release is going to be quite difficult because of Japan's very short lead time for data, for designs. Overseas, we have a lot of logistics issues, considerations before we can actually send data for print, finalize all the data. So it's going to be a lot tougher.
Okay. So the schedule for this English Attack on Titan, how bad was it? Like how much of a rush were you in, you know, due to this sudden
Okay.
arrangement?
I can only say that for this particular set, it was a good thing at that time I was living in Tokyo, Japan, and working in the main office. Because at any point in time, I had to get up from my seat, run to the Weiss Schwarz team, the Japanese team in the office, and just discuss every single detail. At that time, I think we were 1 floor apart. If I remember correctly, we were 1 floor apart. We were definitely on different floors. My office was, I think, 1 floor higher than the Japanese Weiss Schwarz teams. So
Okay.
at any point I needed anything, it would be leave my seat, run all the way down, iron out all the details, get back to. No, somebody out there will say, why don't you just call downstairs? No, some things you need to iron out in detail and have all the details straight.
Yeah.
Because any single mistake there would cause the entire set to be different from the Japanese one.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So that's one thing. So that's something that's manageable only because you were working in Japan at the time.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
It is going to be very difficult, very challenging if we were to attempt the same thing.
And well, since you mentioned it, I understand you worked in Japan for a number of years. How many years was that?
5 or 6, I
5,
think.
6 years.
Yeah.
So 5, 6 years of your years working in, 5, 6 years out of 9 years working in Bushiroad, 5, 6 years was in Japan.
Was in Tokyo, Japan, yeah.
Okay. Wow.
Working out of the main office.
Okay. So I'm a little bit curious. Like, what's the cultural working difference, you know, in Japan and then in Singapore? Like, what's the main difference do you see?
It's more of the working culture, I think, and mostly because Japanese tend to be very polite. So the place is mostly quiet. It's a lot more quiet than any other office than I've seen so far. So, and people tend to like to finish their work before they leave the office. So some employees tend to leave like 8, 9 p.m. at night just because they finish their work and then they prepare for the next day's work.
Okay.
So it's slightly different from overseas where there are certain companies that, of course, once it's time to knock off, you go home.
So in Japan, you know, a lot of people, they actually like stay up later than usual.
Yes, they normally stay back later just to finish up their work, which is not a bad thing, but you know, sometimes you need time for family.
I guess you kind of like have to balance.
Yeah.
You know, some days you might have to stay because you have to stay, but you know, maybe other days you can take it easier and then you just take it easier.
Also, just to dispel some rumors out there, no, that there's actually a rumor out there that says that Japanese companies, you don't leave earlier than your boss. No, that's just a
Okay.
rumor.
Probably some from very long time ago.
It
maybe.
might have been a practice maybe
Yeah.
long ago, but nowadays not so much.
Okay.
I mean, the boss sometimes leaves earlier than most of the staff because sometimes they have maybe business dinners, business appointments. They need to talk to other companies or have their own appointments. So yeah, it's definitely not that true.
Do you have any kind of tips or advice for people who might want to do translating for a job? Like maybe they want to be a translator as well. Maybe they hope to be working for Bushiroad one day. You know, do you have any advice for the young ones out there?
Young ones.
Yeah.
If they are young ones, they are still a bit away. But well, for tips, all I can say is first you must get your Japanese language up to par. For that, you probably have to listen to music, watch shows. If you can, try practicing. If you're in a class, grab your classmates and just practice whatever language it is that you want to practice. Getting better at it is first priority. Then after that, practice a lot, I guess. Listening to music, watching shows, reading books, or even if you're starting out in Japanese, reading manga. That's one of the easiest ways. Go for the lower age mangas like Buddy Fight. We have Koro Comic. Yeah, the Japanese magazine. Just get a copy and just try to read whatever's in there. Then after that, JLPT, the Japanese language proficiency test, pass, or if you can go all the way to level 1, that at least shows your employer that you have the skills.
Yeah. I wouldn't say it's absolutely necessary because as with any language, you know, just being able to speak it, write it, you know, it shows that you know the language, and then from people who know the language will know what level of proficiency you are at.
Yeah, but
so I guess it's just good to really just show it. I can do it.
Yeah. It's just documentation that you know.
Yeah, because from what I know, I think Terence, you don't have any JLPT at all.
No.
And yet, you know, everyone who needs help with Japanese in offices, they just go to you.
Yeah, because if you stay in the country long enough, it becomes natural.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's, I wouldn't say, we wouldn't say JLPT is absolutely necessary, but it's just good to have.
Yes, it's
just to show, because I think people, that's kind of like official verification that you can do, you have proficiency in this language.
Also depends on your employer. If your employer really requires a proof that you do know the language, but there are companies out there who actually just test your proficiency during the interviews.
Yeah.
Right. So it again depends on the company who's going to hire you.
That's true. Yeah. So Terence tips for everyone is just immerse yourself in the language, in Japanese language if you want to translate Japanese for a living.
Or if you want to translate other languages, just
same thing.
Learn, adapt, be really good at it. At least a normal conversation.
Yeah. And I suppose the kind of things you're translating for matters as well. Like you can be interested in Japanese language, but you also have to be interested in, let's say, the anime and manga culture if that's what you want to translate. Yeah, because if not, you might not get the puns or
references.
A lot of references and connotations that come with a lot of different words.
Right.
Yeah. So I suppose if you want to be working in the industry, I guess you have to be interested in that industry as well.
It's definitely a plus.
Yeah. Because if not, a lot of things you just wouldn't get.
Yeah, it just goes over your head.
Yeah. So thank you so much for sharing all your insights here with us.
No problem.
Thank you. Yeah. Because as one of the longest standing employee of Bushiroad, you definitely have a lot of valuable experience to share with us. So thank you so much for the interview today. And I think I think that's all we have for today. Yeah. So thank you so much.
Great
thank
being
you.
here.
Yeah. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kalen Fallon. I'm the BSFO Vanguard Overdress
Cast. We are the boys once again. I'm Chris, also known as Different Fight, and joining me today are JJ and Ben from Yellow Card Vanguard. How are the boys doing
I
today?
have to say, I'm really excited to see what type of V Premium spice we have. It's a bygone era, but it's not forgotten for sure, since we've gotten some recent support, and I'm excited to see how it's been. What about you, Ben?
Yeah, what I really like about Premium and V, the difference between them is that when it comes to Premium, for those of you who were watching last week, it's all about game knowledge, knowing that this clan has access to this card, this tech Cray Elemental exists, that this deck is flexible in its roots, and so on and so forth. And so it's just about executing that theory. Whereas with V, cards, aren't as powerful, game plans aren't as flexible, but at the same time, getting there is a completely different story. So rather than having the knowledge and executing, it's more about knowing, okay, my deck has this linear game plan. How do I use the cards I have right now to get there? So it's a lot more of like the decision-making skills, a lot more of like the instantaneous skill rather than forward planning and all that. And so I think there are two very different skill sets. So I'm hoping to see, a lot of different people and a lot of different decks come out forward. Again, some people are always going to say like, oh, this deck, really good, like say Prism and Luard. But then we also have some of the, rogue contenders, as it were, coming forward. And so I'm hoping we're going to get another like surprise like we did last week.
Absolutely. I think for a lot of people, we've been looking at Clan Collection, trying to see what's going to emerge from the set on top of the existing meta, right? We have the tried and tested decks. Now we have Luard, Prisms, Gavriel, Spectral Duke that have been doing great the entire year, right? Ever since Clan Collection released. But now with Clan Collection, we have some new up-and-coming decks as well, like Spino Driver for Tachikaze is a force, it's definitely a threatening deck. It's very powerful, draws lots, gets lots of axle markers. We have the bunny deck for Pale Moon as well has been, picking up steam here and there, just been topping in some community events. And so there's quite a few other decks from the Clan collections that I really want to see either top or to see how the current decks adapted some of the new additions from the Clan collection, whether it be heal guards or, just the generic cards that were released for those clans as well. But of course, before we get into the action of today's tournament, we do have quite a few things to go through as well. So let's start off and talk about today's tournament specifically and what we're going to be looking at throughout this entire weekend for the V Premium event. So of course, we do have some slides for you guys, just to show you the dates that we're going to be working with for week 1 over here. So as you can see, for week 2, day 1 is today, December 11th. So today we're playing a Swiss best of 1 for the Swiss round. So we're going to be playing 8 rounds of Swiss, if I'm not mistaken. And then we're going to be playing day 2 tomorrow, December 12th, which is going to be either top 8 or top 16, depending on the player turnout, which will also be best of 1. And there we will crown the winner, the champion of the entire event. And also, let's take a look at the start times for both days, for those of you interested in when the event and the tournament itself kicks off. So here we also have a slide for you guys to take a look at what time you guys can tune in tomorrow morning to find out about all of the action. And so, of course, make sure you don't miss it. It's going to be great. Today is going to be exciting. Lots of Swiss, lots of great rounds, lots of amazing action. But, all the nerves are built up, all of the practice. It all comes down to tomorrow. It all comes down to tomorrow's event, which will be starting at 9 a.m. We'll be starting at 9 a.m. It looks like we're having trouble getting the slide up here on our site, but that is just for you guys to remember as well. Now, of course, this is not the only event that we have. We had Premium last week and we have V Premium this week, but we will be coming back in about 4 weeks. Be coming back in about 4 weeks with the Standard event. Now, JJ, tell us about the upcoming weekends for Standard and Weiss in January.
Okay, so for the 8th and 9th of January next year, so hopefully you guys got some good rest going into good Christmas weekend. Hopefully you got some good drinks, family members chilling out with them and stuff. So we got Standard, and then for the 15th and 16th, there's Weiss. Then for the people who've also saying, hey, didn't have any Christmas gifts yet, we have some awesome prizes to be had here. So what do you got, Ben?
Yeah, so for today, we have some really exciting prizes going on. I'm sure you guys who tuned in last week to Premium will know that it's going to be some promos and some product as before. I'm afraid not this promo product specifically.
Yep, that is not going to be the case. We did not have vice prizes for you guys today. We're going to have to wait a second for
You guys have to
production
wait.
to
There we
update.
go.
There we go. That is the beautiful Chrono Jet. All right, tell us about it, Ben.
Yeah, so like with all Bushiroad events, we've got the winners promo, but the big thing about Bushiroad Online is that we're giving out way more promos this time. As you guys can see, instead of just being one promo for first place, we've got a whole playset, 4 copies of the winners promo for the first place prize. And second place doesn't lose out either. 2 copies there, and a third copy just for third place on top. And it's Chronojet Dragon, as you said, that beautiful, full art, VMC special artwork. It's absolutely gorgeous. And I'll tell you what, having seen one of these babies in real life in Japanese myself, I cannot wait to see which lucky person gets to take home 4 copies of this. And if that wasn't good enough, we've got Clan Collection Volume 3 on top of that. Amazing. So we've just had Clan Collection Volumes 1 and 2 just come out, this week. People have gotten it already. They're excited to use it for this tournament. The reverse set's coming out in next month. Excellent. Coming out in March, my apologies. Yeah, that's going to be on top of, again, first, second, and third place all get an entire booster box each. Going to be chasing those ASRs. And of course, top 4, as you're used to, will all get certificates.
Yeah, that's gonna be really hype. Even for me, I decided to put the try hard pants on and enter NA later today to try and win these Chronojets. Like, I think this Chronojet promo art is some of the most beautiful promo art we've seen. And of course, I know we have some Japanese viewers for the stream as well, and I think for them this will be a very nostalgic art as well. This is the VMC promo, the winners promo, the Yusho promo for Chronojet Dragon from way back in the day. So it's really exciting that we finally have this beautiful promo in English. There's very few VMC promos, I think, left that we haven't had yet as prizes for our events. So I think it's super, super exciting, and I think a lot of people are going to be gunning for the top 3 here to try and win themselves one as well.
As they should, of course, because, it's one of those rare occasions where we also get to partake in some of those really limited editions promo cards. I think there's only a certain amount of prints of these in the world, so if you're going to be able to win one of these at these prestigious events, why not go for it?
Exactly. So it's very, very exciting, I think, for a lot of people. And the box on top of that is definitely a welcome addition to your prize pool. So let's come back to us now for a little bit. We still have some time before the tournament begins. This is going to be, I think, 8 rounds of Swiss. It's going to be the same as last week, the same as every region. And so it's going to be pretty intense because for a lot of these people, they need to win 7 of those 8 rounds in order to make it to day 2. It's going to be tight. Fellas, what do you think, if you're playing in this event, you're playing in NA, or if you were to play in the event, what would be your deck of choice if you're going for those top spots?
If I'm really, really thinking of sweating it, I think Luard is my pick.
Okay.
I think Luard is my favorite pick because there are some nifty lines that you can go with it, or it would be Revengers because you have access to a Fallen Dive Eagle loop, so you have more space in comparison to Luard, so you could play it into matchups like Skull Dragon or into decks that have very limited retire, so you could kind of set up a defensive barrier against those aggressive decks with big beaters.
Okay, and you, Ben?
Yeah, so for those of you who weren't watching Premium last week, I was talking a little bit about deck choice in a tournament and the difference between Swiss and Top Cut, and how in Swiss, because you have to fight through 8 rounds of people and anything can happen, you want a deck that's consistent because you can be, you should have confidence that you're slightly better than the average player, so your player skill should shine through in that deck choice. But then when you get into top 8, where you're facing against the other cream of the crop, perhaps you might want a deck that can trade a little bit of consistency for that little high edge push, just win that 10% of games that you wouldn't deserve to win otherwise. And factoring all of that into position, I would probably have taken Melody, the Plon deck, because I think that has the best combination of consistency for the Swiss and high roll push for the top end. I think Prism and Luard are both amazing decks in the format right now. I think we're going to see a lot of them throughout the day. But the thing with Prism is that it's insanely consistent, it has loads of plussing, but it very rarely wins games it doesn't deserve to win. And I think we might see that in the top cut, tomorrow morning, holding it back from, say, finals or top 4. Likewise with Luard, it has huge ceiling, really high power, but every now and again something happens, I'm sure you've seen when we're hanging out with the boys in our little Discord testing, both myself and two of our other Luard main friends, we just draw all our drag drivers and we can't play the game. The situations like that, I think, is what really holds the deck back from being the number one. But again, anything can happen, and I'm willing to be surprised.
Absolutely. Absolutely. For myself, I already locked in Gavriel for NA. I think it's the deck that definitely has a strong chance, and also kind of similar to Plon. It has both immense consistency, especially after Clan Collection, being able to have, the grade 2 that we got in the set that lets you search for any normal unit, put in your damage zone, and then use one of the X amount of cards in the Angel Feather card pool that lets you add anything from damage zone to your hand. That way it's like, oh, you're missing a Hamiel? Search it out. You're missing Gavriel herself? Search it out, add it to your hand, ride securely. You can tech for so many things, and on top of that, of course, it has the high roll potential too, and it's definitely become a little bit more technical in a sense, because the deck is with the introduction of Heal Guardians, you can't just like hammer everything to Hamiel and just finish the game with that. There's always a chance that the Heal Guardian will stop you. So many decks in the current meta are able to farm up big hands and can even guard the 80k plus Hamiels. And so with that, you have to keep in mind, like, how will you distribute your crits? How will you actually play through the game plan? There's a lot of things to think about, and a lot of the decks right now in the V Premium meta have that same kind of logic. So I think that it's going to be interesting to see how these players adapt and how they play out with their deck list throughout today's tournament. And I'm really, really excited. But of course, guys, the tournament itself will begin very, very soon. But first, for those tuning in, maybe you only play Overdress, maybe you just started Vanguard, maybe it's your first time watching an official Bushiroad event, we have a little video for you guys to talk about the things you need to know about the V Premium format and what makes it unique, what makes it stand out, and just the kind of like, the things you really do need to know going into this event. So we're going to see you guys after this short video with round one, but stay tuned and enjoy the video. 2021. Today's tournament will be played in the V Premium format, and we can't wait to get started and see all the exciting plays and unique deck ideas that the players will be bringing. Before we jump into it, let's brush up on what makes the V Premium format unique and what you can expect to see today. In V Premium, players use cards that contain this V logo found in the bottom left corner of the card. These cards were first released in VBT01 in 2018 and continue to be printed to this day through shop tournament promotional cards, as well as the Clan Collection booster sets. The format is supported twice per year with these booster sets, giving something new and exciting for all 24 clans. Before we get into the action of today's tournament, let's talk about some of the unique gameplay aspects of this format. First things first, decks are composed of 50 cards, and unlike the other formats, there is no G-Zone nor Ride deck present in this format. Instead, the unique factor is imaginary gifts, which are a type of marker that a player acquires when they ride a grade 3 with the imaginary gift symbol. The imaginary gifts are split into 3 types: Force, Protect, and Axel. Each of the 24 different clans are placed into one of the 3 gift types, which complement their clan's general playstyle. Furthermore, each gift type branches into 2, such as Force 1 and Force 2. However, keep in mind that once you have chosen either Force 1 or Force 2 upon riding your grade 3 for the first time, you cannot select the other gift type for the rest of that game. Let's give you a quick explanation of what each type of gift stands for. The Force gift represents a mid-range playstyle belonging to clans such as Royal Paladin, Dimension Police, Link Joker, and others. Force 1 is a marker that is placed on a rearguard or vanguard circle, and any rearguard or vanguard in that circle will gain plus 10,000 power during your turn. You can also place multiple Force 1 markers in the same circle, giving one unit plus 20,000 or more at a time. The Force 2 marker trades the power gain for changing the base critical of a unit above it to 2. This, however, cannot be stacked, as even if you apply 2 Force 2 markers to a single circle, they will both just change the unit's critical to 2 and not increase it beyond that. Whether it's critical pressure or greater attack power, decide which Force type fits your playstyle best and claim victory. The Protect gift represents a defensive playstyle, belonging to clans such as Angel Feather, Oracle Think Tank, Grand Blue, and others. Protect 1 is a unique gift marker that does not occupy any space on your field field, but is rather kept in hand, as its effect is that of a Perfect Guard Sentinel. However, unlike Perfect Guards, a Protect marker is returned to the imaginary gift pile rather than the drop zone. The Protect 2 works akin to Force 1, where it places itself on a rearguard circle after being acquired and provides plus 5,000 power to the unit above, as well as giving it an additional 10,000 shield when intercepting. Whether it be Perfect Guards in hand or acquiring both power and defense, choose your Protect gift carefully to defeat your opponent. The Axel gift represents an aggressive playstyle belonging to clans such as Nova Grappler, Gold Paladin, Pale Moon, and others. Axel 1 is a gift marker which takes its place on the field in a unique way, creating an additional front row rearguard circle, thus enabling more potential attacks than the other gift types. In addition, the unit on top of the additional rearguard circle will gain plus 10,000 power, thus being able to pack a punch despite not being able to be boosted. Axel 2 trades some of the power by decreasing the gain from 10,000 to 5,000, but instead it allows the player to draw one extra card when the gift marker is acquired. With this, the player is able to replenish their hand while filling their Axel circles. Not only that, Axel clans are the only ones in the V Premium format that have access to front triggers, primarily due to being able to buff their front row, including the units that occupy the Axel markers. In addition to the imaginary gift markers, there are a few other game elements in this format. One such mechanic is the Quick Shield ticket, which is acquired by a player when they ride over their first Vanguard when going second, and it can function as a 5,000 shield that can protect you from small pokes, or simply be discarded for effect costs. And finally, the latest addition to V Premium in the V Clan Collection Plus Volume 1 and 2, Heal Guardians. Heal Guardians are a unique type of heal trigger, which are grade 3. Instead of the usual 20,000 shield, Heal Guardians have 15,000 shield and 10,000 power, but come with a unique pair of abilities shared by all clans. When placed on the Guardian Circle from hand, if you haven't ridden a grade 3 or greater Vanguard yet during that fight, you can choose and use one of the following effects, either giving your Vanguard an additional plus 10,000 power for the entire turn, or choosing an opponent's unit and give it -2 critical for that battle. Whether you need an additional power buff to survive your opponent's powerful early rush of attacks, or you need to reduce the critical of your opponent's high damage unit, this effect will aid you in fighting various decks across the board. On top of that, when a Heal Guardian is placed on a rearguard circle from hand, if you do not have any cards in your damage zone, you can put the top card of your deck into the damage zone face up. This gives you the ability to use some card abilities even if your opponent refuses to attack and give you the damage to use them. And that wraps it up for this brief explanation of the V Premium format. Let's wish all the players participating today the best of luck, and we hope that all of you watching at home enjoy the show.
My name's Ron Manangkil. Lots of people know me as Shiro Neko. I am the BSFO AO champion, and I topped with Blade Master. Yeah. Actually, I was already planning ahead of the Blade Master loop when Soen was announced. I already started visionizing the deck. The problem was securing some premium parts, which was mainly the Tempest Sphere and Zazan, and in the end I didn't even get to use them because I wasn't able to secure a set of each because our shop here only had 2 boxes of premium collection, so we weren't able to really gather parts. And
V Premium explanation video. That voice certainly sounded a little bit familiar to me this time as well. But of course, we still have a bit of time before we get into round 1. So me and the boys are here to break it down for you guys. So we talked about, the decks that we would bring to the tournament. But I would also spend a bit of time on what you expect from specifically Clan Collection to potentially make it into the top tables or, to show up in the tournament. I think we talked a little bit about Bunnies and Spino Driver. Is there anything else that stands out to you, that you think has a chance or is being slept on from Clan Collection specifically?
It's a tough one.
Or Ben, whoever wants to say something. Because I already have some ideas.
Yeah, all I have to say is that, again, comparing it back to Premium last week, we saw that the big balance for Premium really shook up the format. It slowed it down. People got to play more of the game. And I think what's really interesting is that Heal Guardians do the same thing in a different way, right? We have that because before when you're looking at Loire, you're looking at Prism, you're looking at Gavrel. To an extent, you're looking at Gold Paladin, or even like the Cross and Messiah. There were these decks that would just kill you, and you like they go first. You're on grade 2, and you lose the game immediately because they just blow you out of the water. And Healed Guardians stop that anyway, so now you can play the game as well, which means that these decks like Spectral, Duke, or whatever that say that your opponent has to be grade 3 for them to do their things, suddenly become a lot more viable. And I don't think any particular individual card from Clan Collection is going to make the standout, but it's more knowing that people aren't just going to be doing this one giant trebuchet of power at your face anymore. It's going to be like, maybe a dedicated unit of marksmen kind of strategy.
That's a nice way to put it.
I like that. I think for me, it'll have to be Messiah, actually.
Ooh, okay.
Reflecting it. One of the biggest issues that Messiah did have before was that it didn't have a way that when you got Volcra on a board, that it would be unlocked at a point in time until we got the grade 1 that was previously a promo for a couple of months in JP.
Lagrignard.
Yeah, which I wouldn't say save the archetype, I would say revived it in a sense. And with Heal Guardians, it doesn't make it as oppressive since we do have a defensive mechanic to protect us. But if you don't have multiple Heal Guards in your hand, just like against the Cross or some of the more aggressive Force 2 decks, it can push you. It can do a whole lot of pressure to you. I think it's a deck that's slept on, maybe. I feel.
For sure. I'm gonna hijack the bit there as the quote unquote resident Link Joker expert.
Oh my god!
Let's up until this point we're playing Clearframe, the grade 3 order that unlocks something. The problem is that Clearframe was an absolutely dead card, especially in multiples. It was garbage late game, it had 0 shield. So having Lagrangiard to fill your soul as well as be able to unlock Volcage in the main phase is huge. And also it provides a massive consistency boost because now you can ride Lagrangiard and then call Volker from hand on turn 1, so you can start bashing with it straight away. And speaking of Heal Guardians, Heal Guardians kind of stop Messiah a little bit, but not massively, right? Because you have to remember, when they ride grade 3 and put the Force 2 on that rearguard circle for their Volker column to swing, that Volker column is swinging twice because Ultra Ego unlocks it. So giving it -2 crit for the battle is irrelevant because the second battle's still going to be 2 crit. And giving your Vanguard 10k is not going to do much either because it's going to be 30 the first time and 40 the second time. So it's you're still going to need to guard this, right? So I totally agree with you that I think Messiah definitely also has potential to make its comeback. And on top of that, now that you don't have to play Clearframe, you can fill your deck space with other more useful things. So we're seeing the revival of the Burst Monk engine where they're playing Harmonics as well as a backup grade 3 just to reliably restand the Vanguard with Burst Monk, stuff like that, which I think is really cool. And I'm almost hoping to see the high roll happen today. And it's like you were saying, it's not just introducing new decks like Spino Driver or Risers and Nova Grappler, but it's also the breathing new life into these old decks. Like you say, Revengers, instead of just being Mordred plus Blaster Dark and Friends, it's now Raging Combos deck, and seeing that evolution is just really interesting.
Can we talk about this friend over here, Mr. Chronojet, and how good the support was for this man in this set? Oh my god. Did they, when I read Chrono's command, I was like, wait, I get 5 cards for free? Canvas 1, Soulbus 1, discard 1, 5?
Yeah.
It's okay, 5? I can have 5? Really? I can have 5? 5 free cards? That's crazy. So when I see that, I'm like, damn, I was playing with this deck quite a bit, and I know some of the top players from Europe are bringing the deck to this event too. And so, now the deck gets that huge plus under, going first, turn 3, and then they can, save all of that hand, farm for stuff like Ribbles, which are still a key component. Now you have Calibum, which not only is spot removal, it recycles your Ribbles. On top of that, it opens up the circle so you don't have to overcall with the Ribble either, so it feels even more efficient. Just in general, Gears are another one of those decks that feels like it got this huge push in making it even better right now for the V Premium format. So that's a deck that I really hope we also see on stream together with Messiahs. And coming back to Link Joker, another deck I want to pick your guys' brains about that got support this set very directly is Starvaders. How do you feel about Starvaders right now? Because I think we all agree that Infinite Zero is fine, but not necessarily a right target. It's a strong beater on the side. But I think it's specifically cards like Palladium that stood out more so from the Starvader package, right?
I'm gonna leave Ben take this one over
I'll let you go first because I can spend all day here. I'll let you go first.
All right. I think it does have potential going on it. It does have the benefit of giving you a force marker, but I don't know. I have not been too sold on it as a major combo piece. I would suspect that it just it feels a bit weaker compared to its predecessor, and it feels like it wants to fill a slot. It's trying to be like a bridge to something better. Hey, I could try to attempt the triangle lock, but nobody rarely goes into that anymore, and you're wasting a lot of resources for it. So I feel it's a bit of mid for me. It's a bit mid.
Okay.
It's strong, but it could be better. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Alright,
So when I was first testing the new reveals and proxying
Mhm.
things up and filling around it, my first immediate thought was, "Wow, this is much better than it used to be." And then I got to 5, 10 games, and I was like, okay, it's starting to wear off. I'm starting to see some weaknesses. And then I got to 20, 25 games, and it's like, no, not really much has changed. Like, the big plus is that we have Infinite Zero, which is an amazing beat stick. Because the previous problem before is that you only had Zirconium, which is a 20k body on before Force, and Chaos Breaker, who's a 23k body before Force. And you didn't really have any way of pushing the game beyond that. And you wanted to keep your Chaos Breakers to re-ride because you wanted the soul. Whereas now you can re-ride your Chaos Breakers forever for the soul, and you still have these 23, 28k beat sticks in the form of Infinite Zero, which is great. Palladium, like you mentioned, helps extend the locks. One really cool quote-unquote synergy you can have is you unlock something with Chaos, with, say, End of Turn or the dog whose name I don't remember, and Chaos Breaker's ability goes on standby, but before that thing gets retired, you can resolve Palladium first to lock to another open circle, and then retire the unlock thing with Chaos Breaker. So it really helps you get that full board lock you want for the triangle lock, like you mentioned. The end of the day, your A still very starved on resources. You're still playing Nordstrom Dragon, which I'm personally not a fan of. You're still playing Marinel, which I'm not a fan of. Just to be able to extend that extra turn of the lock or one extra draw or whatever to really get there. And unless you have the Zirconium to give your Vanguard the crit, you don't have much pressure otherwise because you're still only a 3-attack deck. So I think those are the things that are really still holding the deck back. We might still see someone play it. They'll have my heart if they do. It's just, for the time being, I would definitely rather choose Messiah.
Yeah,
I agree. I agree as well. But with that, though, speaking of, taking our hearts, I think it's time to get emotionally invested into some of these games because I think we do have round 1 ready. And of course, just like last week, we have some deck lists to take a look at as well, boys. So it's time to break it down and see what these players are bringing because we're going to have some very exciting games. And so we're going to wait for, the production side to get ready to show us the lists. But looking at our first match, it's not so much the deck as it is the player that I'm excited to take a look at because I'm pretty sure we'll be featuring our current V Premium World Champion, Nuno Raimundo.
Oh, that took one of my favorite decks currently.
Oh yeah,
one of my pet decks, Silverthorn Luquier, who's been getting support soon. Reverse Luquier. I'm pretty excited about that.
Very good. Marichka and Anna too.
Oh my gosh, it's one of the biggest issues that the deck has had, and I'm really happy to see we might be getting some help with it.
That's right. That is right. So I can't wait to take a look at what he's bringing to the event. But first, all right. All right, so it looks like this is going to be Nuno's deck list. So we're going to load it up here one more time in just a second. So there we go. The name is incorrect, though. That is Nuno Raimundo, not Christoph G. There we go. It is now fixed. So we can see that Nuno. So I know Nuno personally, and he has mentioned in the past that Vanquisher is a deck that he really, really likes. Like when Vanquisher was first released, just Dragonic Vanquisher himself before Full Bronto, he really, really liked the deck. He really enjoyed the playstyle. And just in general, he always felt that the deck has a place in the meta, no matter how it changes, and especially with the full Bronto support, I think the deck has reached new heights. Now with Heal Guardians, you're also able to kind of last out in those matchups where in the past you wouldn't have been able to because you just didn't have time to farm up a hand. You didn't have time to farm up resources on your grade 3 turn. And so now you have answers to those really strong early decks as well.
Yeah,
Oh,
for
that.
sure.
Mhm.
It's like one of the really cool things about Vanquish before is that, like you were saying, Newman loves Vanquish when it came out, and at Worlds, he and I back in 2019, I had picked up Japanese Vanquisher to play some Japanese locals, and we were just all day like saying this, like, okay, I think this card is good, like I think Phoenix might make the cut, might be cut because it's not as reliable, etc., etc. And at the end of the tournament, he and I were discussing, and Seiji and I ended up just giving him one of our vanquishes as a congratulations for winning Worlds, and we were just talking about it all the time. And seeing like the direction he's taken it is really cool because he hasn't gone for the standard plussing tempo line that Vanquisher is known for. He's gone for this aggro line, as we can see with the 3 book order in a really lean grade 1 line. No Phoenix. He's only playing 2 Voltex Shred, but he said he's maxing out on the Jaggy shot. It's a lot more, I'm going to hit you as hard as I can, and I don't really care about what you can do back to me. And I think, again, like you said, the ability to fall back on those heal guardians is what gives him that flexibility to do that.
Absolutely, absolutely. But of course, he's not the only one playing here. As much as we've been highlighting the current world champion, let's take a look at who he's playing against and what deck they're going to be bringing as well. So I'm very curious. Don't know much about the other opponent, but it's going to be Christoph. Oh, with Dai Hozan. So we were talking about decks of the new meta, talking about decks, from Clan Collection. This is something that we've been seeing in Premium and in V Premium too. All right, who's the expert here? Who wants to talk about Dai Hozan?
Let let him go with it. You don't want to talk about it, Ben? Oh, okay. So with Dai Hozan, with the pressure of Dai Hozan, it actually was a relatively cheap card when it came out because a lot of people underestimated its strength. Since V Premium and a whole lot of Cardfight Vanguard revolves around accruing free resources. Dai Hozan, with his ability of forcing your opponent to discard a card if they're above a threshold when they're superior calling cards outside of normal calling, they can pressure your opponent a whole lot by reducing their hand size and forcing your opponent to deal with some of your bigger threats that you have in the later stages of the game, which is just super great. And I do love the fact that he is also running just crits, just crit them.
Yep, just straight up, straight up crits. You love to see it. You love to see it. And Dai Hozan, as you said, is a great pressure tool overall, just making your opponent think twice. Like if you call anything, it's like, oh, you're gonna have to sacrifice something. If your hand has like quick shields or like draw triggers to discard, then sure, it's not as much of a problem. But that's still precious cards and precious shield power that you're losing. So man, this is gonna be interesting to see, especially this matchup. How do you guys think this matchup is gonna pan out?
It's gonna be risky because it depends on who goes first. Because if Dai Hozan ends up going first, his skill will be active by the time the Vanquisher by Nuno going second. He might end up hurting his hand a little bit. So if Nuno goes first, he might not be as pressured, and he could probably get some skills off, full Bronto off, get some Axel markers, accrue a hand before you can pressure him again the following turn.
Yeah, I think one synergy to bring up there is very important, which is that Dai Hozan works whenever anything is called from anywhere. Sorry, any normal unit is called from anywhere. So things like Chitora, Chain Bolt, that call themselves from bind, will still force an unit to discard if it comes to that. And I think that's really gonna be a key factor in this matchup.
Absolutely. Like, I'm really curious to see how it's going to pan out. But I think we're just about ready to go into the game and see how this is going to go down. Nuno's Vanquisher versus Christoph's Dai Hozan. I'm very curious about this matchup. We are going to be saying bye to Ben for just a little bit. As for the first couple of rounds, we're going to have me and JJ bring you the action to your screens. And well, speaking of screens, looks like we're just waiting on Christoph's and Nuno's, and we're good to go.
All right, so let's get it.
All right, so we see that Nuno looks like he went first here, riding up into the Chain Bolt.
So he's going to take a look at the top 7 here to see if he can find himself a Vanquisher unit to add to his hand. So that can be either regular base Vanquisher or it could be full Bronto.
He does find the full Bronto, which is excellent. All right, so they're just splitting the deck. All right, Nuno having the going first turn is also very good, simply because he's able to, get that first Vanquisher turn to go with. In order to accrue resources, make sure he has the cards that superior call off of being bound as well, such as the Chatura. And so we see the Holzan ride for Kristoff. That's very important. So the beginning of great things for Kristoff.
Mm-hmm. So also let him take a look at the top 7 to either choose up to a grade 2 or grade a card with Hozan in his name, and it allow him to put it into his hand.
Yes, which is very, very good. I'm also curious to see what the protect choice will be for Dai Hozan here as well. I'm assuming protect 1 in most cases, but we're gonna have to see. All right, checking the top 7 here to see if he finds a grade 2 or higher Hozan, which of course can be either the grade 2 or the Dai Hozan grade 3, but it looks like no target is found from within the top cards.
Oh my gosh. Like missing some of those free pluses against a matchup that'll be able to bind cards from your hand in Vanquisher is sometimes going to be very important because you want to try to keep as much guard value as much as possible against a multi-attack deck, especially in this kind of matchup.
That is right. That is right. Okay, well, we're just shuffling the deck here. Kristoff is going to have to lay it out in the 3 stacks for the cut to take place, which of course Nuno will be able to tell his opponent which order he wants it stacked in. For those of you new to remote fight, this is kind of the general procedure. We shuffle the deck, and then we ask our opponent to restack it in the 3 piles that we preferred in. So let's see how it is going to be arranged for Kristoff here. So it looks like it's going to be a 2-1-3 order.
So what's your order? What do you usually go to?
Usually I'm just like if I see that me and my opponent are having good vibes, I just go like, just 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. You know, it's like it's the, or I try to see like if they tell me 1, 2, 3, and the 3 is where they usually put the deck. I say 1, 2, 3 because I want them to like, so the stack goes to the deck and they don't have to like rearrange it and like slide the deck around the entire mat. So I try to just make it as convenient for the opponent as possible.
Oh, okay. Well, fair enough. Fair enough. So we did see an attack go off here. In this exchange, draw trigger was hit by Nuno. He's gonna draw an extra card. He's taking his turn.
That is right. All right, so riding the Voltex Shred and just swinging. So he's definitely saving all his resources for the future turns. He does not want to overcommit early here. And ooh, all right, that is going to be the Magatsu Gale going to the damage zone, a very important piece for the deck as well, letting you just get that extra little bit of card draw too.
Especially, it's also really good in resetting some on-play skills that you may also play previously in the turn, which is pretty important for Nobutama.
We get a face reveal from Nuno real quick in case you're not familiar with who the world champion is. Don't forget about him. He's gonna be the current world champions will be the world champions for the longest time in Vanguard's history, you know? He's been the world champion since January 2020, and we're going into January 2022 in like what, 3 weeks, 4 weeks? It's crazy to think about, man. Oh wait, he doesn't ride the grade 2 Hozan, does he?
That's no. He rode the stealth beast
Hametsukiba. All right. So Hametsukiba, unfortunately, only has a rear guard effect. Maybe we can pop it up on the screen here to show you. Is when your opponent has 1 or less rear guards, it gets plus 15k, and it's a grade 2 with 7k power. I'm gonna be honest with you, JJ. I don't think I've ever seen this card before.
No, of course not. Like it's mostly used in matchups where you can kind of keep on just reducing your opponent's field, and that is usually what Nobutama is all about, either by bouncing a whole bunch of cards from your opponent back to their hand, or by retiring them, binding them, dominating them via token generation.
Ooh, but we did see the crit here, so Nuno now going to 3 damage. Do give us a second as the UI, as the production does need to adjust the UI to display the second damage bar there. Do understand that is something that is adjustable. All right, and then here we go. We have full Bronto being ridden by Nuno. That is not the optimal ride target, though, as with this, he will not be able to get that first card out of the board with the original Vanquisher skill, and you don't get that like passive continuous plus 10 to the front row, as full Bronto gives the plus 10 on place. So it does miss all the rear guards that exist right now. So with this, he's going to commit the Rock Climb. He's going to commit another card to the Axle Circle there. I need to ask for it to just be pushed down a little bit to be more visible for the field, or that might just be our crop actually on the production side. All right, so right now, queuing up 3 attacks. How much more do you want to actually invest into this turn, though? Because, again, You have to keep in mind that with every call you do from next turn onwards, oh, he's committing the book already! He's like, oh, you give me 3 damage? I got 3 soul, 3 counterblast. Let's get that book up on the screen here. This is a very important card. Ingenious Tactics, Book of Strong Arming. He's an incredible card. Lets you counterblast 3, soul blast 3, and choose 3 of your front units, give them plus 10k, and draw 3 cards. It's quite literally 3 for 3 for 3 for 3. An excellent card to be running these Vanquisher lists simply because it allows you to make use of the fact that you don't counterblast much in this deck, right? You don't counterblast much, might as well invest it into a book, right? Invest into some knowledge, invest into, just maximizing your ability to read.
Exactly, because of course that's one of the most difficult things for all of us as card game players too at times. So
That is right.
Heal Guardian's going to be coming out here.
All right, Heal Guard coming down. Will he choose the plus 10k for the turn to the Vanguard or the -2 critical? I'm assuming it's the plus 10 to the Vanguard. So with this, he's 17, pushes him to 32, adding another 15k, pushes him to 47 against this 32. So that is a 2 to pass right now. A perfect 2 to pass. Jaggy Shot picked up. That's a huge pickup there. Jaggy Shot will be very important for, just digging for resources, making up that card draw as well. I do believe he checked the draw trigger there. So I think we're just waiting for the draw to come out, or is he still thinking about where the power will go? Oh, I think the judge is just asking to adjust the camera a little bit in order to make sure that all of the axle circles are visible. Don't need to adjust it too far though. All right, so he gets to draw from the draw trigger that he checked. All right, he's really thinking about that one card. It's almost like he drew into the original Vanquisher or something. Seems to be a little bit of a take-back moment there. All right, now thinking about the attack order, going to go with a Rock Climb first. So Rock Climb here will be able to start swinging first with 19k, which again, the opponent's Vanguard is 17. He will take the damage and get a defensive critical sentinel, which will push him to 27. It's a huge number already, but luckily, Voltec Shred is coming in with a very nice 34. Well, he's binding another full Bronto here, choosing to go in with it. That's nice. He gets another Axle Circle. Of course, it's a hard once per turn ability. Maybe we can get the full Bronto here on the screen for you guys as well. So now he can swing with a 22 on the 27. So 1 to pass with only 1 drive check. But this once again asks Kristoff to drop more cards from his hand.
And one thing to note here is he did end up discarding the original Vanquisher here. So that means he probably drew into a second one, or he just doesn't mind losing it.
That is right. That is right. So once again, adjusting the circles on his mat here. Let's see, what will he drive check from this one check? It is not going to pass. That is going to be just the Chain Bolt being picked up, which will be an excellent card to go into later on. But right now, just focus your strength on this 44k Voltec Shred. Maybe you want to bind something to cycle. You could Soul Blast 1 and try to draw into something, but at the same time, you can preserve it. Ooh, that's a pretty important damage check. That is the only Tamahagane that Kristoff plays going to the damage zone. We are not going to be seeing that anymore this game.
Because he usually play that as a tech option, but I want to see how he's going to be able to deal with this turn here. Hopefully he does have his optimal ride. He does only play 6 grade 3, so hopefully...
We see it. Dai Hozan enters the fray. Yes, he does. Let's get that face up on the screen real quick. Show you what this great new addition to the Nubatama card pool has been doing so far for the clans. Of course, on attack, he can get to Counterblast 1, Soul Blast 1, bounce an opponent's rear, and give himself 5k and a drive, which is already amazing. But on top of that, if the opponent is grade 3 and they only have 1 or 0 rears, he also gets another 10k and a crit. So triple drive, 15k power. He's basically like a stride with the extra crit on top of that. But that's arguably, that's almost a forgettable part of the skill. The whole reason people play this deck is for that second skill, which is anytime your opponent calls, not superior call, any call whatsoever, they have to discard a card as long as they have 4 more cards in hand. Which for the Vanquisher deck, they usually have a pretty big hand. So from here on out, for the rest of this game, unless for whatever mysterious reason Kristoff were to re-ride, Nuno will have to discard cards. So he has to be very careful. So Nuno will have his Voltec Shred bounced, so he'll try to recall that next turn. But of course, that will force him to discard, which is very cool. And so now Dai Hozan swings with the extra critical, the extra power, the extra drive. And Nuno being at 3 damage, he has to be a little bit careful too.
Especially since it being at 3, it's just 1 crit, and then that's it. And I
And
guess
we
that's one of the
know
reasons.
there's 12 of those in Kristoff's deck too. Sorry.
Oh, exactly. Because like he knows. Because since it's an open deck list format, you always have information over what your opponent's going to be attacking you with.
All right. Oh, that is the Tech Grade 3 we see in his list. So that is the Fuzen Kongo, the drive checks, and the Grade 1. And another Grade 1 Hozan. Not exactly what you want to see from that potentially very impactful drive check. That's going to be it for the turn. But what I want to really highlight here as well is that Kristoff called nothing to the front row because he knows that it's only going to get obliterated. We see the rewrite to the regular Dragonic Vanquisher on Nuno's side. Very good.
Because now it'll allow him to go into full Bronto. He does not have any CB to force a card out to the hand, but I mean, he's going to eventually do it anyway.
That is right. That is right. No stun verse in this format, though.
No,
a little easy on the hand binding. In comparison. So he has to really think. You can see that Nuno is sorting out his hand in terms of what he wants to call and what he's fine to discard, right? You can already kind of see that kind of pattern in how he's acting. So the only draw triggers he plays in his deck are, of course, the draw perfect guards, but this is kind of where the book is extra handy because you only really use the book once per game, but you do play 2 to 4 copies at times. Most players also settle for 3 like Nuno has. But the Book of Strong Arming is also an excellent discard target in this situation, right? Which I think is a great way for him to adapt to this matchup.
Mm-hmm. Or like any other ineffectual unit that he probably doesn't need anymore.
That is right. That is right. Okay, well, let's see. Nuno, you have to be very careful. Every call you make is going to be pretty vital. Let's just put it that way. So it's going to be something you have to be very careful with.
Because he needs to figure out, okay, so I need to keep shielded hand, call cards, discard to call cards, and I also need to pressure my opponent this turn.
Exactly.
And also, it's so much other.
There was the book. There's another Vanquisher too. Damn, Nuno's running a maxed out Vanquisher list, I think, as well. Like, we're seeing so many beautiful SPs and, the SVRs from back then. Like, wow, it's a beautiful deck list. But it looks like he committed 2 cards so far. Discarded the Book of Strong Arming, as well as the original Dragonic Vanquisher. All right, I think he's just being asked to adjust his Axel circles. Of course, they do have a specific order that they are required in. You can't just put them all over the field. Can't make a little summoning circle with them either. You have to put them in the order that they are supposed to be acquired in.
It's from right to left, left to right, actually.
Yep. So, the hand, while it does look very strong, he needs to keep in mind every call is a -1 to hand on top of the minus you're taking from calling. He's gonna just commit 2 units. So of course, the important thing to keep in mind as well is that let's say he attacks with the Jaggi shot here, and he binds the Chatra, and the Chatra superior calls itself. That superior call will still be taxed. Oh, but those are some great cards to be taxed away, though. We see another Book of Strong Arming that you can discard for the cost, if necessary. But we see Kristoff here starting to stabilize. I think the early push that Nuno did last turn was very important, but was it enough? Should he have pushed even more aggressively, making use of the fact that, having more rears on the board kind of nerfs Daihozan's effect at the same time? Whereas here now, this Jaggi shot will go to Soul, this Rock Climb retires itself. Matchup-wise, it might be kind of rough because Nuno will basically always be passing on a pretty minimal board.
But then he'll need to figure out a way to deal with it. Oh,
Chatra coming down, does have to pay the cost and get taxed for it. There's a Book of Strong Arming. Chatra now swinging with its own 18, 28 from Vanquisher, and so 33 with the Axel marker. And of course, it has a powerful on-hit effect that lets him draw an extra card and find a front row rear guard, which will not be happening here. All right, so... Oh, I think actually no, it was only 23 because he does not have the front row buff yet from the Dragonic Vanquisher. It does require 3 cards to have been bound, and as Kristoff passed an empty board, that's actually just fine. So the 15k card was actually enough to take care of that. And now the Jaggi shot is coming in with its own power. I think at this point we have reached the 3 cards bound because, of course, he swung with the Rock Climb, which bound the Chatra, and now he gets to swing with the... Oh no, I think we're at 2 still, because
Yep.
this is now swinging with... It binds from hand.
The
Oh,
on
is
hit
he-
becomes 3.
Yeah, so now he gets to draw. All right.
If he got the on hit off of Chatuda there, it would have become 3.
Yes. But he managed to push Kristoff to 5 damage already. And now, like, Kristoff is taking some pretty small attacks too, so I wonder what's going on in that hand because... Oh, he has a 2-card guard with the quick shield here, putting down the grade 1 Ibu Danuki. So that's a pretty interesting grade 1. We didn't get to talk about it yet. Basically, it only works when it boosts, and it needs to, hit a Vanguard, but then allows you to Soul Blast 1 and return opponent's Vanguard to their hand. And then if you did, your opponent has to discard 1 as well. So it's a very interesting grade 1 that we don't get to see too often, but we're seeing it works out quite well in the Dai Hozan deck. He does rewrite to get another Protect marker, and calls 2 grade 1 Hozans that we saw him drive check last turn. Of course, this allows you to, at the end of the battle that it attacked or boosted, bounce your opponent's Weirs back to hand. But do you really want to be bouncing Chatras back?
I mean, if its opponent is gonna be at 4 more cards in his hand, you're basically like just getting him off the board and forcing him to minus himself for it. It's a pretty okay deal. It's okay.
Zen Congo, though, coming down on the board. I think this is what he was setting up for. For Zen Congo does say, when he attacks, if you have 5 cards in damage, you can Soul Blast the grade 3, which he just rewrote to have, and then you bind any number of cards from your own drop zone. He gets plus 5,000 for every card you bound this way, and your opponent cannot Sentinel, which is gonna be a little bit yikes if Nuno doesn't have a nice and plump hand. And that's why you play 12 critical in this deck, because you just try to put those onto the Fuzen Congo, and you're trying to basically be like a bit of a Hamiel in Nubatama here, aren't you?
Yeah, it would seem so, and it actually makes a whole lot of sense now as to why his crit ratios was so high at this moment.
That is right. That is right. We also did receive an update from the AO side of their top 8. So congrats on the AO side to Andre Lee, GG's, 0315, Man Long, Kevin Cho, Sabrier, Karan Patel again. Man's on a hot streak, let's go. And Misazono Kaori for the top 8 finish. It's going to be exciting to see the top 8, throw down tomorrow on the AO stream. So make sure you tune into that if you guys are on the EU side, if you're staying up late, or if you're in NA or AO, that'll be a more reasonable time as well to check out the AO stream tomorrow.
Okay, so I really like this skill. It's Togaguchi, Stealth Dragon. When your grade 3 unit attacks, Kalamas 1, Kalamas 1 retire this unit, your opponent cannot call Sentinels from his or her hand until end of battle. So his Daizomon-san can attack, and he could pay the cost here. It doesn't need to be boosting it, just needs to...
Okay, well, this is very, very interesting. You're basically making sure that they cannot guard this. And now he's going to attack with a Daihozan first, though. Daihozan, now there's 2 cards on the rear, so one of them will get bounced. And now, Daihozan gets the full effect because he has to have 1 or less rear guards in the opponent's side. So as we said, right, like Jaggy Shot, Rock Climb, they all clear themselves away from the board in order to replace themselves. So you don't actually end up with that many rears on board. And as a result, you end up giving Daihozan the full effect very easily.
I kind of like this this nuanced version of the build. It's sort of just like it sort of has like the Angels feel to it, as you stated before. It's just like pressure. If you don't guard, if you don't guard, good luck. If you guard, you probably can't guard because then you're probably getting Sentinel restricted. I kind of like it. It took a bit to get to put together. I guess the reason why he didn't commit any earlier rear guards first when in the earlier turns is to make sure that he would set up for a turn like this, which is very interesting.
Exactly. So off to a good start for both players here. It's been a very close match so far. On Kristoff's side, Daihozan has been doing work so far with like getting the full effect out, forcing the opponent to pay tax for every call they do. On the other side, Nuno has been making use of that situation he's put into against this more control-oriented matchup and trying to kind of like maneuver and make sure he's not losing too many key pieces when forced to discard, while still being able to push out the aggression.
Which he was able to push into 5-4. I mean, some would say Kristoff probably let that happen because he just wanted to make sure he didn't take any lethal damage here. But one thing,
Ooh, that's a big card. That's 2 triggers. Yeah, so 45k shield coming down against this Daihozan, which is swinging in with 27 on its own, plus the 8k boost. So 35? Damn, that is pushing him up to 57, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah.
So that is a 2 to pass. The crit comes through, but there's still one more drive check to go. Will Kristoff risk it all, commit it all to Van, and take out the world champion in round 1 of Swiss?
I'm not I'm not too big on all to Van here, so I really do like that he is making a conscious decision of giving the crit to Ray here.
And he checks another one. That's perfect. He wants to see the double crit on the Fuzen Kongo because that attack cannot be guarded by Sentinels. And why did Nuno not guard? Does he not have any PGs? Did he have to drop down everything for this attack? The Fuzen Kongo cannot be guarded.
The because of the skill of Toga Guji, you can't PG the Vanguard. He used a skill on the first attack there.
That's right.
So he couldn't even if he wanted to. So he'll Soul Blast Daihozan here.
Oh, this might be just praying for a heal. Alright, how many is he gonna bind? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 cards bound. That means plus 45k power? Oh my god, so he's swinging in with 57 plus 2 crits. So 77. This is I've seen these numbers before. I've seen these numbers before, but it was a cute angel distributing those numbers last time. Uh-oh. He has to take it. 3 damage coming through. First check is a draw trigger. That's a perfect guard. Second check is going to be a blank. There is still 1 more damage check to go, unless...
No, he gave the crit to the other rear guard.
Oh, he gave it to the other rear guard. Wait, then that's not lethal.
Yeah, it's not.
That's not lethal then. Wait.
Could that be possibly a punt? I don't know.
I don't know if that was a misplay or if we're trying to play it out differently. That's going to just guard that. Using the defensive, it's going to be just a 15k shield. Nuno's going to survive. But I wonder why he distributed the criticals that way. That could have been game, as I don't think Nuno would have been able to guard that attack.
No, he already gave up like 5 cards already to guard the first one. So I don't know.
I'm sure there is a reason for it. I'm sure there is a means to an end here and a reason why Kristoff decided to commit in that sense. Maybe he tried to break through? No, he didn't. No, he gave the critical there to the other rear, but it's fine. We're going to see here the Chain Bolt coming down for... Sorry, the Mighty Bolt, apologies, coming down for Nuno. It's going to be a powerful attacker. All right, finding himself a full Bronto. So the way this works, I think, is that he gets to call down the Mighty Bolt, and because it's turn player priority, he gets to resolve the effect of Mighty Bolt first, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
And then, because the opponent's effect of the Daihozan only then comes in to tax him for the discard, he can then choose to discard what he finds, if I'm not mistaken. Alright. So yes, the on-plays does have to resolve before Daihozan comes into effect, which is a very nice interaction, right? You get to do your little search, find yourself a card, and then be like, oh yeah, now I can discard it, because it's turn player priority, just like in most card games. So, now Nuno has a front row to decimate. He has a front row to eat up a card to bind from hand. The easy 3 cards bound reached for the 10k buff, and the full Bronto was found, which means we're going to be dealing with 2 Vanguard attacks this turn. That is very huge. And his hand is very small, which means he's not even being taxed at this point, too. So he's still got taxed there, but I think now he is at 3 cards in hand, no longer being forced to discard anymore. Vanquisher's effect will choose a front row to bind. Goodbye to dear Fuzen Kongo. You've done your work for this first round. And he's going to bind the Chatura to promote it to the front row Axel Circle. And of course, forcing his opponent to bind the grade 3 searcher Katari Gitsune.
So now he's contemplating what an attack order is. I think, yeah, of course, it's first Vanquisher. 2 cards have been bound already. I guess what he could have. There is, I think, like 2 more cards left. One we do know is a full Bronto. So he basically does have full combo here.
And he has 3 binds from hand this turn. Triple, and I mean triple Jaggy Shot is something to be afraid of. A Chatra picked up as well. Critical trigger found 2, but I think the Chatra might even be a bigger factor than the critical here. 1 extra attack swing in with at least 28k power, regardless of where it is called down. Christoph, I hope your hand is healthy enough to deal with all of these attacks. He has been triple checking, but of course, he's also been taxed by his opponent to make sure to guard all these attacks. Chatra swinging in, coming in with this Jaggy Shot now. This coming in with 27, as 3 cards have been bound. Binding the Chatra over the Axel Circle. Right, so that's going to bind. He's just explaining the emotions. He gets bound first, call down after. Gains plus 10k power on top of that Chatra, a very amazing card. And of course, Jaggy Shot, I think we might as well bring it up on the screen. Such an impactful card in this deck, allowing you to not only bring up more attacks, but also draw more cards. Have the grade 3 in the soul for the Vanquisher Handbind effect. It is simply incredible, and a card that I think will be staying in Vanquisher decks for many, many years.
And right now, because he did bind the Chatura here, he does have 10k extra on all of his units at the moment.
That is right. That is right. So, now, oh my god, 6 damage check already. No heal trigger. Just like that, Nuno, the world champion, is going to make a statement in round 1 and tell the world, I am still here. No Daihozan is here to stop me. I am ready to continue on and prove myself in the V Premium stage that I'm a world champion for no reason. Nuno's going to move on to round 2, undefeated. But Christoph, excellent showing so far. Excellent showing. Oh, we do have Ben here back with us to break it down for the post game. But JJ, man, that game, that was really excellently played by Nuno. I think he adapted to the situation, to having to play around the Daihozan just excellently.
He did. I felt like Christoph did have the win here. It's just he punted a small bit, just giving all the crits to the other rare. It couldn't have been perfect guarded. He was fine. But it happens. Sometimes you see a line, you think, well, okay, my opponent probably doesn't have any PGs left. He probably already used one, but if anybody was keeping track for most of the match, he had 2 PGs in his hand, and he had a plenty healthy hand that he had gotten from farming most of the game. So he was not going to lose anytime soon if he didn't just put all to rare.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, like, looking at Nuno's hand, I think he couldn't have been able to hold off that attack. So I feel like Christoph might have actually had that there if the trigger distribution was a little bit different. I know, like, maybe he was kind of like banking on Nuno being able to guard that attack, so he wanted to still have some split pressure there as well. But at the end of the day, he still did amazing. And of course, 1 loss means nothing, right? If you just lose 1 time and you make it out undefeated all the way until the end, you still have a really, like, almost secure chance for top cut. So it's not over for Christoph yet. It's only the first round. The EU players are kind of waking up as well, making sure that you're alert and ready to go. And, you're fighting against not just your fellow, European players. You're fighting against people coming out of AO. They just had 8 rounds of Swiss. So they're fully, like, just turned on. They're ready to go. They're ready to fight and, continue with their path to top 8. And then whereas, for example, the NA players, for them, it's already, for the ones playing in EU, it's like, what, if you're PST, you're looking at like a 2, you're looking at like a good old 2 a.m. And if you're EST, then I don't even want to talk about it, man. That's like 5. You should be waking up soon, if anything, unless you're one of those, the Sigma male grind set, CEO, wake up at 5 a.m., ready to work out, go hit the gym at 5:15 a.m., at the gym at 5:45, ready to start playing in BRO. That's the kind of grind set I want to see from the players showing up today. But, man, that was a great first round, honestly. What a way to kick off the BRO experience, right, for V Premium.
Especially since it's a new archetype, it's a new deck too as well. So I'm really happy that we actually got to see it. It does look pretty scary when piloted correctly, and I'm excited to see more new decks this format because new set, new cards. I want to see some of the new cards, man. I'm really excited.
Yeah, me too, me too. Like it's been a great start. It's been a great start, and I can't wait to see how things are going to continue from here on out as well. I think there are still quite a few games going on, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, not that many. There's very few. Actually, I think there's only one, two I'm seeing. Only 2 games left for this round, so it's actually wrapping up quite quickly, which is very, very exciting. So a lot of people are just having their quick rounds, and it was great to see, such an excellent turnout for this event as well. We are going to go for a short break before we go into round 2 as we take a look at the standings and everything else once we come back. So don't go anywhere. We'll go for a short break. Enjoy the mid-break content we have for you guys. We have player interviews with BSFO winners. We got meta decks covered in various slides, all kinds of content waiting for you guys even in the breaks. But don't go anywhere. We'll see you very soon.
My name's Ron Manankil. Lots of people know me as Shiro Neko. I am the BSFO AO champion, and I topped with Blade Master. Yeah. Actually, I was already planning ahead of the Blade Master loop when Soen was announced. I already started visionizing the deck. The problem was securing some premium parts, which was mainly the Tempest Sphere and Zazan. And in the end, I didn't even get to use them because I wasn't able to secure a set of each because our shop here only had 2 boxes of premium collection. So we weren't able to really gather parts. And so preparing for the event, I was just watching videos on like WCC and different fights channel on the meta and thinking of how I can counter that without using the vanilla engine and doing the turbo engine. And in the end, I also thought of the mirror match because thinking of the meta, you're obviously gonna encounter your own meta deck. And so to take the meta into account, you have to really think of the mirror match too. So yeah, that's how I prepared for BSFO. I actually participated in BCS starting 2017. I wasn't really a competitive player back then because I was really busy with other things like school competitions and other fights. But yeah, those were the only ones I joined because BSFO, Springfest rather, was not really in my place. It was in the main city in Manila, so I wasn't really able to participate with that. But BCS, I participated yearly starting from 2017. Well, I think I met a lot of interesting people for sure. I met Kendo from Team Rising Dragons, and I met Derek Dow from WCC when he came here for BCS, and I also met like I made many friends through BCS because there are some players that don't join weekly tournaments, but when a huge event comes, you suddenly see all these people pop up. I would also want to give a shout out, by the way, to the BCS 2019 champion. He's also a Cebuano. He's one of the only people I know from Cebu that also won a Bushiroad event. I want to give him love. His name is Del Rosario. I think he deserves more love than me because he wasn't able to actually go to Japan due to personal reasons. So I want to give him the spotlight too. I think for BSFO I was kind of like I was scared at first to join because as you said it's through a webcam and like cheaters may pop up once or twice, but actually unexpectedly the judges were actually really well organized. They were monitoring the entire situation, and it was a pretty fun event actually. It was nice to participate through my own home, and I didn't have to go down or risk like getting COVID, especially now, to just join an event, which is really nice. It was really convenient. I posted in my Instagram story the progress through of like how the event went, and I was also watching the stream, so I could like study the other decks that were on stream. it was pretty fun to like see everyone react to the Instagram story because not a lot of people knew about the event here. So it's pretty nice to see like people react and stuff. Well, my advice for BRO, if you're a seasoned player, I suggest you study the meta since it's a pretty Wild West meta right now, and literally anything could happen. And for new players, I would say don't be scared. Just do your best, and it's a free tournament. You win, you lose, you don't lose anything, so it's all right. Just calm down, and I'm rooting for all of you. Follow me on, if you guys want to follow me on Instagram. It's hello Ishiro. Just hit me up if you guys want to chat, hang out, or even play remote fight. So thank you and good luck to everyone. I hope to see you all, and I hope to see everyone in top 8 also. Well, not everyone, but yeah. I hope everyone does well.
Weiss Schwarz!
Time to make your move, little sister.
Then I guess I'll attack your character.
Aha! I saw that coming, and I'll counter your attack with me!
Ruby, now coming to Weiss Schwarz.
As an English edition original.
Trial Deck Plus, Booster Pack, and Supply Set.
On sale December 17th.
Bushiroad!
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! Power up your deck with these new cards! Journey forth with your new allies! Booster Pack Advance of Intertwined Stars! Coming soon! Bushiroad!
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! It's your leader, Mirai! Look how cool Buff Sardra is with the new arms card! Start deck, Sealed Blaze Maiden, coming soon! Bushiroad!
Hi, I'm Kalen Fallon. I'm the BSFO Vanguard Overdress winner for Europe. And the deck I used was Bruce. Lovely Bruce. Preparing for BSFO was mostly to do in a small friend group because the fun thing about Standard at the time was the lack thereof, not based because of the format, but lack thereof matchups to learn against. And it takes less time to really develop and understand, hey, so in this I'm going to do this, and in this I'm not going to do this, which makes it feel a lot more like free and less diverse than what the other formats hold at the moment. Prior to BSFO, I've been playing in BCSs and team leagues since 2015, and in 2019 I got an invite to a World Finals for V Premium, and the continent that I normally play in is Europe. I love BCS. I am a huge fan of BCSs. Going out to events to meet people that you've, say, either known already or haven't seen in a while or only know via online. It's just that like whole community coming together that makes the Bushiroad events really, really satisfying and fun to go to. And generally just seeing all the different decks and different people just makes it just a lot of fun. Despite not being as community wholesome as BCS is, it's still incredibly fun because you can still you still meet people like you'd never meet because despite being stuck to your desk or the floor, you can meet anyone at any country. But like, so say you meet an American, you meet this is in my case an American, you meet someone in Australia, you'd never play against them like ever, or it's a lot more diverse. And honestly, it like kind of helps with the lack of in-person communication that is the only letdown I think of remote fight at the moment. And in between rounds, it means I can just go into a call with a bunch of friends, like mostly my local friends, and then we can talk about, hey, did you win? Did you lose? How did it go? My main advice is to try to broaden your player base. Obviously, this can range. To say, if you're in a small country, you can always try to go out to different locals, because that's something I like to do, because going to different locals means you meet more people, you meet different type of decks. It leads to, like, say you'd never go against this deck unless you went here. So running into different decks means that you just get a bigger broad of like what to do when you go into a competitive. Obviously, if you're not in a small country, that just changes to like trying out different discords, because that's just the easier way to at home or just in general just meet more people and then just have more fun, I guess. Anyway, good luck to everyone else participating in Bro 2021, and I hope to see you there too.
Yo, my name is
Pro 2021 for V Premium. We just saw a very exciting round one with Christoph and Nuno showing off Daihozan and Vanquisher. Two very exciting decks, two archetypes that, one is an old fan favorite that's been around in V Premium for a pretty long time now, and then the other is something that was just introduced recently in Clan Collection, which is very cool to see. But we already have a pretty exciting round two for you guys. Two decks in table one of which I didn't really expect to see this in table one going into the event, but it's definitely exciting to see it pan out. How are you feeling, JJ, going into this next one?
This is a deck that has been around for a while, but with the support that it's gotten recently, I'm excited to see that it's make a small little comeback. We were talking about that a little bit earlier in the pre-roll here, and I am excited to see how this pans out. Very aggressive decks today, that's for sure.
Oh yeah. Like these games, we were thinking like, oh man, games are gonna take a while, heal guards can definitely stall out things. And we just definitely have some decks that are able to just like farm up and tank a lot of attacks. Think of stuff like Prisms and Luard, which can really just like last through any kind of aggression that the opponent throws at them. But in the end, we're looking at some decks that are very fast, right? Quick wins, quick like power burst as well from very early on. And so I'm excited to take a look at the deck list that we have for this next round going into it and the players that will be playing them. So once production is ready, we'll take a look at it. And our first list is going to be Noah's Asha, which is very, very exciting. So JG, how do you feel about Asha right now in the current format? Heal guards being added in too.
I think it's gonna be the same case as a whole lot of like the Messiah stuff that we were talking about too, and in that aspect, it's like, well, you're gonna have to have it. You're gonna have to open it. This is gonna punish you if you don't have it or open it. It is a bit slower in comparison to the other aggressive force archetypes. But when it starts to get rolling with a token generation, it tends to burst you hella hard, and especially them running with one of draw trigger, which I think is kind of cute. It's funny. It's one of those type of things you just like, hey, if I want to copy this deck list to put in the one draw, don't ask why I put the one draw in.
That's right.
It's cute.
That's right.
Funny.
Yeah, like the one draw, I wonder what is the logic behind it? Instead of going for the full 12 crit, maybe it is just there to be a discard target on top of the quick shield that you get going second. But overall, it's an interesting list. And, it's off to a good start. So far, undefeated. Choosing to run some of the older cards, like the Sunlight Gardens guide that we recently, not so recently, I guess we got it a while ago in distributed to the English player base. But, the Enelma is a super important card here. He's choosing to play 4 Antero, which we usually see as like a 1 or a 2 of, but choosing to really prioritize it here in order to just give the biggest power swing, the biggest power buff to the Vanguard, which will then share it across, not just Asha herself, but also the Fairy Flower token, which is very, very strong. But of course, Noah's going to be playing against an opponent that is bringing a deck that I think people will be more used to seeing, and this is going to be Tarjay's Astral Poets. It's not just a thing in Premium, it is also a force to be, a threatening force in the V Premium format as well.
It being one of the poster children for the force mechanic, being the premier force deck for a very long time, for a while, I'm excited to see that a whole lot of people have not completely dropped it or forgotten about it. I am interested to see like what their reason was of not playing any heal guardians, because it could actually help out a little bit by soul charging your heals. You can add the number value of when you're opening your astral plane via the ability of Origin Deity. So I'm keen to know what their reason was behind that.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And I'm curious to see, how it's going to play out for Tarjay here. He's a known Astral Poet player. I've seen him in community tournaments, definitely doing quite well with this deck too. And maybe, he's been putting in the practice to try and continue that momentum, keep that stride going into the BRO event as well. So once the players are ready, we're gonna see his MCC Zodiac Blazer here. See how it's gonna show off to the world here at BRO 2021. So both players seem to be ready. Ooh, we're seeing some nice play my choices too. Tarjay, I do know he's a Dark Regulars main, so choosing to rep Dark Regulars at every step of the way. And then Noah, that is a very OG mat. That blockade mat, it's all the way back from BT11, from the original series, not even GBT11, but the original BT11. That is one retro mat he got there.
I was actually literally just about to compliment their mat choices. I was like, yo, nice. That's actually super nice.
Yeah,
So
clean choices.
Yeah, so Beer Crux of Stratifiction is going to be the ride here for Tarjay. It's going to reveal an Astral Deity or Astral Poet in his hand to search the Grade 2 and add it, which is going to be Arctis of Fervent Will.
Yes, while there might not be a ride deck in the V Premium format, there are definitely some cards that make you think that there is one. And, being able to secure these kind of rides is the strength of decks like Astral Poets. So the Arcturus of Fervent Will is, of course, a very, very important card, counting as a grade 4 in your soul, which is a great ability to have. And on top of that, being able to get that early force marker and let you draw a card if you have the Crux in the soul as well.
Yep. So it's going to be riding. So Noah, for his turn, it's going to draw for his turn. Activate the skill of Padmini after riding. Get himself a quick shield. Check top 5 for grade 3. Doesn't look like he adds anything. He's going to shuffle his deck. He's going to put him cards back, hopefully.
That's right. All right, Padmini. We are going through the shuffle here. Apologies for the technical issues on our side here. I think it is more so on Noah's side, potentially, as Tarjay does seem to be perfectly loading in. All right, so we get the stack and the draw here. And so now this will be and this is another tactic for the cuts, because you can also, when you ask your opponent to cut your deck, they can also request an X amount of cards from the top to the bottom, right? So you can go cut into 3 piles and then say, okay, please put the top 7 cards to the bottom of the deck as well. And so that is a great way to also just, add that little bit of extra to the cut process on top of that. We see an early aggro start from Noah.
So he can discard a card from his hand here, but I don't think he'll be, but he's going to do that to get the extra power. So crit, first drive check here.
All right. First damage check coming down for Tarjay. So now Noah swinging again. This is a 1 to pass, and looks like it will pass. The critical will go to the Vanguard as well, pushing Tarjay to 3.
It's going to give all effects, since that is 18 to 18.
That's right. All right. We see another defensive critical here for Tarjay, and a draw trigger. A lot of triggers being found in these damage checks. But that extra draw might just be what he needs as well to propel him into greater heights. It rides up into the grade 2 that he had just searched, which is the Arcturus of Fervent Will. This will allow him to use that counterblast he just got to essentially just get a force marker early to the Vanguard circle. And I'm curious if he's going to go force 1 or 2, because we've seen Astral Poet players go with one or the other quite frequently.
Yeah, because a lot of people would think, hey, if I give my Vanguard a whole bunch of force 2 markers, it'll be like a bit of a detriment, because of course they don't stack. You can only get original crit 2 only once.
That's right.
But sometimes it's really nice to give 1 to the Valkyrian, where Valkyrian can swing with 70k plus an extra critical, which can be pretty dangerous, if you ask me.
And not just once too, right? Just once per turn. Although there are no stand triggers in this format, there are ways to stand the Valkyrian as well in the Astral Poet deck. He chose to go with Force 1 though, so choosing the power instead in order to have 2 threatening swings from both the Valkyrian and the Vanguard on top of that. All right, drive check. Let's see. Oh, well, that's a great card to pick up. The Eosanesis Dragon, of course, is basically you're out to Sentinel restricts, although there are none in this Asha deck. But in a lot of matchups, we just saw Nubatama. That's one way to bypass that, right? Eosanesis, you can guard with it. You can place it on the Guardian Circle, and it will let your Vanguard or one of your units not be hit. Doesn't count as a Sentinel. It doesn't say Sentinel anywhere on the card, but it's simply a grade 3 you can guard with and allow a unit to not be hit.
Which is great in certain matchups that just There's a whole lot of archetypes on the higher ends of V Premium that do have some guard restrict factors in them, and this is one of the reasons why Astro Poets did so really well into some of those matchups.
That's right. Ooh, Padmini does find the right search target here. That is good to see. That is going to be the Dream Spinning Ranunculus Asha, your most important ride-up target as well. So although it is kind of like the evolved form of the original Grade 3 Asha, it doesn't really require you to have the other Grade 3 Asha, to have the Ranunculus Flower Maiden Asha in the soul or anything like that. You can simply go into the Dream Spinning Ranunculus Asha, and then if you have 2 or more Ashas on your board, right, as long as you have one in the rearguard circle, she'll get plus 10k. If you have 3 or more, she gets an extra crit. And of course, the Fairy Flower token will also count towards that count, which is very good. And you can bring that about by just soul blasting one and retiring 2 of your rears, and you get yourself a beautiful Asha's Flower Fairy token. I always forget if it's like Flower Fairy or Fairy Flower,
Because of course, like it's very some of the mechanics for Near Nectar in general usually fluctuate between either getting tokens that are 10Ks, 13Ks, 5K base with added power. There's a whole bunch of token generation. Oftentimes they have like multiple different names at times, so it can get a little wonky.
That's right. That's right. So we're gonna see the shuffle and the ordering here for Noah. So again, apologies for the technical issue. These are on our side, and just allow for production to adjust the situation with Noah's field of view here. All right. All right. All right. Well, we're going to see Noah here to shuffle through. Oh, and it seems that there's is going to be... All right, so we have received an update on this table, and as Noah, it turns out, is not the production side. It was on Noah's side that the camera was bugging out, and there was a out of bounds error 2 times mid game. So this is unfortunately a camera infraction game loss penalty being awarded to Noah. As we have, as many of you have seen in the rulings for BRO, you must have, stable internet connection. Make sure your camera has like a 720p, minimum resolution as well, to make sure that, the gameplay is smooth for you and your opponent. And, in order to protect our players from any kind of, while we trust our players to be, sportsmanlike and, just be able to play in the best possible manner, in order to protect everyone from, any kind of like potentially mischievous behavior. The rules are very strict with disconnects, with camera flickers, with cards going out of bounds, and so our judges are always on top of their game to make sure that no rules are broken.
So game loss to your internet provider, I'm sorry.
Yes, unfortunately, your internet provider is going to have to hold that game loss there. Make sure to call them up and ask them to provide you better internet for the next 8 hours, so you can play through the tournament with no issues. That is for sure. That is for sure.
Let's see, do we happen to have another one? We probably might actually have another game lined up for you guys in a moment, as you guys can hopefully stay patient. Did you happen to have a headcanon situation where you think that game might have been able to play out, though? What is sort of, because you're an Asha enthusiast, you'd like a lot of the Force decks, a lot of Force archetypes. It's not your main thing, but it's a lot of what you liked previously in G, with Asha especially. How do you think that matchup might have played out?
Thing is, like, with that strong start from Noah, I think that, like, if you... Like, the scary thing about the Flower Fairy token is that you get to, just threaten lethal from very early on if you get to push a little bit of crit. Especially if you go into Force 2, you get to threaten these 3 crit hits on 2 sides of your board already, and then the last Asha can swing into rear or something, or if you get crits on it too, that's even better. So having pushed RJ to 3 damage early, maybe even 4 damage there on the turn 2, which, like, again, Neonica has very strong turn 2, right? It has very strong turn 2, being able to generate tokens and just be able to, basically just push the opponent around like that is very, very strong. And so because of that, I think that honestly Noah was looking pretty strong. And of course, it's unfortunate that the penalty took place, but again, we have to protect the rules of the tournament here.
Of course, of course, of course. So let's see here. Did you happen to have an idea as to what a player could probably do in that given situation, the first initial turns when playing against that kind of matchup?
Against Astral Poets there?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think the one thing that is very important in this format, in the current V Premium meta, is a lot of the turn 2 rides in particular
Mm-hmm.
really need to be damage denied. You don't want to give your opponent an early Leah fall. You don't want to give your opponent an early, like, Columbard, things like that, right? And that was the
Mm-hmm.
same situation, right? Because the Arcturus being able to be used like that was actually very, very huge
Mm-hmm.
in just being able to, you know, counterblast one and get those resources right. Counterblast one, get that force marker. Like, you're giving up a lot of momentum by giving them that counterblast, but instead he chose to go for the aggression, which maybe he had to do, right? Because
Yeah,
of
of
the
course.
Asha deck, because of the way the Asha deck works. So
Mm-hmm.
maybe he had no choice, and he has to understand that in these matchups, he'll have to allow his opponents to get what they want instead of damage denying, which is a huge part of the general game plan for the current V Premium format.
Yeah, because of course you could play it outsmart, but there just sometimes your deck doesn't get as much bonuses as the decks that don't need to. Like because for him, he doesn't really need to deny the grade 2 of Asher turn because they're gonna get a free token anyway. So you just might as well just push pressure.
That's right. That is right. So we do have a backup table that we're going to be taking a look at here. And this will be a very interesting matchup between Cyril B and Grant C. And Cyril is playing a very interesting deck, which is Murakumo, but not just any Murakumo. It is the one and only Nura Hyoga, which is a new deck, but it's a new deck that I did not expect to see many players bring into this tournament, let's just say.
Because a lot of people did feel that it was one of the weaker archetypes of the whole collection series so far.
Yes.
And I would have to agree with that. But I do think in combination with something like what he's playing today, like Shiryuki, for example, it does feel a whole lot better because it does give you
Yes.
some more either aggressive turns or better defensive turns, which is really good for most archetypes.
Exactly. Exactly. On the other hand, of course, his opponent is bringing card for card my deck list for Gavriel. So that's very, very exciting. So Grant, taking Gavriel into the
Mhm.
tournament. I think it's a deck that we can all expect to see at the top tables here. And I can't wait to see it, show up here at the event in round 2 here as well. But of course, we have to
Mhm.
give our production just a little bit, in order to get set up for this next game.
So without any bias to it, I do like. I don't know what it is with ninjas. I kind of like ninjas a whole lot. So I'm hoping that I hope they do something. At the moment, right? He is playing a bit of a leaner list in comparison to others. He is running a lot more of the collection cards in his own list. There's also going to be angels in a bit that Chris is going to be able to gush completely over in a minute
Yes.
after post game.
My
We could talk
wife.
about
Yes.
post game. Holy moly, that is a hand and a half.
Ooh, so don't worry, guys, we'll show you the deck list later. There is Nura Hyoga in this. We see Grant is already on 5 damage. And we see that he has pushed himself with the Yophiel, as one of them is in the bind zone. Cyril is on 2 damage. We will have the damage feed here on the stream updated for you guys very, very soon. Just give our production side a quick moment. But we see here, this is a swing with the Gavriel, plus 10k. Oh, look at the power. Look at the power additions, right? We got the plus 10 to the front. You see the damage check that damage zone is dry. It's dry. It's nothing but normal units. Where are the yellow borders? We're trying to see crits here. None of them are showing up. And I think so far we've seen a Hamiel with 1 crit there with that yellow dice that we see, and 2 blank drive checks too. That is not what you want to be seeing. Cyril is going to go to 3.
Oh man. One thing, it is the Shiryuki into the damage there though. So that is a couple less. He could recycle them via the skill of Jasuko, but like they need to be in the drop zone though. So we'll see how he can get some extras here. His soul does look
Right.
kind of low though.
Oh, yes, it does. Okay, Hamiel swinging in here with the lethal damage. So of course this is what 22, 37 plus 8 puts it to 45 plus 5, only 50k power with that bonus 2 crit. So it still needs to be guarded, but is a lot more manageable than usual. Let's just say that's for sure.
Oh, looks like he is going to use it. He just has barely enough here. The Soul
Let's get
Blast
that
for it.
Hamiel popped up here to show you the power of this card. You'll be seeing it a lot today, so make sure you get accustomed with it. Of course, on the other side we have the Yafkiel as well, who only has a plus 3k, well, plus 12k buff, 13k buff rather, with the Gavriel buff as well. So it is a strong column, but it's not something you want to be swinging into the Vanguard by any means, because you want to just keep your opponent at low damage and try to finish them with a backup Hamiel next turn.
So by offering up basically all of his arms and his limbs and also a bit of his earlobe, he is able to protect himself against getting lethal here
That's
this
right.
turn.
That is right.
So that's minus 10 since it's on the Vanguard and Guardian Circle.
That's right. So they have to just, make sure to have the power additions right. Hamiel will go to Soul after the battle, and we still have this Yafkiel, which can attack. And we're going to see where it's going to go. I'm assuming it's going to go to the rear, because especially with how dry that damage check was, I'm feeling like the next turns will be extra critical in securing the win for Grand Tier.
But I wouldn't count Cyril out though right now, since he does still have a couple of rear guards on the board. If you're going to accrue some soul, he does have a flight sickle in hand on board. So he can filter out some cards, and his hand is still kind of chonky. So let's see what he does here.
Yep. So looks like it is going to rear, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that is going to be the case, and of course we are going to see the grade 1 Yofiel here first send herself to the drop zone and then allow Grant to choose any card from his damage zone and add it to hand, pushing himself down to 4 damage here. So while he was at 5, it was a kind of like a pseudo 5 damage, right? It was used by an effect, and so now he returns down to 4 again.
And he also does have a pretty healthy hand as well now too. Grant has, and now I think he does have a protect one. And
yes,
looks like he's gonna ride into.
Ooh, here we go. This is the Nurahyoga. So I think a lot of people might need a reminder on what this card does. So most importantly, whenever you drive check something, and if it's a normal unit with Stealthy in its name, you can call it to rear immediately and give it plus 10k. But if it is not, it goes straight to the drop zone immediately. So if you check triggers, because they're not normal units, they immediately get sent to the drop zone. You have to keep that in mind. But, he's calling down 2 perfect guards. Both of these perfect guards are stealth fiends indeed. So he splits his PGs between grade 1s and 0s. And on top of that, Nurahyoga also allows you to count -1, look at top 5, choose a stealth fiend among them to call it to rear. And if one's Vanguard is grade 3 or greater, Nurahyoga gets an extra drive for every 2 of your rear guards with Stealth Fiend in their different card names. So right now, you'll notice that he has Stealth Fiend Jakotsu Girl on the Axle 2. He has Stealth Fiend Fright Sickle on the Axle 2. And then he has the Stealth Fiend Lady Silhouetta on the right front row rear guard circle, and the 2 Stealth Fiend Perfect Guards. So right now, because it says 2 of your rear guards, he does miss out on potential 3rd extra drive check. And of course, the Shiriki is not a Stealth Fiend. She's Fantasy Petal Storm Shiriki, not Fantasy Stealth Fiend. As much of a great fantasy as that would be. So this is plus 2 drives. Plus 2 drives is pretty good, especially when the things you drive check will be called to rear guard circles. So you can spam those axle circles to make more attacks.
So now he is gonna attack first with Silhouetta. She does have a skill that if she does not hit, you can put this to the bottom of the deck and choose one of your opponent's rear guard to put to the bottom of the deck as well. So he could send a Jafkiel Even though I think the skill's already been resolved, but I mean, you could still get rid of an interceptor, which does force him to guard more out of his hand.
Right. He has plenty of attacks to do. And on top of that, the Fright Sickle also sends itself to the bottom of the deck and lets you draw a card potentially as well. But that will open up the front row rear guard circles for the Nura Hyoga to call things down to them.
Let's see who he's attacking with now. He does have the Gavriel currently right now has minus 5k. So it does require, more than 15k to guard for most of these attacks now. At least more than 10.
That is right. That is right. Okay, he's taking this, going to 5 here.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So Flight Sickle.
He's going to swing as well, opening up the rear guard circle for Nura Hyoga to call things down to. He will be guarded. This will go to the bottom of the deck. Just like that. And now, Nura Hyoga will swing with the 4 checks. What will it find, though? Will it find the normal Stealth Fiends? This looks like a last-ditch effort for Cyril. He needs to really put it all on this turn. He's betting it all here. Only 2 open front row circles, but he has 1 with the resting Jakotsu Girl that he can overcall if he does find 3 normal unit Stealth Fiends. Will he find them, though? This could, I will be shook. I will be shook if this is the turn that Cyril finds lethal on. But it is possible. It is possible. Grant's hand could just be a bunch of Gavriels and a Hamiel and the Protect marker, maybe a couple normal units, right? It's possible.
I mean, he does have quad drive to find it, so I mean, hey. We'll see.
Triggers are not a bad find either, right?
Mm-hmm.
Triggers are not a bad find either. Although, keep in mind, the Nura Hyoga itself has not gained any power. It is only swinging with 12 here. And so, because of that, it's, I want to say it's easy to guard, but you have to be careful that if they just flip 4 crits on you, it's pretty scary.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, putting himself to... That's an interesting 2 to pass. So he's not going to 27, but 32. So even without the 5k shield, that would have been 2 to pass regardless. So not sure why he committed the second card there, but let's see. Draw trigger comes through. That is a vital card added to the hand. Where will the power go to? I feel like it might as well go to Vanguard. Oh my god, we might be seeing it. We might be seeing it. Oh, Jakotsu Girl will be called out. That is a Stealth Fiend, plus 10k on top of that. Don't relax yet, Grant. There's still another check coming through. That's the draw trigger coming through, going to Vanguard. That will now hit. The greed will be punished. And another Stealth Fiend call for Nura Hyoga. Cyril dealing the 6 damage and takes the game over, Grant. With Nura Hyoga.
Some people say greed is good, but this is not standard and we're not playing greed on. Don't do that, kids. Guard. For PG. PG
Shinobu in the anime might not be the #1 representative of how to optimally play. As we saw in the last episode, his opponent had a PG and the Verena in hand. My man has 2 rearguard attacks left. He goes, greed on skill. Boom. Gets PG'd. Oh no. What have I done? Right.
Weird.
Right. As much as some of us might like Shinobu, there are things to take away, right? That aren't always the best lessons, but it's the critical analysis of the game that takes us there, right? But for Cyril, that's pretty crazy. He's 2-0 undefeated with Nura Hyoga / Shirayuki Murakumo right now, which I think is very exciting.
I really, really want to talk about his list, actually, because this is making me gush a little bit.
Yep, go for it. Let's see if we can get the deck list up here. All right. So here we go.
So we're prattle these off quickly as we possibly can, of course. So he's playing 4 copies of the Stealth Fiend Nura Hyoga, which is one of the main win conditions of the deck that helps him close out games, as we just saw. There is one of his defensive options, which is the Fantasy Petal Storm Shirayuki, which allows him to defend himself against bigger beaters, against really, really dangerous threats, because on Guardian Circle and on Rearguard Circle, you could reduce your opponent's power by 5 or 10, depending on where you place it. Then you do have the Stealth Fiend Morte Surveillant, which does, if this attack does not hit, you can, and if you have 3 more rear guards, you can choose up to 1 card with the same card name as one of those units and put it into your hand and shuffle your deck. So you could probably copy one of your PGs or copy any of your other units you probably might need. You're good. You got
Yep.
it.
Exactly.
And then he has a Stealth Fiend Hyakume Shadow, which is during the draft check, it reveals this card. You may call this card. It's 12k without any axle marker, but you just use it for the name. And he is running 4 copies of Sickle, couple copies of Silhouette, that is for the new collection card. Then he is also running the Josaku girl. She is also Stealth Fiend that synergizes really well with Shirayuki by giving you the extra soul you need, giving you some on-hit and non-on-hit pressure, which is really nice.
Yes.
Then also Midnight Crow as a one-off tech, which is interesting to me. You search your deck for 1 card with the same card name as your Vanguard, call it to Rearguard Circle. So I guess you can copy the Shirayuki and then also reduce your opponent's power by 15k instead of just 10 if you have enough
Lots of Soul
for
Blast though, because you Soul Blast 2 for Shirayuki every time, and then the Midnight Crow also costs a Soul Blast on top of the Counter Blast. So quite a lot of resources you're putting into that thing.
Exactly. And I mean, of the known suspects here is just the grade 3 searchers, the Stealth Fiend, Rainy to search for more Shiriki targets, the 2 PGs that we did see that did end up giving him the extra names that he needed to for the draft checks. And then the trigger lineup is 2 collection heals, one regular heal apiece. Oh, it's a Stealth Fiend. That is actually both of the heal triggers are Stealth Fiend each.
But keep in mind that in order to superior call, it has to be a Stealth Fiend normal unit. However, for the bonus drives, you just have to have any Stealth Fiend rearguard. So you can actually call down the triggers that have Stealth Fiend in their names.
So this deck is actually Gasoline. He does run a higher draw count than normal, since he cannot keep the cards that he gains from his drive checks in his hand, so he can't really keep anything outside of drawing them from draw effects. So he does play a higher draw count than most.
That's right. Of course, that was Cyriel's very spicy deck. Very, very spicy. But let's take a look as well at his opponent's Grant's Gavriel list. And I'm just going to say it. If anyone wants to net deck me, if you run into me on the NA side of the tournament, this is the exact deck I'm running. So, no, this is just the tried and tested Gavriel. You still want to run the Gavriel core, 4 of the Gavriel, 4 of the Hamiel, 4 of the Yafkiel, 4 of the Salafiel. If those are just must-haves, grade 3 searchers are even better than before. The Nakir here, not only does it search for Gavriel, not only does it search for the Hamiel, but your opponent doesn't give you any damage for your Gavriel turn. Let me search out my Heal Guardian, call it down, put myself to 1, use Gavriel's skill, put myself to 2, and then use the brand new card, the Yofiel, put myself to 3. And then I can use something like, again, one of the Gavriel package cards, Zophiel, to take that face-down damage into my hand, and boom, I have 3 face-up cards from 0 to use Hamiel's skill on my first grade 3 turn, even if you try to deny me. So it requires a lot of pieces and a lot of setup, and of course, that is something you gotta draw into or be able to search through your grade 3 searchers and all of the rescue effects, but it's still a very powerful card combination that allows you to use Hamiel very, very consistently. So yeah, big crits, as Grant calls it, is very accurate for this deck. So those were the 2 players we just had a look at. I think that round 2 is now wrapping up as well, as most players are concluding their rounds. So we'll come back to us here for a little bit, just to kind of, conclude on what we've seen so far in round 2. Definitely some exciting games, exciting decks. There's a Bang Dream that was undefeated as well in the top tables. So maybe we'll see that if it is still undefeated going into round 3, which is very exciting. But JJ, how are you feeling after the first 2 rounds so far?
People are out here with spice. I thought that was only something you'd see in the US side, but woo! Over here looks like we got some spicy lists as well. Most of them are coming from the ninjas. I guess the unseen blade is the deadliest, I guess. So, who knows? Who knows? We might see a bit more people in top tables. I hope they still keep their run going. Because, of course, I love the established list. Established lists are always good. They're good, tried and tested. But I love innovation. I love when people are coming up with really crazy and interesting lists and knocking us off our feet, just like these last couple of matches.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I definitely agree with you as well. But so now we're going to take a quick break before we go to round three. We're going to say goodbye to JJ for just a little bit. Oh, this direction. This direction. As we're going to have Ben Zistrel join us for the next two rounds. But don't worry, he'll be back for rounds 4 and onwards. And so, or rounds 5 and onwards, rather. But yeah, so JJ, thank you for coming on. Enjoy your break. And we're also going to take you guys to a short break. So enjoy the midstream footage. And we'll be back with round 3 very soon.
Yo, my name is Cameron Stewart. I topped the V Premium in the AO region, and I was using my main deck, which is Night Rose. I mean, it was dope. It's super dope, super cool though. You know, I'm an online player, so I typically love playing in other regions, so it's nothing really unfamiliar to me, but super dope. So back then, you know, I've been at my card shop, which is Super Games. I also played in Visions tournaments. I think that was the really big one to me because I got to pretty much fight the meta like constantly. So I have like a server called Elemental Spectacles. It's like a team work with each other to improve our skills and everything like that. Test. So yeah, definitely those guys over there. Yeah, I participated in regionals before. It started V Premium. I'm from Atlanta, so I always go down to the Atlanta regionals they have over there. It was pretty nice. Definitely, you know, I loved getting the free promos and everything. You know, being with all those people. Definitely, you know, when you win or whatever, you lose, you always go back to your friend group that you with, and you talk about how everything went. I mean, it was pretty smooth. You know, I definitely like being in the comfort of my own home. You know, after the match, I could, you know, take a deep breath or something. You know, my opponent, you know, you don't really get to see, you know, your facial expressions or not. So, you know, if they hit the trigger or whatever, or you do like a 2 to pass, or, you know, like just to see if you're competent or not. You know, you don't really get to know that. But other than that, it was very smooth. You know, my team chat I was telling them about earlier, like I just always go in there and let them know, hey, what happened, what's up. It's kind of like, you know, how I do with my friend group, but this would be with my online group. You know, I let them know the results, how everything went, how the match went. You know, they give me the encouragement, and you know, I would do vice versa. And it was just, that's kind of how it was. Yeah, so you know, I like to go by 3 little tips. The first one, you know, make a winning image. You know, figure out like what the strongest thing you can do, the strongest push, finish, or whatever. That's what I say about winning image. 2, you make it as consistent as possible. Make sure that you can get it consistently and quickly. And 3, the last one, which is pretty much the toughest one, but you want to make sure you can pull it off before your opponent pulls theirs off, or if it's in the case where it's the same thing over and over again, you want to make sure that it's a balance all around. You don't want to have, for example, let's say a bashing turn. You don't want to persona ride, put everything you have into that one turn, and then your next turns be 15k, you know, 25k. You want to keep the gas on, and you know, practice. Make sure you practice a lot with your deck. You know, a lot of people like the net deck stuff before the tournament. There's nothing wrong, you know, with that, but you know, you won't know like I said, the 3 things: the win con, the consistency. You really won't know that in the build. Like, for example, like let's say someone took your list, right? DF, they didn't watch your video, they just took the list. Somebody put in the video, yo, DF dropped his Daikaiser, they took it. And then they go and force 1, riding Daikaiser, you know, like stuff like that. And then like, oh man, DP ain't it, bro. You don't even know all the stuff that went into the list. And then, so stuff like that, you know, you gotta just really, you know, make sure, you know, practice playing for it. Make sure, you know, grind it out. The more you practice, you know, you'll run into different matchups if you try to get it last minute. Just because, you know, somebody said it was good, you know, practice with it, you might run into something. Be like, well, I didn't know this was a counter. I didn't know this or that about the deck. I didn't know if I had to keep him at 3 damage or whatnot, you know. So, you know, my best advice, you know, would help me was getting a friend group, you know, having somebody I could talk to, you know, vent to, discuss things with. You know, if you don't have that, I really would just, you know, like maybe go tell your parents or something. You know, tell somebody, hey, like, yo, I'm doing this event and I'm doing well, you know, because that encouragement from another person which is just so much, you know. Being able to vent and get stuff off your chest to another person just does wonders, you know. It's not built up inside. So that's how I definitely would say, you know, getting advice, you know. Hopefully you find a group, you know, find somebody, you know. You have chords, there's a lot of YouTubers that have chords, you know. Get into the chords, be active, find somebody you can connect with, and just, you know, be like battle buddies, and you know, you can do all that stuff with. That's my advice. Yeah, get that champion mindset, man. Get that champion mindset and go do champion things.
Welcome to the Bushiroad Rumble Online 2021. Today's tournament will be played in the V Premium format, and we can't wait to get started and see all the exciting plays and unique deck ideas that the players will be bringing. Before we jump into it, let's brush up on what makes the V Premium format unique and what you can expect to see today. In V Premium, players use cards that contain this V logo found in the bottom left corner of the card. These cards were first released in VBT01 in 2018 and continue to be printed to this day through shop tournament promotional cards as well as the Clan Collection booster sets. The format is supported twice per year with these booster sets, giving something new and exciting for all 24 clans. Before we get into the action of today's tournament, let's talk about some of the unique gameplay aspects of this format. First things first, decks are composed of 50 cards, and unlike the other formats, there is no G-Zone nor Ride deck present in this format. Instead, the unique factor is imaginary gifts, which are a type of marker that a player acquires when they ride a grade 3 with the imaginary gift symbol. The imaginary gifts are split into 3 types: Force, Protect, and Accel. Each of the 24 different clans are placed into one of the 3 gift types, which complement their clan's general playstyle. Furthermore, each gift type branches into 2, such as Force 1 and Force 2. However, keep in mind that once you have chosen either Force 1 or Force 2 upon riding your grade 3 for the first time, you cannot select the other gift type for the rest of that game. Let's give you a quick explanation of what each type of gift stands for. The Force gift represents a mid-range playstyle belonging to clans such as Royal Paladin, Dimension Police, Link Joker, and others. Force 1 is a marker that is placed on a rearguard or vanguard circle, and any rearguard or vanguard in that circle will gain plus 10,000 power during your turn. You can also place multiple Force 1 markers in the same circle, giving one unit plus 20,000 or more at a time. The Force 2 marker trades the power gain for changing the base critical of a unit above it to 2. This, however, cannot be stacked, as even if you apply 2 Force 2 markers to a single circle, they will both just change the unit's critical to 2 and not increase it beyond that. Whether it's critical pressure or greater attack power, decide which Force type fits your playstyle best and claim victory. The Protect gift represents a defensive playstyle, belonging to clans such as Angel Feather, Oracle Think Tank, Grand Blue, and others. Protect 1 is a unique gift marker that does not occupy any space on your field, but is rather kept in hand, as its effect is that of a Perfect Guard Sentinel. However, unlike Perfect Guards, a Protect marker is returned to the imaginary gift pile rather than the drop zone. The Protect 2 works akin to Force 1, where it places itself on a rearguard circle after being acquired and provides plus 5,000 power to the unit above, as well as giving it an additional 10,000 shield when intercepting. Whether it be Perfect Guards in hand or acquiring both power and defense, choose your Protect gift carefully to defeat your opponent. The Accel gift represents an aggressive playstyle belonging to clans such as Nova Grappler, Gold Paladin, Pale Moon, and others. Accel 1 is a gift marker which takes its place on the field in a unique way, creating an additional front row rearguard circle, thus enabling more potential attacks than the other gift types. In addition, the unit on top of the additional rearguard circle will gain plus 10,000 power, thus being able to pack a punch despite not being able to be boosted. Accel 2 trades some of the power by decreasing the gain from 10,000 to 5,000, but instead it allows the player to draw one extra card when the gift marker is acquired. With this, the player is able to replenish their hand while filling their Accel circles. Not only that, Accel clans are the only ones in the V Premium format that have access to front triggers, primarily due to being able to buff their front row, including the units that occupy the Accel markers. In addition to the imaginary gift markers, there are a few other game elements in this format. One such mechanic is the Quick Shield ticket, which is acquired by a player when they ride over their first Vanguard when going second, and it can function as a 5,000 shield that can protect you from small pokes, or simply be discarded for effect costs. And finally, the latest addition to V Premium in the V Clan Collection Plus Volume 1 and 2, Heal Guardians. Heal Guardians are a unique type of heal trigger, which are grade 3. Instead of the usual 20,000 shield, Heal Guardians have 15,000 shield and 10,000 power, but come with a unique pair of abilities shared by all clans. When placed on the Guardian circle from hand, if you haven't ridden a grade 3 or greater Vanguard yet during that fight, you can choose and use one of the following effects. either giving your Vanguard an additional plus 10,000 power for the entire turn, or choosing an opponent's unit and give it -2 critical for that battle. Whether you need an additional power buff to survive your opponent's powerful early rush of attacks, or you need to reduce the critical of your opponent's high damage unit, this effect will aid you in fighting various decks across the board. On top of that, when a Heal Guardian is placed on a rearguard circle from hand, if you do not have any cards in your damage zone, you can put the top card of your deck into the damage zone face up. This gives you the ability to use some card abilities even if your opponent refuses to attack and give you the damage to use them. And that wraps it up for this brief explanation of the V Premium format. Let's wish all the players participating today the best of luck, and we hope that all of you watching at home enjoy the show.
Hey, hello Julius.
Hi Fiona. Okay, first of all, good morning and
morning.
thank you so much for. Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, so I can see you're very excited to start, eating the pastries and stuff.
They look very delicious.
Yeah,
So-
but that will have to wait because
Okay, yeah.
first of all, I want to thank you for joining me here on this Coffee with Bushiroad series. Yeah, so as I think you understand, this series is just to highlight some of the insights into what Bushiroad staff actually do, to bring the game to the players. Yeah, and you do events, and I'm sure a lot of our audience and our players have seen you around events as well. Not just in Singapore, but in maybe Cardiff, France, or wherever you have been to, because you go around the world to organize events and plan tournaments for everyone.
Yeah.
So thank you so much for that. And you have been with us since August last year.
Yeah.
So I think you are with
1
us
year
about,
plus, yeah.
about 1 year now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So thank you for joining us. Yep.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah. Okay, so as you can see, I have prepared some snacks and coffee and tea for us. So would you like coffee or would you like some tea?
Some tea, please.
Okay, tea. Well, good news. I have a few different blends. This
what's
is English breakfast. Yeah. And then
Too strong.
too strong. Yeah, I like English breakfast. I like strong blends.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And this is some kind of fruits infusion.
Yes,
Yeah.
this.
Yeah, and you can. You're not even listen to the.
No.
This is the one.
This is the one.
Yeah, you can even see like some real berries and.
Yeah, it's a very nice sweet smell.
Yeah, it's very fruity. So this is what you want?
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
cool.
please.
All right. But just for the record, the other one is Earl Grey.
No, it's okay. I'll stick to my choice.
All right. Okay, I'm gonna prepare the tea. What made you, interested in joining Bushiroad as like an event planner?
Oh, wow. I guess, first of all, I like attending events. And I guess I also played like Bushiroad games before I joined Bushiroad.
Oh.
Yeah, so I started with Vanguard. And
Okay.
I think I've been playing for about three years now. Yeah, 3 years. So, I mean, that's how I knew about Bushiroad. And then I just thought like, I just graduated. I'm looking for a job, but I don't really want to kind of find a normal 9 to 5 job. I kind of just want to try something new. I mean, because I'm still young, right? I'm still young.
We're all young here. We're all young.
Yeah, so I thought like, maybe let me try events. It's something that requires like a lot of like patience, and then you need to like be on the ball most of the time because you have to like solve all the problems as they come. And I guess that's why I was like up for a challenge, and I decided to just try it.
Okay, cool. So
let's.
So some snacks for you. You
Sure.
can help yourself.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah, I think this one is yam. There's yam filling inside. Yeah, and these are scones with some nuts. Yeah, and then this is the red bean pastry.
Oh, what about this?
This one is also similar to a scone, like it has nuts inside. Yeah.
I'll go for the red bean.
Okay, yeah, it's nice. I wanted that.
Too bad.
Okay, so when you're planning events, especially in Singapore, do you see like your friends around as well? Like, do they?
Yeah.
Because I mean, I'm sure you have some Vanguard friends.
Oh yes.
So you still see them during the event as well.
Yeah, I see them at the events, and it's actually very interesting because how the tables have turned. Like I used to be an event goer, and then now I'm the one organizing. So I think it is quite interesting to see both sides of like the event, like the back end and as a attendee. And what makes me like feel satisfied, right, is when the players kind of enjoy the event, and then especially my friends. Like I also want my friends to enjoy the event. So
okay. Has there been anything interesting that happened between you and now that you're planning Bushiroad events and any of your friends that attended the event? Like, or do they ask you like, hey, give me some tips or that kind of stuff, or like close one eye or anything like that?
Oh, I mean they do sometimes, but it's more of like a joke. So
can I have an extra play, man?
That's like no. Then win. Win yourself a playmat, that kind of thing.
Yeah, if you want to have the top 4 playmat, be in the top 4.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to BRO 2021 for the V Premium EU stage. We're currently going to be going into round 3, and with us we have Ben here as well. How are you feeling, buddy?
Pretty good. It's been an exciting first few rounds. Nice, good starts of the day. Looking forward to how things progress from here on out.
Absolutely. It's been a very exciting start. Very, very exciting. Lots of cool decks, lots of cool players so far that we've been able to feature as well. And we have some exciting games to take a look at still in this and next round too. But we also have a nice little distribution table for you guys as well. For those of you curious, what are the turnouts looking like? We don't even know this ourselves, right? This will be a surprise to you as much as it is for me. And so here we go. Bermuda Triangle. Surprise to no one, is, a very popular deck, has multiple builds that take up that slice of the pie chart, but it's actually not as big as I expected. Angel Feather taking up 13% here as well, majority of which will probably be Gavriel, including some Malkuth Melek most likely as well. And then, of course, we have Shadow Paladin at 23, mix of Luard and Revengers, Gold Paladin, 9 rounded up percent, with most likely Spectral Duke. Maybe some people playing Prominence Core. I would love to feature that myself. That's a deck that I personally enjoy playing. And then we see a lot of other decks share the lower slices, but Gear Chronicle and Grand Blue are both still fairly high.
Yeah, that's kind of really no surprise, right? We said at the start of the day, things like Prism, Luard, Gavriel, going to take up a big portion of the metagame, which we can see right here, a third each. I'm quite curious to see the split of Bermuda Triangle as well, who are Prism, who are Melody, and so on and so forth. Shadow Paladin, I'm surprised, I was meant to be a little bit higher than Angel Feather, but perhaps maybe people are getting their clan collection pieces in and realizing, wow, no, Gavriel with these extra grade 1, grade 2s really pushes it over the edge is what it needs. Gold Paladin, again, we say Duke, but there's the Agravane build. Some people are still clinging onto the Gurgit build. So there's a lot of variety there as well. And something we were discussing, I think, in one of the Discords I'm in a few days ago, is that at its core, Gold Paladin has a bunch of really good cards, like Percival, really good card. Brennius, really good card. Josephus, just flat out these really good cards. So you can kind of just mash stuff together, and it probably gets you there. That's nice to see. A few of the lower downs as well. These are clans that I wouldn't have expected to see at all, but are still coming out strong. Things like Royal Paladin making a small appearance, Neo Nectar, and Murakuma. We had them on stream earlier. Murakuma being piloted by Cyril, who's well known in Europe as being quite a good technical player. Really showing his chops there. Grand Blue Gear Chronicle are those. They've always been like tier 1.5. You've always been respected them. They don't have sort of like the big swings that they had, say, last year, but they are decks that exist and that people do respect. And so, it's no surprise to see them trailing behind, in healthy numbers. And something I think, one thing I want to draw particular attention to is the numbers themselves. Something we saw in Premium is that the distribution wasn't as lopsided as we expected, because you have things like clan loyalist lists in Europe. You have, people are trying to rogue the meta, and there's a very similar situation here. Sure, there's twice as many Bermuda as there is Gold Paladin, but once you get past the big 3, the big 4, the gap between 4th and 5th down to 6th and 7th really starts to shrink.
Yes, absolutely. A lot of decks have a lot of really strong potential in the current format. And while there are, the top end decks that a lot of people expect, there is a lot of stuff that is in that rogue tier. I don't even want to say rogue tier, to be honest. They're just amazing decks that can definitely if you're bringing something like Prisms or Gavriel with very little practice against someone that's playing Messiahs, who's been putting in a month of daily practice against everything in the meta, I think we all know which player has the advantage there because simply due to that level of preparation and knowing not just the deck but all the matchups inside out as well. So I'm very excited to see as well what we're going to see in this next round. So that has been the representation chart, but of course we all want to see the games. We want to see the next round get in here as well. And so let's take a look at what kind of decks the players are going to be bringing, because I think we have some pretty exciting lists to take a look at. Starting off here with Tushvin Tulga's Messiah deck. So we talked about this before the stream started, and of course, the greatest addition to Messiahs right now in V Premium is the one and only Lagran Yard. Ben, I think you want to talk about this more than me.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, I was saying at the very beginning of the stream, we have those Messiah builds that are leaning into the Burst Monk combo, which you see right here. He's playing 4 of the Burst Monk. He's still playing Clear Frame despite having Lagrange Yard because he wants that critical mass of grade 3s to restand the alter ego. For those of you counting at home, it is an 8 attack combo if you manage to get the Vanguard restored. You know, double rear, Vanguard, unlock, double rear, Vanguard, unlock, double rear. Really, really powerful stuff going on there. And as always, the game plan has always been to get that early, consistent Volko on the board. What's interesting is that because he has the harmonics to build his board, he doesn't have to rely as much on the Van Marnen to build advantage, and he can trim Manipulator of the Void down to 3 copies instead of the 4 like we're used to. The trigger lineup is still 4 crit, 8 draw, 4 crit as you expect it to. The Heal Guardian doesn't really add much because one of the big strengths of Messiah is that it's a very non-counterblast intensive deck. All of your resource is in the soul, pulling out stuff from the drop zone as lock. So having that early damage doesn't make a big difference, but what does make a difference is having that shield value. Especially what's important is your optimal grade 2 ride is the gas draw to put down that Volko. If you can get the double Volko on turn 2, you're laughing. And Volko himself is 30k base, so he doesn't need defending. So your opponent's probably going to whack into the Volko and do whatever, which is why you need to defend your Vanguard and stay on that low damage against things like Luard with the crit pressure, Gavrel with the crit pressure, Prism with the multi-attacks. That way you can afford to no-guard the later turns while still bashing them with your Volko.
Exactly, and I think the deck is really, really strong. How do you feel about only 2 Lady Fencers, though?
I think if you're leaning into the Burst Monk line, it's totally fine. At the end of the day, Fence is just for when you don't have Volko in this build. Because realistically, you want to get value out of Burst Monk by having him in the front row, that way he turns into, say, a 20k attacker when he unlocks. It does mean you lose 1 attack if you don't put him in the back row, but then putting him in the front row means you don't lose tempo, which is also very important in the current format where the game is quote-unquote make or break on turn 3.
Yes, that's a great point. That's a great point. I can't wait to see how Tushvin Tulga will be playing here with this Messiah deck that he named Volkswagen, which is it's a great name for the deck list as well. But of course, he is not the only one playing in this round 3 feature match, as we will have Jan, who is going to be representing a completely different nation here. Different deck, different clan, different archetype, different form of dragon. As of course it is everyone's favorite Dragonic Overlord, the Cross. So you may be looking at this and see, the deck is largely unchanged from the previous format, just with the inclusion of the Heal Guardians. But really going in with that 12 crit, which of course does give up the PG slot because you're not a Protect deck. Decks like things like the Daihozan or Gavriel, they can play 12 crit because they still get PGs from Protect 1s. As a Force deck, you don't. So that is a trade-off that you are willing to take for this super aggressive deck. But of course, the Cross being able to inherit the end and have all those restands in 1 turn is so, so powerful on top of the Guard Restrict that you get from the Wyvern Strike deck art.
Yeah, it's like we've transported back to August meta, VBT08, because that's when these 2 decks, Messiah and Overlord, were the top dogs of the format. And what I really like about this particular matchup is that we're seeing how these 2 decks that used to just be ride grade 3, multi-attack your opponent with Force 2 into Oblivion, have evolved to keep up with the metagame of Vanquisher, Gavrel, Gurguit, Luard, Melody, and so on and so forth. One tech example I want to bring up here for Jan's deck is he's playing Dragonic Burnout, just so he can have that extra piece of retire, just that he can really wipe the board as much as he can and go into it. And as you say, by giving up that early pressure, to giving up the late game defensive for the early pressure with the crit, that may be what you need against the Gavrel decks.
Exactly. But it's time to take a look at how this match is gonna go down. Overlord versus Messiahs. I'm very excited to see how this is gonna pace out. So we're gonna see Yan with that beautiful Overlord presentation. Hey, we're seeing the same sneak preview, Matt. It's the same blockade Matt from BT11 here again versus Tuvshin Tulga, who of course has all of that beautiful Messiah drip. Look at that.
He's definitely earned my respect as a fellow Link Joker fanatics. I'll give him that for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. So looks like Tuvshin Tulga is going first and opening.
Does he have the Volko? Does he have the Volko?
Show us the Volko. Show us the Volko. Does he have it? He does! Let's go! That's the dream opening for the Messiah deck. Calls it down to the back row as you cannot attack with it. Gotta wait for the end of turn to unlock it. Ooh, okay.
White Dwarf coming as well. So, as great as seeing a turn 1 Volko is for Messiah, the one issue here is that we're playing against Kagero, who, as we know, has a lot of spot retire, meaning that Volko is... I would be surprised if that Volko makes it to a Force 2 marker.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But the good thing is once you write Alter Ego, you can at least revive it and then use your remaining Lagrin yards. And, you know, he still plays 3 clear frames. We didn't talk about that as much. To make sure that you can also, you know, not only, like, have this early Volko on board, but you can also bring it back consistently because it's now in the drop, so you don't have to, like, guard with it or, like, call it as locked from a card effect outside of the Lagrin yard.
Yeah, exactly. One thing I did mention is that back during the VBT 08 meta, people were playing 4 clear frame just for this specific matchup because Kagero was the best deck in the format at the time, and we see that, you know, eventually got phased out for Lagrange Yard, but now that Tuvshin Tulga's brought the clear frames back in, this is the best matchup that he could have asked for those clear frames.
Yeah, exactly. You love to see it. And so it looks like Yan is just gonna ride up into the Heat Shot Dragon here. He gets to cycle a card, but that's about it. Because gets a blank check as well. First damage going down to Tuvshin Tulga. It is another Volko, but that also means that is a Volko Go that he can just heal out and have a second one in the drop zone ready for action. And
yeah,
I want to see if he promotes anything. Yeah, he is. This is really nice because he can swing with a 30k Volko Goat here and then be able to lock it for the plus 10 to anything, which can either go to the Vanguard or to the Lady Battler. And even if it doesn't go to the Lady Battler, she will gain a plus 5k from there being a locked card on his field now.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't quite play around a defensive trigger, but it's still a really strong offensive aggro. And it's kind of what you want, right? Because Kagero doesn't scale with Counterblast compared to most of the other decks in the format. So, for example, you know, an Overlord riding to grade 3 on 2 damage versus an Overlord riding to grade 3 on 4 damage, there's not really much of a difference. So you kind of want to abuse the fact that knowing that Overlord's going to play that critical high ratio of crit triggers, they're not going to have as much defensive options, so they're just going to take whatever punishment you throw at them.
Exactly. We see the cross go to the damage zone here. Where's this plus 10 going? It is going to the Lady Battler. But now will you swing with... Ooh, swinging with her first here. So this is basically going with a 23. These super high attacks. Vanguard's going to be very low here with just a 10 in that case. So
yeah, I
do
think
like
it's totally
that,
fine. Like, you know, part of me wanted to go Vanguard first. That way,
Yes.
it's still, if he gets defensive here, the Vanguard wouldn't have hit without a trigger. And then you can also put the trigger on your 23k fence Lady Battler. But this is still pretty good. You know, he still forces the card out of hand from Yan. He gets the draw trigger, which is lovely. Something I just noticed that Yan's drop zone was empty, so he actually didn't use heat shots on ride.
Oh, that's right.
Tells me that his hand is probably pretty stacked. So despite damaging a very important burnout, and despite damaging the very important the cross, Yan seems to be pretty stacked. You know, he must have like his Decat in hand. He must have another heat shot for the booster on the Vanguard circle.
The cross, of course, itself must be in there as well at this point. He's going to ride the Igni Road, which will not find him the cross from the top 7, unfortunately. Again, kind of hinting at the fact that maybe he already has them in hand.
Yep.
All right, so offering up the cut here for the deck. Tuvshin Tulga has been off to a really good start, though.
Yeah, and the really interesting thing is, like we said before, Messiah doesn't really care about damage. Like, sure, he's playing the Burst Monk, which needs a counterblast to restand itself, but he already has that. So, and the incredible thing is we saw him add the alter ego with the Lady Battler. So what he can even do next time, if he's feeling really lucky, he can ride the alter ego, soul blast this Burst Monk, bring it back with alter ego, and go for it straight away with that one counter blast.
That's true. That is actually true. He also has access to the Lagrangiard in his soul as well. Another top 7 search by Jan. This time he finds the cross. So at least now he has his copy secured. We again do not know if it is in hand or not just yet. So just in case it wasn't, that is the right target secured.
Yeah. The other thing I like a lot about pushing forward the Lady Battler is that it's not the same as, say, putting a Fencer in the front row or a Gastro in the front row. It's a card that Tushin Tolga doesn't really care about. So if Jan's going to try and like play this advantage engine and attack the Lady Battler, you're not doing anything with it. He doesn't care. You might as well just swing Vanguard. It's all the same thing at that point.
Exactly. Oh, so we see here Jan thinned out the cross. I believe he found it from the top 5 and then just discarded it immediately. Maybe that's what he has got right now in his hand.
Mm-hmm. It definitely is totally fine. He still has the turret cannon to always put it back if he runs out of them. Of course, he is playing 4, and the cross searches for them through the deck anyway, so he's not really under pressure here. The thing with Overlord as a deck is that it actually doesn't do anything until it rides grade 3, but then when it rides grade 3, the world gets turned upside down. Whereas with Lagrangiard, with Gastro, Messiah doesn't have that drop a nuke on your head, but it does a lot more the rest of the time.
Exactly. Okay, well, looks like he is going to call something in front of the lava flow there. Wow, he's putting down a lot of stuff for this early game. Committing the turret cannon?
Oh, okay. He's calling it all down because he's not on the cross. Turret cannon needs to have you to have 4 or less hand. So he's just dropping his hand now. He's popping the Lady Battler, not the Volker. That's really interesting.
He can't pop it. It can only target grade 2 or lower.
Yes. So that's why he's playing the Burnout.
All right.
Which unfortunately, the Burnout is a one-off, and we see it already in the damage. So he gets the ammo there just to recoup the plus. Maybe he's digging something else. Maybe he's digging for another piece of retire.
What is he digging for? That's what I'm curious about, because he's been very aggressively searching, filtering. We might see a heal guard come out here for Tushin Tulga, and looks like it is indeed the heal guard coming down here, which will give a plus 10,000 power for the turn to this Burst Monk.
Yep, so that makes Jan's Vanguard now a 1 to pass, which he doesn't hit.
Excellent. And finally,
the
this coming in with 23.
So it's just a 5k shield. And this is what I'm saying about Volko's a 30k body. It's just super hard to get rid of because you basically can't attack into it.
Yep. Or if you are, you're giving up a precious attack that could have gone somewhere else. Lady Fencer will go down as a guard here. All right, that might be a revive target with the alter ego effect.
Yep, I really like that as well because he didn't have Gastro on turn 2, so there's no double Volko shenanigans going on. So at this point, he can either go for the Fencer just to get the extra attack in, or he can try and go for the Burst Lung and just get that greedy, plus, maybe attempt to restand. Manipulate coming in as a booster, which I do like. Especially if you're using Volko a lot, then your Vanguard comes in the smallest. Burst Monk to the back. Ooh. So like we said, he's giving up that tempo. He's giving up those numbers. So Fencer's going to have some questionable numbers, especially if Jan hits a defensive. But if he gets lucky, then this is going to be that 7 attack turn, because the Fencer's already locked. But that's it's going to be that huge combo straight away.
Unless there's a clear frame in hand, in which case that would allow him to attack with the Lady Fencer as well. Doesn't look like there is, though. Attacking with the Volko Goad.
Right, 30k with a crit.
30k force 2. Asking for 25k shield here right off the bat, and this power will go to the Vanguard, and he has a manipulator behind, which means he could call something like, virtually anything from hand as a locked card, maybe a second Volko if he drive checks into it, with that effect too. 2 damage coming down, Airmo into the lava flow.
That's exactly what you want to be seeing. So the problem for Jan here is that the Heal Guardian to give 10k to your Vanguard would have been enough, but then like we said at the beginning, you're unlocking the board, they're getting a ton of power. That Volko is now 40, that Fence is now 25, maybe plus 10 if he gives it the Volko power to it. That plus 10k to your Vanguard just didn't, will not matter in the later attacks either.
Reveal is a grade 3, he gets it!
He gets the restand!
He gets the alter ego reset. I think he's even shaking in disbelief himself discarding the Alter Ego and the Volko Go to restand the Alter Ego. The attack will still go through here, but of course, this will allow him to still swing with the Lady Fencer and the Volko Goad, and then still attack with the Alter Ego and unlock one more time for more attacks. He is going to be able to get that 7 attack combo here. This attack is only 1 crit though, so maybe this is a time to take. But it's as you said, the heal guard needs to be saved for that Volko. -2 crit on that. Make sure to protect yourself. Otherwise, you're in big trouble.
The big issue here is that it's 2 drives both times. There's the crit coming through. That's lethal.
That's already lethal. If he checks another one, it's extra lethal.
Yep.
For Tufshin Tulga, it is his day today. It's going to be 2 damage. Do we see a heal trigger on Jan's side? We do see a heal. He's going to go down to 4 damage still and survive. Going up to 5 though with that next damage check. The plus 10k will be very vital here as well. Does he hit a second defensive? He does not. But now he is on 5 damage, ladies and gentlemen. This is getting exciting. This is getting very exciting all of a sudden, of course. He gets to use the Manipulator to lock another card from hand and draw. Now this Volko swinging in with 40k power. Heal Guardian will be vital here to -2 crit on this attack and allow it to not deal any damage.
The issue with the Heal Guardian is that even if he gives it -2 crit, the Volko will lock itself, and then when it unlocks, it's treated as a new card, so that -2 crit will go away afterwards. So he has to do it twice, realistically.
Yep, and the -2 crit effect is for that battle anyway, so he'd have to have it twice no matter what. But he's going to guard it. He is currently at 20, right? So this puts him to 35, and this is a 40. So this, he goes to 45. So that is
enough. But now the paddle will probably go to the Fencer, which is now going to be 35.
He's on 20. That's a 20k guard.
It's such a good number to hit. And plus, he doesn't need to give the 10k to the Vanguard anymore because he had the trigger power and he had the 10k from the first Volko. So it's good. Like, his Vanguard restood at 33k, still with the 2 drives on top. So all of these attacks, he just has to guard or pray for another heal at this point.
All right, so right now it's at 30. Still missing 10k is going to be the double intercept or 10k shield from hand. Which will he choose? Double intercept or 1 intercept and a 5k? It's going to be another Torah Cannon.
Yeah. Since as we established, it can't retire Volko, so it doesn't really serve much purpose. Whereas the Igni Road, if he does survive somehow, it's going to be his biggest attacker on the rearguard. So that's why I totally respect him prioritizing that.
All right, bonus.
The Lady Fencer as well as the booster, so that when he attacks with the Volko, 10k to the Fencer, that White Dwarf is going to get the 5k from its own skill because there's a face down card. That's going to be an absolutely huge column.
Oh my god, this game is crazy. You know, I think for Tufshin Tulga, this is, you know, being a Messiah main was the right choice today. Another critical trigger is checked. This is beyond lethal. Jan is taking 3 damage here, and none of it is going to be a heal trigger. As with that, Tufshin Tulga will take the game over Jan in a very dominating fashion.
Yeah. Like, as a Link Joker player, that's exactly what you want to be seeing. You want to be seeing crits on your Vanguard swings, because your Volko already has the Force 2 marker. You want to see the early Volko. Like, restanding with the Burst Mark is just icing on the cake. It was pretty much the perfect game he could have asked for.
Yes, that was perfect for him. Like, for, you know, I play Messiahs as well. I'm a huge fan of the deck. And, you know, being able to see the grade 3 be found from the top, like, in all the games I've played recently, haven't done it once. It really, I think he's gonna have to cherish that moment, because let's be real, it's probably not gonna happen many more times throughout this tournament run. But he needs to take this, you know, this with stride. You know, he's currently 3-0 with Messiahs. If he can win the next 4 rounds, he has a more than solid chance to make it into top cut with his deck itself, which is an incredible start.
Yeah, and I think his chance is actually not too bad. Like, you know, we were saying at the beginning of the day, these are decks that Heal Guardians might not be traditionally effective against for various reasons. And going into that match, I would have said it was 50-50 for, you know, either player. Like, I wouldn't have favored any player over the other, because whoever goes first just does their I don't care about your Heal Guardian play, we're just going to go for it. Like, if Jan had gone first, he would have gone right across, Decat go in, I'm hitting you with 23k, then 33k twice, you know, like, show me 3 Heal Guardians, or just hard guard all of this. Like, it's And at the same time, it pretty much came down to he went first, he had the Volco, you went second, you didn't have Heal Guardians. That was pretty much it.
Yep, exactly. So, man, that was a really strong game, a really strong showing by by Tushin Tulga. The Messiah play it was really really great. It was really powerful, and I'm curious to see how far he will make it with the Messiah deck. I think we're both rooting for that. It is. We're both definitely rooting for that deck as it is. But man, I wonder if maybe we can even find. I don't know actually if we can find another game because I think a lot of them are slowly concluding, slowly but surely. Maybe we can take a look at the standings, to see how what the top tables are looking like, in order to show what the top, just players right now are. So, the viewers at home can have someone to root for. So we'll give some time to our production to get that up for the feature.
While they do that, I just want to bring up again, it's a case of, like we discussed, not just the new decks from Can Collection, but it's cards like Lagrangeard breathing life into these old decks again, that, just making a resurgence. And I think that's really, really interesting to see.
Absolutely. Also, for my own personal favorite Dimension Police, a lot of people have been picking it up again because Daikaiser and Kaizard, especially Daiprop, are such amazing additions. And Heelguards being grade 3 makes Dyliner really good all of a sudden as well, because that is just such a extra buff that other decks don't have in being able to use that 25k shield that other decks don't have access to, right? So it's also a great addition, especially in matchups like Gavriel, where you need that raw shield power to survive those Hamiel push turns.
For sure. And another thing I want to touch on that I think people might not notice is that, sure, that game ended with Tushin Tulga's grade 3 ride, but it wasn't exactly a fast game. Sure, we finished before a few of the other matches, but you see what I mean when I said at the start of the game. It's about knowing what your game plan is and then figuring out how to get there compared to premiums. Figure out what your game plan is. We saw that at every point the players were making decisions do I do this? Do I use this skill? Where do I put this card? Tushin Tulga was okay, I'm definitely going to bring back the Burst Monk, but thinking about where do I give the plus 10k to get the most effectiveness out of it? Do I bank on the restand? Do I not? Jan thinking, do I want to core this down immediately? Do I want to dig with Lava Flow? Do I want to try and push my hand down for the Torrid Cannon to just get that? He rushed me on turn 1, I'm going to rush him on turn 1, or do I play defensive, wait for the cross? Every single branch in the decision tree there makes so much more of a difference in V than it does in Premium.
It really does. It really does. And and going from that, how would you say that, what are some of the ways to counteract the Messiah matchup? Because I think a lot of people are studying, the Luard matchup, the Gavriel matchup, the Spectral Duke matchup, and how to act there. What kind of tip would you give the players for playing against Messiahs, especially in the early game?
I think something that a good way of looking at it is that Messiah is kind of like Gavriel in disguise, where it's focused on that one big rearguard, the Volco and the Force Marker. So something you really want to be doing is guarding early. Even if you're a deck that relies on counterblast in the early game, you just want to guard as early as possible, because they're always going to get that plus 10k from the unlocks, meaning that your defensives aren't going to matter as much when you're taking that Force 2 Volco. So you want to guard as much as you can, that way you can just take the damage, you go from 0 to 4 with the double Volco swing, and then hopefully from there, you can then try and guard the other rearguard swings and try and stabilize from that point on.
Exactly. I think that's a great way to put it, because you're soaking a lot of that damage in the later stages of the game, not so much at the start of it. And so you have to really kind of keep that in mind, that, you're facing off against this minimum, 5 attacks that are going to be swinging into the face. All right, we have the XO representation after round 2. So these are the number of undefeated players of each deck in round 3 right now. And we can see Bermuda's looking good, but Angel Feather, what happened? Only 3 players undefeated? That's crazy. Link Joker is tied up with that clan.
Yeah, it's like I was saying at the beginning of the day, right? In Swiss, you want consistency. You want a deck that's never going to fail on you, because you can be sure that you, player skill-wise, can beat your opponent. And that's what Bermuda Triangle's really, really good at. You just have all the tools, you just get there. Whereas sometimes, I'm sure you know, with Angel Feather, if you don't see those yellow cards, the game's just not going to go your way. And I think in the first 2 rounds, we've just seen some of these Angel Feathers they've just been flipping the wrong coin and calling it wrong, which is unfortunate, but that's the game that we play. Same story with Gold Paladin Shadow Paladin. Again, Shadow Paladin has converted a little bit better because we know that you have the draws from Abyssal Owl, you have ridiculous amounts of deck search, whereas Gold Paladin, you're kind of playing, is this thing I'm looking for within the top 3 cards of my deck, top 4 cards of my deck? Can I draw this? Is my opponent going to hit me to 4 damage for the Duke play? And it's just that case of, can you rely on your deck in the early stages of the game to let your player skill shine through? And that's, even with, I'm going to talk about the Bermuda split again, like between Prism and Melody. Melody is considered the much more high roll variant of Bermuda, because you need to soul charge a bunch of your Melody units and then get your effects and then get your markers and do stuff with that. But despite that, it's still playing Sedna, it's still playing probably Lieselot, it's still playing Aqua. All these cards are just insane for consistency. So it's no surprise to me that Bermuda doesn't have like G-Assist. It doesn't it's not missing core combo pieces. One thing about Shadow Paladin, about Link Joker, about Angel Feather is that they are all combo decks at the end of the day. You need Angel Feather needs Hamiel, it needs damage dealers. Link Joker needs Volko. Shadow Paladin needs more Fessa and its bats. Those things take cards to set up, whereas both Prism
turns
and
to set up.
exactly, whereas both Bermuda and Melody, it's just like, here are 5 cards, deal with them.
Yep, exactly. And you might have noticed I was kind of smiling to myself earlier. I just caught that, the stream, we do have a 10-minute delay. Just caught the moment where the burst fog showed the grade 3. That was definitely a beautiful moment. You know what I'm surprised by in this chart that we have talked about? Royal Paladin.
Yeah, I'm curious to find out what build that is.
What's going on here? Is this Jewel Knight Think Saver, Jewel Knight MLB? I spent a lot of time this year playing Jewel Knight MLB because the deck is really strong and has a very clear path of you build up force markers with MLB, then you can ride the Ashley, get a crazy amount of multi-attacks, with all those force markers in play. And it's a strong deck, but it takes a while to set up, and it is very piece reliant, and you don't have that many ways to secure the Ashley as well, so it's not as consistent, I want to say, as other decks. But there's other variants too, right? I mean, this could be just Think Saver, this could be Sanctuary Guard, I'm really curious, or Altmile. Altmile is also very good right now in V Premium too. So
that's one of the things with the Royal Paladin is that it's so flexible. You can play pure Thing Saver, you can play Thing Saver Jewel Knights, you can play pure Altmile, you can play Altmile Jewel Knights, you can play Sanctuary Guard MLB. I've seen that happen, and there's so many things you can do with it. And it's kind of like Gold Paladin in a sense where your core cards are just really good. The Jewel Knight Grade 2 is just really good. The Sanctuary Guard Grade 1 is just really good. The Altmile Grade 1 is really good. And eventually these kind of get there. And because you have so much search for whatever grade it is you're playing towards, the deck does eventually get consistency. And even though without Jewel Knights you're still a 3-attack deck, you're hitting just as hard as Shadow Paladin is. You're not farming the same force markers, but you're getting really close in terms of just 50k on this rearguard, 40k on that rearguard. Vanguard is 35k with a crit, etc., etc. So yeah, I'm really curious to see what build that's going down, and it's funny as well to me because I'm surrounded on 2 sides by. I'm going to use this term nicely, as a what's the word, in a very endearing manner. But in my left ear, I have Tony, who's one Pepega Royal Paladin main, and in my right ear, I've got Peter, who's also a Pepega Royal Paladin main. And they're always telling me yeah, man, I'm gonna try this, I'm gonna try that, and who knows?
I solved it. The meta is all Royal Paladin.
Exactly.
I got the spice.
So I'm just hoping that these 2 Royal Paladins who are XO at the end of round 2, maybe they have actually solved it.
Yep. New meta is Royals. You heard it here first, guys. I'm very excited to see what that is going to be. But of course, we have the standings for you guys as well to take a look at. So we see Calvin Yap. That is a familiar name. We had him in the top tables for EU, I believe, Premium last week as well, facing off against Derek Dow. That was a very emotional game. We have Murat, who we also have been seeing in the top tables before. Daniel MD, I think that is the same Daniel as the top player from last time around as well. Then we have Fum. We have France as well here in 5th so far. Tarjay that we saw earlier. Cyril, that's Murakumo right there. Then Russell as well. I wonder what he's bringing too. So a lot of top players here. We have Martin in 9th, Eric, T, Chris, Pierre, Cornelius, Tyler, and Fabian, all undefeated so far. We're only, this is only post round 2. So of course, this list is going to shrink and shrink in terms of undefeated players, but that is who you should be looking out for the time being.
Yeah, a few big names there, of course. Fabian Cheng, well-known player from Singapore. We've seen him skirting around the top tables in Premium as well. Pierre Mahato, in my opinion, one of the best French players. Really again showing his chops despite not being in the tournament circuit for a few years. Back on page 1, we have Franz Borden, pretty well-known player in the US. I know he's playing Prism, and I know that his list is not quite that standard. I know he's only playing 2 Sedna in his Prisms, which is...
Oh, wow.
But, he's 2-0. You can't... If it's working out for him so far, so you can't say too much. We saw Cyril in round 2 playing Murakumo, and again, when you looked at that Murakumo list for the first time, I was like, wow, what a list. And then I remembered, wait, this is Cyril. He knows what he's doing. I'm sure there's a reason for this.
Yep, exactly. So the standings are looking very exciting. I can't wait to see how these players will progress throughout round 3. But that's going to be it for round 3 over here. We do have the round 4 coming up for you guys as well. It's going to be a very exciting time, but I think we had a very hyped game. We gave you guys some nice numbers to look at as well, some nice little breakdown. We are going to go for a short break though, so don't go anywhere, and we'll see you guys for round 4.
Hello everyone, so I actually won the Springfest Online Championship, the first place, and I was using Murakumo in premium format. At the time, I didn't had a lot of practice because we didn't had local events, but I was just thinking which deck I was afraid most of, and that was Genesis Loop. And then I just thought a lot of other strategies, how should I play against it, and I decided that I need to use a Fire Element Hoenn, and Murakuma was the best deck for that. And also, if I went first with Murakuma, I had a huge advantage. So that was my choices. I most likely prepared just thinking theories, strategies, and watching some YouTube channels. Yes, actually, I was in Japan for 1 year when I was studying, and I had a chance to participate like in Vangasai. It was more like on casual side, but it still was a huge and fantastic event. And actually, I participated in it twice because I also visited Japan a little bit later on my vacation, so twice in Vangasai. I didn't had any experience participating in team leagues or other big Bushiroad events that were happening in Europe. This event was the first event for me, and I was pretty lucky with it. They had like a lot of events, but I also liked that they had like exclusive products that you can only get at that time, at that event. You had to stand in a line for it for a pretty long time, but it was something special. And I also attended the a little bit bigger tournament, but not the main event, and managed to end with 5-2. So maybe there was one thing that I didn't like, but it was the prizes were a little bit low, but just everything else was fantastic. Just a lot of people, a lot of nice people. They had like corner for only girls to play in it, so it was very unique experience. Actually, the first time I played on web camera event, but that was a different tournament, I was super uncomfortable. I had to adjust playing on webcam. It is totally different experience than playing in the real life. But because it was not my first event at Spring Festival Online, that helped me a lot, because I already had some experience playing on web camera before, and I had some kind of advantage not doing a lot of misplays, not being that nervous on web camera and other things. Yes, it's kind of hard because you have to watch out for your own field, and at the same time you have to watch your opponent's field. It's just doing two things at the same time. And I like it because I have a lot of time, and it saves up a lot of time. It saves up a lot of traveling money. So I actually definitely like the webcam online, and I hope it actually will be alive in the future as well. I didn't eat at all. And between rounds I was panicking. I definitely was concentrated only at that time when I was playing. I believe you should just have fun and concentrate as much as you can because concentration is all that matters in those kinds of tournament, and maybe the next time you will be the one who will be sitting in my place and someone will be taking an interview from you. So guys, have fun, and for those who know me on YouTube channel, don't be afraid, I will be back. I just currently having some issues with my physical shop opening of the card games, so, and yeah.
Yo, my name is Cameron Stewart. I topped the V Premium in the AO region, and I was using my main deck, which is Night Rose. I mean, it was dope. It's super dope, super cool though. You know, I'm an online player, so I typically love playing in other regions, so it's nothing really unfamiliar to me, but super dope. So back then, you know, I've been at my card shop, which is Super Games. I also played in Visions tournaments. I think that was the really big one to me because I got to pretty much fight the meta like constantly. So I have like a server called Elemental Spectacles. It's like a team work with each other to improve our skills and everything like that. Test. So yeah, definitely those guys over there. Yeah, I participated in regionals before. It started V Premium. I'm from Atlanta, so I always go down to the Atlanta regionals they have over there. It was pretty nice. Definitely, you know, I loved getting the free promos and everything. You know, being with all those people. Definitely, you know, when you win or whatever, you lose, you always go back to your friend group that you with, and you talk about how everything went. I mean, it was pretty smooth. You know, I definitely like being in the comfort of my own home. You know, after the match, I could, you know, take a deep breath or something. You know, my opponent, you know, you don't really get to see, you know, your facial expressions or not. So, you know, if they hit the trigger or whatever, or you do like a 2 to pass, or, you know, like just to see if you're confident or not. You know, you don't really get to know that. But other than that, it was very smooth. Or, you know, my team chat I was telling them about earlier, like I just always go in there and let them know, hey, what happened, what's up. It's kind of like, you know, how I do with my friend group, but this would be with my online group. You know, I let them know the results, how everything went, how the match went. You know, they would give me the encouragement, and you know, I would do vice versa. And it was just, that's kind of how it was. Yeah, so, you know, I like to go by 3 little tips. The first one, you know, make a winning image. You know, figure out like what the strongest thing you can do, the strongest push, finish, or whatever. That's what I say about winning image. 2, you make it as consistent as possible. Make sure that you can get it consistently and quickly. And 3, the last one, which is pretty much the toughest one, but you want to make sure you can pull it off before your opponent pulls theirs off, or if it's in the case where it's the same thing over and over again, you want to make sure that it's a balance all around. You don't want to have, for example, let's say a bashing turn. You don't want to persona ride, put everything you have into that one turn, and then your next turns be 15k, you know, 25k. You want to keep the gas on, and you know, practice. Make sure you practice a lot with your deck. You know, a lot of people like to net deck stuff before the tournament. There's nothing wrong, you know, with that, but you know, you won't know like I said, the 3 things: the win con, the consistency. You really won't know that in the build. Like, for example, like let's say someone took your list, right? DF, they didn't watch your video, they just took the list. Somebody put in the video, yo, DF dropped this Daikaiser, they took it, and then they go and force 1 riding Daikaiser, you know, like stuff like that. And then like, oh man, DP ain't it, bro. You don't even know all the stuff that went into the list, and then so stuff like that, you know, you got to just really, you know, make sure, you know, practice, plan for it, make sure, you know, grind it out. The more you practice, you know, you'll run into different matchups if you try to get it last minute. Just because, you know, somebody said it was good, you know, practice with it, you might run into something. Be like, well, I didn't know this was a counter. I didn't know this or that about the deck. I didn't know if I had to keep him at 3 damage or whatnot, you know. So, you know, my best advice, you know, would help me was getting a friend group, you know, having somebody I could talk to, you know, vent to, discuss things with. You know, if you don't have that, I really would just, you know, like maybe go tell your parents or something, you know, tell somebody, hey, like, yo, I'm doing this event and I'm doing well, you know, because that encouragement from another person which is just so much, you know. Being able to vent and get stuff off your chest to another person just does wonders, you know. It's not built up inside. So that's how I definitely would say, you know, getting advice, you know. Hopefully you find a group, you know, find somebody, you know, you have chords, there's a lot of YouTubers that have chords, you know, get into the chords, be active, find somebody you can connect with, and just, you know, be like battle buddies, and you know, you can do all that stuff with. That's my advice. Yeah, get that champion mindset, man. Get that champion mindset and go do champion things.
Welcome to the Bushiroad Rumble Online 2021. Today's tournament will be played in the V Premium format, and we can't wait to get started and see all the exciting plays and unique deck ideas that the players will be bringing. Before we jump into it, let's brush up on what makes the V Premium format unique and what you can expect to see today. In V Premium, players use cards that contain this V logo found in the bottom left corner of the card. These cards were first released in VBT01 in 2018 and continue to be printed to this day through shop tournament promotional cards as well as the Clan Collection booster sets. The format is supported twice per year with these booster sets, giving something new and exciting for all 24 clans. Before we get into the action of today's tournament, let's talk about some of the unique gameplay aspects of this format. First things first, decks are composed of 50 cards, and unlike the other formats, there is no G-Zone nor Ride deck present in this format. Instead, the unique factor is imaginary gifts, which are a type of marker that a player acquires when they ride a grade 3 with the imaginary gift symbol. The imaginary gifts are split into 3 types: Force, Protect, and Accel. Each of the 24 different clans are placed into one of the 3 gift types, which complement their clan's general playstyle. Furthermore, each gift type branches into 2, such as Force 1 and Force 2. However, keep in mind that once you have chosen either Force 1 or Force 2 upon riding your grade 3 for the first time, you cannot select the other gift type for the rest of that game. Let's give you a quick explanation of what each type of gift stands for. The Force gift represents a mid-range playstyle belonging to clans such as Royal Paladin, Dimension Police, Link Joker, and others. Force 1 is a marker that is placed on a rearguard or vanguard circle, and any rearguard or vanguard in that circle will gain plus 10,000 power during your turn. You can also place multiple Force 1 markers in the same circle, giving one unit plus 20,000 or more at a time. The Force 2 marker trades the power gain for changing the base critical of a unit above it to 2. This, however, cannot be stacked, as even if you apply 2 Force 2 markers to a single circle, they will both just change the unit's critical to 2 and not increase it beyond that. Whether it's critical pressure or greater attack power, decide which Force type fits your playstyle best and claim victory. The Protect gift represents a defensive playstyle, belonging to clans such as Angel Feather, Oracle Think Tank, Grand Blue, and others. Protect 1 is a unique gift marker that does not occupy any space on your field, but is rather kept in hand, as its effect is that of a Perfect Guard Sentinel. However, unlike Perfect Guards, a Protect marker is returned to the imaginary gift pile rather than the drop zone. The Protect 2 works akin to Force 1, where it places itself on a rearguard circle after being acquired and provides plus 5,000 power to the unit above, as well as giving it an additional 10,000 shield when intercepting. Whether it be Perfect Guards in hand or acquiring both power and defense, choose your Protect gift carefully to defeat your opponent. The Accel gift represents an aggressive playstyle belonging to clans such as Nova Grappler, Gold Paladin, Pale Moon, and others. Accel 1 is a gift marker which takes its place on the field in a unique way, creating an additional front row rearguard circle, thus enabling more potential attacks than the other gift types. In addition, the unit on top of the additional rearguard circle will gain plus 10,000 power, thus being able to pack a punch despite not being able to be boosted. Accel 2 trades some of the power by decreasing the gain from 10,000 to 5,000, but instead it allows the player to draw one extra card when the gift marker is acquired. With this, the player is able to replenish their hand while filling their Accel circles. Not only that, Accel clans are the only ones in the V Premium format that have access to front triggers, primarily due to being able to buff their front row, including the units that occupy the Accel markers. In addition to the imaginary gift markers, there are a few other game elements in this format. One such mechanic is the Quick Shield ticket, which is acquired by a player when they ride over their first Vanguard when going second, and it can function as a 5,000 shield that can protect you from small pokes, or simply be discarded for effect costs. And finally, the latest addition to V Premium in the V Clan Collection Plus Volume 1 and 2, Heal Guardians. Heal Guardians are a unique type of heal trigger, which are grade 3. Instead of the usual 20,000 shield, Heal Guardians have 15,000 shield and 10,000 power, but come with a unique pair of abilities shared by all clans. When placed on the Guardian circle from hand, if you haven't ridden a grade 3 or greater Vanguard yet during that fight, you can choose and use one of the following effects, either giving your Vanguard Vanguard an additional plus 10,000 power for the entire turn, or choosing an opponent's unit and give it -2 critical for that battle. Whether you need an additional power buff to survive your opponent's powerful early rush of attacks, or you need to reduce the critical of your opponent's high damage unit, this effect will aid you in fighting various decks across the board. On top of that, when a heal guardian is placed on a rearguard circle from hand, if you do not have any cards in your damage zone, you can put the top card of your deck into the damage zone face up. This gives you the ability to use some card abilities even if your opponent refuses to attack and give you the damage to use them. And that wraps it up for this brief explanation of the V Premium format. Let's wish all the players participating today the best of luck, and we hope that all of you watching at home enjoy the show.
Hey, hello Julius.
Hi Fiona. Okay, first of all, good morning and
morning.
thank you so much for. Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, so I can see you're very excited to start, eating the pastries and stuff.
They look very delicious.
Yeah,
So-
but that will have to wait because
Okay, yeah.
first of all, I want to thank you for joining me here on this Coffee with Bushiroad series. Yeah, so as I think you understand, this series is just to highlight some of the insights into what Bushiroad staff actually do, to bring the game to the players. Yeah, and you do events, and I'm sure a lot of our audience and our players have seen you around events as well. Not just in Singapore, but in maybe Cardiff, France, or wherever you have been to, because you go around the world to organize events and plan tournaments for everyone.
Yeah.
So thank you so much for that. And you have been with us since August last year.
Yeah.
So I think you are with
1
us
year
about,
plus,
about
yeah.
1 year now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So thank you for joining us. Yep.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah. Okay, so as you can see, I have prepared some snacks and coffee and tea for us. So would you like coffee or would you like some tea?
Some tea, please.
Okay, tea. Well, good news. I have a few different blends. This
what's
is English breakfast. Yeah. And then
Too strong.
too strong. Yeah, I like English breakfast. I like strong blends.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And this is some kind of fruits infusion.
Yes,
Yeah.
this.
Yeah, and you can. You're not even listen to the.
No.
This is the one.
Yeah, this is the one.
Yeah,
this
yeah,
is
you
the
can
one.
even see like some real berries and.
Yeah, it's a very nice sweet smell.
Yeah, it's very fruity. So this is what you want?
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
cool.
please.
All right. But just for the record, the other one is Earl Grey.
No, it's okay. I'll stick to my choice.
All right. Okay, I'm gonna prepare the tea. What made you, interested in joining Bushiroad as like an event planner?
Oh, wow. I guess first of all, I like attending events, and I guess I also.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to VRO 2021 V Premium. We are once again here with Ben. How are you feeling, buddy?
Yeah, pretty good. We got to see Messiah high roll last round, and we have found a very interesting matchup for this round as well.
Oh yeah, that's going to be very, very exciting. We've talked about Bermuda Triangle a lot so far this tournament, especially in regard to Prisms, but we are going to have the other popular deck for Bermudas being featured here today. But the thing is going up against is something we alluded to at the end of last round, which is going to be a Royal Paladin deck that's currently X1. So these players are X1, but still very much in contention for top cut slots. So I'm very curious to see how this match is going to go down. So
Yep.
of course we will have the deck list ready, and I'm excited to just dig into it. Just take a look and see what the players are bringing. So first up we have Martin here with
Don't worry, everyone
Melody.
at home. We can keep Prism from you for as long as we can.
All right, Ben. What do you have to say about Melody though?
So this looks like a pretty standard Melody list. An amazing amount of grade 3s, a handful of grade 2s, all with Melody, and then your grade 1 support pieces. The point of the deck is to just soul charge a bunch, generate huge advantage because all your Melody effects are shared by all your units, and then pretty much just overwhelm your opponent with numbers. It's very reminiscent of like Set 1 v Bermuda, just now with better cards and with an Axel marker sometimes.
Yep, exactly. That's a great way to put it. It's still a very, very powerful deck, and of course, being able to use cards like Meep, which are just like a super, super consistent search card that allow you to like fish out for your specific melody pieces, is so strong, prevents you from actually getting grade stuck too, because you see this list only plays 7 grade 2s, but they do have melody, so you can find those off of the Meep as well. But keep in mind that you will be paying counterblast for it if you and your opponent do not have the same grade of a Vanguard, which of course will happen going first. So this is a very, it's a tried and tested deck, very powerful. 8 crit 4 draw 4 heal is also the standard trigger lineup we see here as well. I just want to see, will we see Martin open up that cannon? Cannon is very important in order to just like mass soul charge, get as many melodies into the soul, and then Plon can pass on the effects to her friends and just overwhelm the opponent with great power. But now I think most of us are very excited to see what the opposing side is playing here. All right, so Steen here is the Royal Paladin player we want to feature, and he's playing Altmile Jewel Knights with some pretty spicy one-ups like the Blaster Blade Seeker, as well as the Wigstand.
Yeah, this is an amazing list to look at because, like I was just saying, there's so much flexibility for a Royal Paladin. You can go in any which direction, and all 4 builds of Royal Paladin are distinct from each other, and yet they're very modular. So you can see that, sure, the first effect of Wigstand, to give power for your Sanctuary Guard isn't online, but it's an on-ride +1. It's an on-place +1, and it's cost Counterblast, which is what you want to be spending in Altmile. Likewise with the Blaster Blade Seeker, it's you're not going to give anything crit unless it's on the Vanguard circle because it's the only Seeker in the deck, but it can go onto the bottom after it attacks and draw a card. Like, perhaps maybe that plussing is exactly what you need. Maybe that opening a circle is what you want to be doing for your Jewel Knight package. You still have the standard Altmile cards, like the Dire Connect and the Starlight Violinist, cards that we're used to seeing at this point, but then the way he uses those cards is a lot more sort of... It feels a lot like Premium, where he doesn't have a set game plan in mind and is trying to reach that game plan, but more he's just giving us the ability to do whatever he wants, and then he needs to figure out what he wants to do at any given point in time.
Exactly. Like, this list can definitely adapt to various situations, and especially if you can manage, to get the, the Blue Sky Knight Altmile into the soul early, that is very, very good. So we want to see that Edith nice and early to make sure that that can be soul charged in, and we can have the full effect of the Aerial Divine Knight Altmile powering up the board from as early as turn 3 if possible. I think that's kind of the focus point here. I'm still looking at some of the other, the one-ofs like the Degnud, this basically being able to give you a nice counter charge after you use all your skills, is also very, very nice. So I'm just curious, like, how will this list play out? Even like splits triggers, 2 drop PGs, 2 crit sentinels. It's very
I think that's going to be huge in this matchup, because one meta call that we haven't really touched on yet is, well, let's look at the popular decks real quick, right? You have Prism, you have Gavrel, you have Luard. Against Gavrel, draw PGs are useless. And against Prism, draw PGs aren't that great either, because Prism will out-card economy you, but they're not going to have unguardable numbers. So against decks such as Gavrel and Prism, you want to have that crit sentinel because it's just much more card efficient. But then against decks like Luard and Melody, you want to have that draw PG. So I'm really interested to see like how this is going to work out for Stein.
Yep, exactly. So I think we're just about ready to take a look at this matchup here and see how this game will play out and how will their showdown pace itself out here. So we see, very nice choice of playmats. We see Stein with the Vanguard Day exclusive Lorna Roll playmats. So this was distributed. So in Japan, like every month, they have these like Vanguard Day events. And then if you participate in one of them, any person that participates has a chance to win a playmat. Or I think it's like also like there's 2 winners per tournament that get one of these playmats. So it's a very exclusive and very rare playmat, actually. Very sought after, even in just the Japanese community. So you can see he's keeping it in the plastic, hasn't even unwrapped it because I think he knows, the premium behind this
How
playmat.
much it's worth, yeah. He's also got the Shion sleeves representing his Altmile there.
Love
Pretty
to see
good.
it.
So no Edith on turn 1, which is to be expected, because it's only good going second, because it has to boost to put the Altmile into Soul. He doesn't find the Aerial Altmile off of the top 5 searcher, though. So who knows, maybe he already has one in hand, or maybe he's going to have to ride an Ashley. fighting an Ashlop for top 5 is really good as well, because it's a really good rearguard to be swinging with.
That is right. That is absolutely right. He is going to go into the Sierra, which is still an amazing card, but only really there for the rearguard circle effect. And Martin will be the first one to swing in here with the damage. Let's see. Will Stein decide to guard early? Does he want to just kind of like guard the early attacks and tank the later ones? Oh, is that a one to pass?
Wow, that's
a little
brave.
risky. It's gonna
It hits!
pass. That's a heal trigger to Vanguard, and the 1 damage coming through. It's a draw trigger, which does make up for the card lost from guarding there. But
Yeah.
was that the right move?
Well, so we saw that Martin misrode, basically, right? CL is only really good on the rearguard circle, and Meep is what you really want to be riding to ensure your grade 2s and your grade 3s. And I think seeing that, I guess Stein took the risk of saying, like, well, he's already a little bit behind. Let me try and guard this so that I can recoup a bit of advantage and stay ahead. Because as we've discussed, Melody is a deck that's going to push really, really high numbers and attack you only 3 or 4 times, but it's going to be basically unguardable all of those times with potentially crit pressure. So the cool thing about Altmile is that Altmile cares about having no face-up cards in the damage zone. And if you have no cards in the damage zone, well, there are no cards there to be face-up. So having 0 damage Altmile will still get all your effects to go off, which is exactly what you'd be wanting, which is exactly what you want to be. So having that is totally fine. So Stein can guard early a little bit and just say, like, yeah, I'll stay on 0 damage, take your Plon attacks, and go from there. Of course, the Counter Blast does let him extend a bit of reach, like, for example, as we see here, the Libero calling out the Counter Charge, which he'll do at the end of turn. And so that he's getting advantage out of this, and he's pressuring Martin because he knows that you don't have Meep, you're only on this 8k body, crit coming through is huge on top of that as well.
Yes,
and we saw that Martin drove check the heal. So knowing that Stein is going to have to face against the heal guarding when he rides grade 3 is, he's trying to get as much aggro in as he can now, which is giving him it's going to be easier for him to get that last lethal swing later down the line.
Exactly. So Dignity here coming in with 2 damage. A draw trigger is found by Martin. That's going to help to equalize a little bit of the situation of the game. And a Sonata. That is one of the grade 2s, one of the very few grade 2s that he plays in his deck. Does he have one to ride into? I surely hope so. He does have another Sonata. Excellent. So no stress on that front there. Of course, the Livaro here has done his work. And important note for the Degnut as well, he only countercharges at the beginning of your main phase. So this has to stay on the board now, and then he'll be able to countercharge if he has no face-ups, which is, of course, implies that it doesn't take damage here. So it's much more of like a late-game card. You can put this in the back row, like, because you can enable your grade 2s to boost, and you can have this in the back row when you're like 5 or something, and then get that countercharge at the beginning of your turn. But
so Martin finds 2 really good melody pieces there. The Sonata is a good ride. It's not the best. It's not the one you want for sure, but it definitely does the job. He finds it looks like both the Fina and the both versions of Fina, yeah. And those cards are really important because they give shield to your melody units. So kind of like Dieliner, it's going to give him that defensive play, especially because Royals is most of the time a 3, sometimes 4 attack deck, but the numbers really don't go past 40, 50k. So by stacking those and having your melody units get to like 20, 30k shield, that's going to be really huge for Martin here. But like you're saying with the Dagnud, the question here is, does Martin attack Stein, or does he attack the rearguard? Because if he attacks the rearguard, Stein loses on a counter charge. But if he attacks the Vanguard, Stein then has counter blast to spend to get his pluses. And that's one of the things I really like about Altmile, is that it kind of forces your opponent to like there's no good situation here. Like, you have to either give me damage, which I can turn into pluses, or you don't give me damage and I still have all of Altmile's effects active.
That's right. So let's see, he's actually pushing quite a bit here. So making use of the grade 2 Sonata, basically while attacking, getting plus 5k, which is shared by all of your units with Melody. So this is a nice and strong early push from the side of Martin. So we are going to be confirming that second damage here, as the first attack went to rear and is a crit, with Stein now being at 2.
Yeah. So Martin committing the extra rearguard from the board gave him the best of both worlds. He can throw the Vanguard attack at the rearguard, deal with that pesky counter charge, and then still deal 1 damage to his opponent's Vanguard, forcing him to really extend a little bit more. So there's the aerial Altmile that we need to see. The question is, does Stein have another Edith? Can he soul charge that blue Altmile?
That's right. While the force marker may be blue, We need the Blue Sky Knight himself here. But let's get Aerial Divine Knight Altmal here up on the screen real quick for the viewers to see. Oh, that's a very good call for
great
Edith. Let's see if he finds the top 7 Altmal here.
Putting the Altmal into Soul will turn on his immense pressure, which, by giving the entire front row all of his grade 2 units a crit, the Heal Guardian that he knows Martin has can potentially lose, not be as defensively powerful as he's hoping.
That is right. Oh, that's not the Blue Sky Knight. That is once again the Aerial Divine Knight Altmal.
But it'll do, Ariel only looks for another Altmal in Soul, so he's totally okay with that.
That's true. As long as it's an Altmal, it works. So with that, the condition has been fulfilled. Let's see if we can get it up on screen for you guys as well.
It would just be interesting now to see how Stein wants to fill his board and spend his counterblast. What can he do to Martin knowing that there's a Heal Guardian in Martin's hand?
That is right. So here we are. This is the Aerial Divine Knight Altmal himself. Of course, being able to tutor for any grade 2s from your deck is so strong, and drop zone too if they've been retired, which I guess may be one of the reasons why he was guarding for 1 to passes early, because that way you can, just put those cards into the drop zone and revive them later on, so your greed is kind of like refunded in that sense.
Yeah.
But of course now, after the grade 1 will boost, after that very powerful Edith will boost, you'll be able to get that Altmal into the soul and turn on the extra crit.
One thing we didn't mention here is, because Altmal can bring units back from the drop zone, Martin attacking that countercharger didn't really make that much of a difference in the long term, because Stein already had a grade 2 in the drop zone to reanimate. Now you're just giving him better options.
That's right.
Coming the Violinist there, giving the Degnud the ability to boost because there's no face-up damage. So these numbers are going to be really huge when they come in. So this is only 1 damage, which I think Martin wants to take, because he knows that... No, so he kind of needs that, but we'll see. So knowing that the Edith can put the Altmal into Soul, that will now give his other 2 attacks the extra crit, which is quite scary to deal with.
Exactly. Alright, this is now coming in, as you said, with a bonus crit, coming in with a bonus pressure. It's a scary turn all of a sudden, but of course the attacks, for the time being at least, are quite limited.
And like you were saying earlier, the fact that you can have the Dagnud now in the back row, so it will definitely countercharge no matter what, is just super good for Stein here.
That's right. So here he gets to put back 2 normal units to the bottom of the deck for the ability of the Jewel Knight grade 2 there. So that is, of course, the Lyle. Also gets your Soul Charge, so you can potentially kind of like high roll into Soul Charging an Altmal early, which is also very strong.
EG coming in there for Martin, which makes sense. This is a lethal attack. It's got 3 damage. 1 from the aerial, 1 from the force 2. So do you risk maybe no guard in this? It's 2, it's only 1 damage?
I think this might be the one you gotta take, because otherwise you're staying at 3 damage, and that means that your counterblast will be limited. Although I wanna say you're not as bothered by the CB count, because you need 1 for Plon, and then if you wanna make use of any other abilities in the soul, you will need more. And at the same time, your Meep also can Soul Blast at this point. So that is also an important thing to keep in mind.
Yeah, but you don't want to be using Soul, though, because your Soul is going to be full of Melody units. If you're going to be sending Soul, it's going to be for, Sonata to find more Melody units. So we'll see what he writes. Does he have the other Plon? Yes, he does.
There it is. Well, he's found it. And yeah, as you said, he did Soul... the 2 non-melodies he has in Soul right now are the Seer that he rode turn 1 and the Shizuku starter. But of course, Meep already did some of the Soul Blasting there. Oh, there is the Cannon. That is a card that you want to put in the Soul ASAP, which allows you to Soul Charge 1 every time a Melody unit is placed, which is a very strong ability. So,
of course, this is what we're talking about when it comes to high roll. Ooh, another one.
Double.
That's exactly what you want to be seeing, yeah. So when we say that Melody is high roll, that's what we mean, right? Can you get enough soul charges to just fill your soul with a critical mass of Melody effects? And the amazing thing is that these stack. So the more cannons you get, the more soul you get, the more abilities you'll eventually have. And he's already got quite a good number in soul already. Plus, there's the Sonata in play. Unfortunately, the Counterblast 1, Soul Blast 1 Search for Melody is not a melody effect, so he needs that Sonatara in Soul to keep going, digging. But for now, he's going to use Plon to see what he can get.
All right. Plon, a very important component of this deck, of course, being able to generate you markers that you normally would not have. So there we go. There's the XL2 in a Force deck. You are seeing it correctly, folks.
Yeah, and the really incredible thing is that you can put a Force marker on that Axel circle.
Exactly, which is pretty immense, let's just say. So let's get Plon up here as well, just to show the viewers. He Soul Blast in the Shizuku here. Right? I'm assuming this is for the Meep that he used earlier.
No, I think this is for Sonata, because he Soul
Sonata reveals from the...
Oh, he did just play a Meep behind his Vanguard, right? We missed that.
Yeah,
he was hand covering it. So he finds, that looks like a grade 2 Karo.
Yeah, that's
a grade 3 Karo. So grade 3 Karo is pretty relevant because it gives all your grade 3s in the back row boost. So that's one of the 3 core pieces you need, for sure.
That's right. Martin here taking us to Caro Expo, my favorite online convention. And so being able to find these pieces is super huge, like especially I think more so than finding any other piece, having the double cannon is what might just win the game here for Martin. But of course, it's not over for Stein yet. He has been building up a strong aggro. If he can re-ride and get another Force 2, he has 2 rearguard columns that are swinging for 3 crit, which is huge.
Yeah. Super important, which means that it then frees up his Vanguard to swing at Martin's rear guards, which you definitely want to be doing, because one important thing about Melody is that once those grade 3 units hit the drop zone, there's no real way of getting them back. So sure, Martin's doing all this charging now, building up his board, building up his soul, but once he runs out, he's out.
Yeah, exactly. Especially if you get a little bit too, trigger happy and keep soul charging over and over and over again, and you see that you're running out of the best melody units. Suddenly things just kind of slow down. But of course, Martin doesn't even want to reach that point. He's just trying to win before that even becomes a question. Soul charging crit, soul charging heals. It's a little bit painful to see.
Yeah, I think he's got all the important pieces of Melody. I think he has 2 Sonata, it looks like, and 1 Fina. So all the important thing is there. He definitely has the Caro. So all of his units on the board are active and they're doing things. Like we said, the front row has Intercept, the back row has Boost. These grade 3s are playing like Die Liner and doing a little bit of everything. The only concern now is he's yet to reach that absurd power threshold that we're used to.
Is he fanning out? I'm trying to see what he fanned out there under the Plon. Is that triple Fina? Oh, it's triple Sonata grade 2. Okay.
Oh, Sonata's good. So it's a huge amount of power. It's 15 to the front row basically.
Yeah.
And then we know that he has the Karo, which is another 5k from the boosts. So that's 26 plus 20 is 46 plus triggers. And then if he has any other grade 3 Sonata, that's going to up it even further.
Yep, it's times like this where you wish you could just bust out the calculator real quick and keep track. But of course, we have nice dice all over the place to help keep track of power as well. Or of course, then Martin can just keep track of everything quickly. And of course, for people that are bringing this deck to the tournament, they need to know their quick, 5 times table. Simply because they need to always be able to relay the information of how much power is going around this board right now. Of course, Caro allows you to also boost with your melody units. So you could make a point for maybe calling something over that Meep or putting the Fina to the back. That also works because now the Fina will have more power than normal. This way it's an extra 5k because a melody unit is boosting and it's still getting the power from any grade 3 Sonatas. But keep in mind that the grade 2 Sonata only gives 5k power if a unit attacks the Vanguard. So that will not be going to the Meep.
Yeah, so in this case, having the Fina in the back row actually means you're losing out on 10k worth of power because the Sonata no longer applies to it. But I think doing this is still fine because more importantly, you're protecting your grade 3 so that your opponent can't attack into them. So now Stein is less incentivized to attack this random grade 1 that doesn't do anything.
Exactly. And that Axel 2 is still unoccupied, so I wonder what is in Martin's hand that he doesn't want to call down? He's gonna go into battle phase without calling, so that tells me that his hand is probably all triggers.
Yeah. The interesting thing to note is that the reason he puts the Fina in the back row is because it's the only one that gives intercept, and it doesn't seem like he has another Fina in the soul, so he needs that obviously to keep his grade 3s like having shield and intercept values. But one interesting ruling is that if you intercept with the Fina itself, its ability is not active because it's on the guard circle, not the Vanguard or rear guard circle. But because Melody is shared, your Vanguard Witch's Melody gains that effect, which means that your other grade 3s can still intercept, which is what's really interesting.
Yep, you heard it from the judge caster himself. It's a very important ruling, especially for those of you playing against this deck in this tournament. But now for Stein, you've watched Martin set up and soul charge and soul charge and soul charge, but what will be your answer? 30k shield comes down, another 5k intercepting from the back here.
He's giving up the counter charge, which is totally understandable because he's expecting to take a lot of damage. He's giving up the violinist as well. That's quite intense. He only plays 2 of them, and I guess he can bring them back. I hope
he has another one, or he can just search out another one.
Yeah. But this is that's if I'm in Martin's shoes, that gives me a lot of information about what his hand might be and what he's expecting to do this turn.
That's right. Draw trigger found by Martin though. It's gonna go to the rear. Right, and
he should be drawing that card, I think.
Yeah, that's one that needs to be drawn. It will become a public draw though, so let's keep that in mind. Into a Meep. So pretty dry drive check, but I think again, inferring from the board state, I think most of his hand is triggers.
Yeah. The unfortunate thing about Meep is that it's kind of lost a lot of value at this point now because you want all your melodies to be soul charged or added in through Plon, whereas adding them to hand is cool. They're attackers, but they're losing a tiny bit of value here.
Yeah, you can only soul charge, or like put something from fuel to soul with Plon's effect once per turn. So it is a little bit restricted. Damage trigger comes through for Stein here. Now at 23.
Probably won't make a big difference because that's still a really, really huge column.
Yeah, I think he's happy to go to 4 damage here and make use of that counterblast next turn. But again, not calling anything to the Axel Circle is... I just wonder what's going on in Martin's hand.
Yeah, and the thing about taking a bunch of damage for Stein is that he's not playing... what's the name of that? There's the grade 2 that can repeatedly counterblast 1 to give itself 10k. The red dragon thing. Yeah, he's not playing that, so he doesn't have a reliable counterblast sink. Alt Miles once per turn. He's only got 1 Wake Stand. He's only got 1 Angel. So he's pretty much relying on maybe alt miling for a Levero or something along those lines to really get make the most of those counterblast.
There's a Lamorak that you were talking about earlier. It's actually a pretty sweet card. It's not once per turn. You gotta have a full board, but you can just blow through all of your counterblasts like that to make sure everything is face down. So it is a nice little tech that people can play as like a one of, just to have it there.
Yeah, we'll see. Can he find his other pieces, like say the Libero or the Rabble, without having to use Altmouth to search for them?
Okay,
as it stands now, he needs to fill up 5 slots with grade 2s, and he can only search for so many.
Exactly. I mean, he does have some parts of the deck that can continue calling chains, but he does play 4 Livaro for that reason. But gonna have to find something. He does play the one of Blaster Blade Seeker, which I'm always curious about, because it's actually surprisingly generic for the second effect. It just after it attacks, if you didn't ride, put him to the bottom of the deck to draw a card, which is not a bad effect to have, right? It's not a bad effect to have because you don't typically ride much in Alt Mile. Maybe you rewrite for the extra force too, but it's not a pressing matter, I would say.
So you see, he does have the Rabol. He's going to put the Edith on the bottom. Now that he already has an Alt Mile in his soul, he doesn't need to search for any more.
That's right.
It's going to give him draw 2 and call 1.
So technically what he could do is he could search Has he searched with Alt Mile yet?
Not yet.
This turn? So what he could do is he could go into a Livaro, but Livaro needs to be placed from hand, which is a little bit unfortunate. Another option is going to the Hope Song, and then the Hope Song
already put on the back row there.
Oh, that's true. It is there as well.
He's got a one-off, So it looks like he's pulling out the Starlight from the drop zone.
I mean, that's fine.
Searching something from the deck. The problem is, what can he search from the deck that will fill that last hole?
I wonder. I really do wonder. Optimally, like another Lyle would be great. Or if he has an Ashley queued up for that Force 2, that would be excellent as well.
Mm-hmm.
But his soul is looking not too hot at the moment, which is of course very important for the Ashley to do her thing.
Yeah, and if we look across the table at Martin's soul, we see that he's got the Fina in the back row. He has another one in the soul, so actually even if that one did get retired, it wouldn't make a big difference. I think he has a Grey 2 Fina in his soul, but I'm not quite sure. We don't. He's only laid out those 5, but definitely having only 2 Finas in the soul means that all of his Grade 3 melodies now have 10k shield. So that the only problem is, does he want to intercept with that cannon? He's got 1 cannon in the soul, and losing the second one is going to reduce his soul charge engine, which he's still looking for like more Sonatas, more of the Grade 2 Fina ideally. So does he want to give up that soul charge for 20k shield, or is he just going to wait and just use the Counterblast one for Plon?
Oh, and we see the Blaster Blade Seeker there actually use the effect to discard 1 and retire an opponent's front row rear. Keep in mind that the second part of the effect does care about a Seeker Vanguard, but the first part is generic. Like, surprisingly,
Yeah.
the Blaster Blade Seeker is more generic than people gave it credit for, and just like that, we have filled up the board, and we also have the Lyle here, the Jewel Knight that will recycle the normal units back into the deck, that we can then search out next turn again and again and again.
Yeah, all that thing I was talking about before about, like, does Martin want to intercept with his second second cannon, just is now relevant, because, like, bye-bye cannon, bye-bye 20k shield. You just now have to rely on the ones in hand to guard with.
Exactly.
And again, as we said, we haven't seen that many of the Grey 2 Fina in the
And we've seen him search them too. We've seen them him search them.
So the question is, how many of them can he guard with? Because they're only active on the guard circle. So if you're guarding with one, and you don't have any in the soul, your melody units only guard for that attack. So it's that balance you have to strike.
Exactly. Right. Gonna be putting back the Blaster Blade Seeker. I like that. We're seeing how important that card has been in this matchup so far. And he's gonna boost the Livaro, soul charging a draw PG. Surely would have loved to drive check that instead, especially in this matchup.
Yeah, it's the PG, like we said, when those melody numbers start getting into the 80k, 90k, that's when you really need the PG. But so far, Stein has been managing his damage fairly well, so we're not too upset. And like you said, having that Force 2 marker on the rear guard is very lethal. The only problem now is Martin can either take this attack or the other rear guard, which is only 2 damage, provided Stein doesn't hit any triggers, and it just leaves him with a lot of room to play with. And, oh, there's a crit, that's excellent!
That's what you want to see. That's 2 lethal swings in 1 turn. And we just saw Martin PG and burn the Sonata that he drew into. And that hand for Martin isn't actually that huge either, because he's been just putting down so many cards to develop this board. Is that only 4 cards in hand?
Yep.
But the 1 damage is going to be taken from the Altmal first.
So he no-guarded the Altmal, and despite that, Stein still chose to put crit on the rear guard, knowing that Martin cannot heal out of this. So there's the heal guard.
Just double? So 45k shield.
That's just not enough.
Yep, so the 58 is going to let him survive there, barely hanging on with 1 card in hand. Stein, can you survive this last turn of push? And as we said earlier, the only non-trigger in Martin's hand was the Sonata he found off of that draw trigger. That is pretty dramatic.
So what's he going to put into Sonata? Maybe he's going to put that Grey 2 Fina into the Soul, potentially. Because he might need that slide next turn if he can't win this turn. It's quite interesting. We talked about how on turn 1 Martin had that heal trigger, and it hadn't really come up. Like he's just guarded with them for 15k shield this time instead of say neg 2 soul on the Altmal swing.
Exactly. So now again, this Meep is not doing much in that front row right now, and it's definitely not going to be doing much twice. But again, you can't really risk. Or can you? Like, the Fina in the back row didn't really do much there. And having it as an attacker.
He just soul blasted the Grey 2 Fina. That would have been quite useful. So maybe he's saying, I don't really care about defense anymore. I'm just going to try and go for it.
But he has Trigger still in the soul, too. Surely that would have been a better target. All right.
Especially since we said before, he can't really recycle them. So he finds a Sonata, which is huge, and finds another Fina, which is useful.
That's right. So 1 goes to hand, 1 goes to soul. Sonata will join the power-up ranks. Grade 3 Sonata, of course, a bit more generic and better than the Grade 2, as she gives plus 5k to every melody unit, and herself included. Don't have to attack, can be boosting, attacking, standing. They can be doing anything, they will have the power buff during your turn.
Exactly. If you have a column of 2 melody units, it's basically plus 10k to that column, which when you have 4 of them, is definitely gets out of hand.
Pretty big. Pretty big. All right.
Plus, he hasn't even used Plan yet, so he can either get a second Force 2 marker somewhere, maybe a second Axel 2 if he just needs pieces. There's a lot he can do here. And again, like, as we keep saying, those meeps on the board just... They're not providing that much value compared to just, say, a raw, massive beat stick. And we've seen, like, quite a lot of his melody pieces already, so... I'm wondering how can Martin push for game here? Because there's only lethalities on the Vanguard, which is huge because it's 2 melody units. It's like plus 20k to the, like plus 40 to the column because plus 20k to each unit. I just don't know if he can convert that. Like we saw that Stein soul charge to draw PG, so he might actually have trouble guarding this massive Vanguard swing. But if he can, I don't know if Martin can threaten lethal in any other way.
Well, we're gonna have to see because for Martin, this might be the last turn. It's do or die right now. Those last cards in hand need to be used defensively. And it looks like he's going to use... I think this is the Sonata Search effect coming through. Soul Blasting out the critical. So we're going to be revealing cards from the top until we find a melody, which shouldn't be very hard. Caro found again. That will be overcalling the Meep, choosing not to occupy the Axel Circle. Prioritizing the huge columns instead of the guardable Axel 2 attack, which I think is pretty smart. You know, you'd rather attack with a column that asks for a PG than make another attack that a 15k or, you know, maybe like 25k shield will take care of.
Yeah, exactly. And if he can now use Plon to give that particular column a force marker, he's got 2 Caros on the board. So that Sonata on the booster is a 28k booster, which is huge. Plus, like, you know, 33k on the Caro itself. So we're looking at like 67. We're starting to get to those 60, 70k numbers that we talked about. And if he can put a force marker on that column, that's going to be lethal.
Exactly.
So Martin Soul charges his 4th heal. That's huge information for Stein there.
Absolutely. Card still left in hand though. Martin, what will you choose? Will you prioritize even more aggression? Okay, I think this is the Plon effect coming in to soul charge the Grade 3 Fina. That is another one now added to the stack. He's going to lay them out as well. And let's see which gift type is he going to pick up. As we can see, the Axel 2 has not been doing much, but he's going to choose it again?
I think he just wants
to draw.
Yeah. It's totally understandable.
But the solo Meep column now is doing
nothing.
Very little. Grade 2 Fina gets called to the Axel.
He's just going to try and intercept with it rather than using it as any body, I suppose. I guess the fact that it stays on the board means that he can now just guard with melody units from hand for no drawback.
Yep.
The problem is his hand is not looking that healthy.
Yep, and the one-off cannon there still forcing out soul charges. Okay, this is soul charge 2 still.
Yep.
From the cannon.
He's choosing not to soul charge it, seems.
All right.
His deck is also looking quite thin. He doesn't want to deck out. That's also a big factor.
Yep, that's right. Don't forget that the soul charge is a May. You don't have to soul charge off the cannon. Of course, when you're at like 5 cards in deck, you don't have to risk it all just to call down cards.
And like we said before, he's calling over the Meep just to make that massive. The double Fina column is absolutely huge, which you need. He's got 1 card left in hand. Is he just going to slap it on the Axel and just go for it?
Right now, in terms of power, we have the attacking units are gaining a total of plus 25. The boosting units have a plus 15 from 2 Sonatas. No, plus 20 because there's 2 Caros. My apologies. So right now, the columns with double melody units are gaining a 20 and a 25. So plus 45 per column on top of the
26.
Base. On top of the 26. Yeah. So that is big numbers. Big numbers.
Yep. And his Vanguard has the Force 2, so Stein definitely has to guard this one.
Specifically this one, that's for sure. He has soul charged a lot of crits though, so there is hope.
Interesting that he hasn't boosted.
Yeah, and it's also interesting that the Axel 2 he acquired was really just for the card draw. Like I feel like putting a force marker on the Axel 2 might have actually ended up being a stronger play.
Yeah. I mean,
Depends
at
what
the
you do
same
into.
time, Stein's hand is not packed either, so he could just be saying like, I'm going to try and hedge my bets, try and go wide and go deep and see how that works out.
That's right. Stein, you have a lot of people supporting you. Can you survive this onslaught of Bermuda Triangle? Man, Martin's hand is so small. It's one card left.
Yeah.
It'll be 3 if he doesn't check any draws.
And the critical problem with Stein is, as we've discussed, these even if he guards his Vanguard and gets a heal, this defensive doesn't do much in the grand scheme of things. Like 13 and 23 versus 61 is like, it's ashes to ashes, really.
He's carefully thinking about how to guard this. He has to really
That's
pay.
a lot of
My!
cards. That's a lot of cards.
My God, a 5-card guard. I think that's a heal guard or 2.
2 heal
Oh,
guards.
Meep into a crit. Oh, that's making a second attack lethal. Wait, was that a 1 to pass? I think that was a 1 to pass. Oh no! That's right. We're gonna have to see some heals here.
Nope,
Actually, as the 6 damage, and Martin banking it all on one turn is going to take it over Stein, the old-mile player, and take it all in that matchup. Martin, it was a risky game plan. A lot of careful calculations had to be made, but he managed to take it.
Yeah, like we said, about Stein's deck list, the split between the crit sentinels and the draw PGs would have been, it's on paper really great for like scoping out the room and like playing to the meta. But when it comes down to the application, you just want one or the other. And in that case, those crit sentinels really weren't helping him. When you're looking down 60, 70k power, like we saw that Martin had a bit of a rough start. No meeps early on, didn't manage to soul charge more than 2 Sonata early, but eventually the engine got going. 50k, show me 3 cards to guard that, or you're taking this damage.
Yeah, exactly. It was a very cool matchup, a very well-played game by both players. We saw Stein really fight tooth and nail to try and survive until the very last second. But as you said, the split Sentinel count is part of what can cost for those games. And of course, these games have been very, very intense, very entertaining. And I want everyone, if you have any key moments, any highlights, or any things from your games, if you're playing in the tournament, to share, hashtag BRO2021 on Twitter. Make sure you don't miss out on it. We are checking through the hashtag, looking at all kinds of fun stories that people are posting up. And there's been some pretty cool ones. A lot of people celebrating topping AO. We saw Sub, Sabri go 7-1 and be super thrilled about their first top. Karan Patel, after topping and winning in Premium last week, is now at the tops in V as well, which is really, really cool. And, my personal favorite tweet so far, I saw in the hashtag today, was by Russell Yamasaki, who wrote, OMG, I got Derek down to 7 cards in hand while he was playing Bermudas. Still lost badly, and he went back to 15 in hand later, but we take those. GG's, it was really nice to meet and play against you. So that's an amazing, that just warms my heart, somebody playing against a very high caliber player and just celebrating, the small victories, right? Celebrating the small victories, getting close to victory, getting close to that pressure point against someone like that. So if you have any other, things to share with us that we might be able to introduce on stream, make sure to use hashtag BRO2021 on Twitter and we will have a look through it. But Ben, how are we feeling after that last game, that last round there?
Yeah, like you said, it was an absolute tooth and nail game there. Every player knowing I have to face against this, I have to prep for this, and just still committing anyway, and just seeing how it works out. I think is one of the aspects I like the most about V is that you never know what's going to happen. Like when I'm playing a game in Premium, I know that I'm going to stride busted. I'm going to get 5 extra drive checks. I'm going to hit Dose Sledge with Sentinel Restrict, or my opponent's going to have Princess into Yvette, into Alice combo, into Leslie, whatever. Whereas here it's okay, how's he going to fill this board of grey 2s? How's Melody going to find Sonatas to go into the soul? And seeing them get to that point is really interesting.
Yep, absolutely. It was a really, really entertaining game, but it was actually one of the last games of that round of Swiss as well. So we are going to a short break as we prepare for round 5, but it'll be a short one because we're almost ready for the next round as well. I'll be tagging out. JJ will be coming back for the next 2 rounds, so you guys can look forward to seeing the boys take it away for you guys. But for now, we'll see you guys very soon.
Hello everyone, so I actually won the Springfest Online Championship. the first place, and I was using Murakumo in premium format. At the time, I didn't had a lot of practice because we didn't had local events, but I was just thinking which deck I was afraid most of, and that was Genesis Loop. And then I just thought a lot of other strategies, how should I play against it, and I decided that I need to use Fire Element Hoenn, and Murakuma was the best deck for that. And also, if I went first with Murakuma, I had a huge advantage. So that was my choices. I most likely prepared just thinking theories, strategies, and watching some YouTube channels. Yes, actually, I was in Japan for 1 year when I was studying, and I had a chance to participate like in Bangasai. It was more like on casual side, but it still was a huge and fantastic event. And actually, I participated in it twice because I also visited Japan a little bit later on my vacation. So twice in Bangasai. I didn't had any experience participating in team leagues or other big Bushiroad events that were happening in Europe. This event was the first event for me, and I was pretty lucky with it. They had like a lot of events, but I also liked that they had like exclusive products that you can only get at that time, at that event. You had to stand in a line for it for a pretty long time, but it was something special. And I also attended the a little bit bigger tournament, but not the main event, and managed to end with 5-2. So maybe there was one thing that I didn't like, but it was the prizes were a little bit low, but just everything else was fantastic. Just a lot of people, a lot of nice people. They had like corner for only girls to play in it, so it was very unique experience. Actually, the first time I played on web camera event, but that was a different tournament, I was super uncomfortable. I had to adjust playing on webcam. It is totally different experience than playing in the real life. But because it was not my first event at Spring Festival Online, that helped me a lot because I already had some experience playing on web camera before, and I had some kind of advantage not doing a lot of misplays, not being that nervous on web camera and other things. Yes, it's kind of hard because you have to watch out for your own field, and at the same time you have to watch your opponent's field. It's just doing two things at the same time. And I like it because I have a lot of time, and it saves up a lot of time. It saves up a lot of traveling money. So I actually definitely like the webcam online, and I hope it actually will be alive in the future as well. I didn't eat at all. And between rounds I was panicking. I definitely was concentrated only at that time when I was playing. I believe you should just have fun and concentrate as much as you can, because concentration is all that matters in those kinds of tournament. And maybe the next time you will be the one who will be sitting in my place and someone will be taking an interview from you. So guys, have fun, and for those who know me on YouTube channel, don't be afraid, I will be back. I just currently having some issues with my physical shop opening of the car games, so, and yeah.
Yo, my name is Cameron Stewart. I topped the V Premium in the AO region, and I was using my main deck, which is Night Rose. I mean, it was dope. It's super dope, super cool though. You know, I'm an online player, so I typically love playing in other regions, so it's nothing really unfamiliar to me, but super dope. So back then, you know, I've been at my card shop, which is Super Games. I also played in Visions tournaments. I think that was the really big one to me because I got to pretty much fight the meta like constantly. So I have like a server called Elemental Spectacles. It's like a team work with each other to improve our skills and everything like that. Test. So yeah, definitely those guys over there. Yeah, I participated in regionals before. It started V Premium. I'm from Atlanta, so I always go down to the Atlanta regionals they have over there. It was pretty nice. Definitely, you know, I loved getting the free promos and everything. You know, being with all those people. Definitely, you know, when you win or whatever, you lose, you always go back to your friend group that you with, and you talk about how everything went. I mean, it was pretty smooth. You know, I definitely like being in the comfort of my own home. You know, after the match, I could, you know, take a deep breath or something. You know, my opponent, you know, you don't really get to see, you know, your facial expressions or not. So, you know, if they hit the trigger or whatever, or you do like a 2 to pass, or, you know, like just to see if you're confident or not, you know, you don't really get to know that. But other than that, it was very smooth. Or, you know, my team chat I was telling them about earlier, like I just always go in there and let them know, hey, what happened, what's up. It's kind of like, you know, how I do with my friend group, but this would be with my online group. You know, I let them know the results, how everything went, how the match went. You know, they would give me the encouragement, and you know, I would do vice versa. And it was just, that's kind of how it was. Yeah, so, you know, I like to go by 3 little tips. The first one, you know, make a winning image. You know, figure out like what the strongest thing you can do, the strongest push, finish, or whatever. That's what I say about winning image. 2, you make it as consistent as possible. Make sure that you can get it consistently and quickly. And 3, the last one, which is pretty much the toughest one, but you want to make sure you can pull it off before your opponent pulls theirs off, or if it's in the case where it's the same thing over and over again, you want to make sure that it's a balance all around. You don't want to have, for example, let's say a bashing turn. You don't want to persona ride, put everything you have into that one turn, and then your next turns be 15k, you know, 25k. You want to keep the gas on, and you know, practice. Make sure you practice a lot with your deck. You know, a lot of people like to net deck stuff before the tournament. There's nothing wrong, you know, with that, but you know, you won't know like I said, the 3 things: the win con, the consistency. You really won't know that in the build. Like, for example, like let's say someone took your list, right? DF, they didn't watch your video, they just took the list. Somebody put in the video, yo, DF dropped this Daikaiser, they took it, and then they go and force 1 riding Daikaiser, you know, like stuff like that. And then like, oh man, DP ain't it, bro. You don't even know all the stuff that went into the list, and then so stuff like that, you know, you gotta just really, you know, make sure, you know, practice, plan for it, make sure, you know, grind it out. The more you practice, you know, you'll run into different matchups. If you try to get it last minute, just because, you know, somebody said it was good, you know, practice with it, you might run into something like, well, I didn't know this was a counter. I didn't know this or that about the deck. I didn't know if I had to keep him at 3 damage or whatnot, you know. So, you know, my best advice, you know, would help me was getting a friend group, you know, having somebody I could talk to, you know, vent to, discuss things with. You know, if you don't have that.
And welcome back to Bushiroad Rumble Online 2021. I am your boy JJ, and joined with me is Ben from your card Vanguard. That was an interesting couple of rounds there, bro. How did you find them? What do you think of them?
Man, like going from like damage triggered this to, oh, he found this piece. Like it's been an up and down day in the best possible way. Like what about you? What's been your highlight so far, JJ?
I think my highlight so far was seeing Messiah pop off. I think that was the biggest thing for me. Just sort of just them flipping the grade 3. Alter Ego too, so like an anime moment. Just flipping the exact name into my Vanguard. Not having to lose too much pieces for it. And him getting the first ride, getting the Volker on board. Woo! That was high octane gameplay.
Everything going right for sure, yeah. So we're almost halfway through the tournament now, you know, round 4 out of 8. The air is starting to clear, the dust is starting to settle. How, you know, what are you looking forward to seeing next?
Well, we actually know what's going to be happening next. It's going to be on table 6 that we have for you guys. This is going to be a feature match of Dimensional Police versus Gold Paladin. Archetypes we have not seen at any point in the first couple of matches, so I'm excited to see how that turns out. What's your headcanon? How do you feel these matchups are going to play out?
Well, so the thing with Dimension Police is, as we know from Premium yesterday, anyone playing Dimension Police immediately becomes the people's favorites, and I think this deck we have coming up next is no exception. But Gold Paladin, man, I love Gold Paladin. Like, you know, it's my second favorite clan, and just like with Royal Paladin, there's so much flexibility. Do you play the Gurglet line? Do you play the Ezor line? Do you play Prominence Core? Do you play Glare? Do you play Agravane? Like, I can't wait to jump into these lists. So yeah, unless you have anything to say, let's just do it.
Yeah, let's see. Let's take a look at some of these lists here. So what are cooking up with? So we have Darren C from the US. I mean, fair enough. He is rocking the Dimensional Police line, running the new Die Kaiser, which came out recently from the new set. Do you happen to have anything you want to add to it, actually?
I mean, Die Kaiser is just an amazing card. Just look at the card, man. There's nothing to say. It's an amazing card. Like, it's got I can't think of a single word on that text box that I'm upset with.
Fair enough. He is running 2 copies of Die Arm. He is going to be running, of course, the big boy himself, Die Liner, 4 copies, and he is running 3 copies of Great Dayusha. He looks like to be the full hero package. He is not running any of the Seal package, which some dimensional enthusiasts did opt to play some of the Zeal package to get some extra multi-attacks on Force 2 markers, which is really, really nice.
Yeah, it's an interesting grade 3 lineup because when you say Die Arm, you usually think of premium, right? 10 cards in hand. Whereas in V premium, like the only deck that can really get to 10 cards in hand reliably are Prism and Luard. So maybe he's taking for that, which is super interesting to watch. And a card that he's not playing that I would have assumed would have been a staple for DP at this point in time would have been Brad Black, right?
Yeah, I would think so too, since going first, it does give you some added search to filter for any of the Dialiner things you'll probably need. It helps searches your Great Dayusha that you can search up later and set up later. But I guess he's just going for the hard draw Great Dayusha is the reason why he's probably opting to play 3 and more low to the round pieces in his grade 1s to probably fill up those slots, maybe.
Yeah, and we can see that in his trigger as well. He's playing 7 draws and 5 crits. So, I vibe with it. He's got the Gel Sludge as well, which Mr. DP main in the background there, currently silent, is he likes that card a lot. I know that for a fact. We see the Twin Orders, like super critical card, Die Prop, another amazing turn 1 drop fair for DP. Like I said, just all the cards in Clan Collection just really coming through and giving that deck that little bit of extra push that it needs. But speaking of pushes that decks need, let's have a look at Gold Paladin. Romain from France. Here we see Gurguit. This was not the Gold Paladin build I had my money banked on, I'll be honest. I was borderline expecting, everyone was expecting Duke, but my heart really wanted to see Core Aggravain, Prominence Core Aggravain. But no, he's gone old school, VBT 12. He's got the 4 of Gurguit. He's got the Ezel package, so you can Superior Ride Ezel and get Gurguit skills immediately on turn 3, which I really like that line.
And he is playing a tech card in Edmund. What do you think? What do you make of it?
Yeah, Edmund is I've never seen that card been played before up until today, but I'm just reading its text for the first time now, and it's like, you know what? This isn't bad. Like, it's a 10k shield. Cool. And it's a rearguard effect that opens up slots, gives you soul, which you desperately need in this deck, and it's a big number. It's basically just a grade 3 Aglavel, which, we know that Aglavel's a busted card. So more Aglavels is not bad, right? It can't be bad.
No, of course not. And I do think it's pretty interesting. He is also running a little bit of the Ezel package in Wonder Ezel and in Hoel, which is, I think, been a staple for a while in some lists. Other lists have opted to run Josephus or more Dendrins, but this is running the tried and tested Hoel. So.
Yeah. I mean, you need that to do the Superior Ride for the Blonde Ezel, which is what gives you the Gurgit strength. And as we know, there's the restriction list in B Premium. You can't have Gurgit and Percival in the same deck list. So we see here, Roman is saying, everyone says that Percival is the best card in Gold Paladin. I'm going to go against that. I'm going to try something different. And yeah, I'm he's got basically 5 copies of Aglavel. We'll see how that works out for him. He's got everything he needs. He's got the Sagamorse to continue his extensions. The classic max / combo we saw back in set 1 gold at the beginning of V. There's a lot of multi-attack potential here. So, what he loses in plussing and numbers, he makes up for just saying 22, 22, 22, 27, 22, 27. Guard all of these, please.
All right. So with that being said, it looks like we are ready to go. So let's take a look at our players here.
Yep. Again, these players are dripped out. You see Roman with all the Gold Paladin Gurguit materials you could ever ask for.
All right, then. Oh my god, that is complete gold. Fighting gold, even. Holy moly.
Yeah. So which one of these two are you currently leaning towards at the moment, JJ?
As I mean, I get asked this every single time, and I'll say it, both players are very strong and independent players, and I do wish both of them the best of luck. I think both of them can take it. Who do you feel?
I think I really like what Darren is trying to do with DP, so I really want to see him succeed.
Oh, okay, fair.
See,
Not even your, backyard favorite Gold Paladin.
as much as I want to see what Roman does with this deck, like
Mhm.
I think seeing DP do DP things, like if you watch a DP deck do DP things and you don't get excited, I think something's wrong there.
All right, fair enough. It does look like he will be attacking with Hoel, committing the one of tech slots that he is playing is Fierce Fighting Knight.
Chloris. It's a really interesting card. Let's get that up on the screen there for you. He's taking the aggressive line as well, which I quite like, although the defensive from Darren kind of shut that down. But yeah, this is an interesting card. What's your take on this?
Let's take a read of it first. So from the top, when it attacks or boosts, Soul Blast 1, perform all the following effects below according to the number of rear guards you call this turn. 2 or more. This unit gets +5 until the end of that battle. 4 or more. Your opponent must intercept as much as possible until the end of turn. That I like a whole lot, because there is a lot of good utility cards your opponent probably puts in the front row in very specific matchups, and I think I really like this, because then you can just ignore the interceptors, not have to attack them directly, and force them to intercept anyway.
Yeah, for sure. Meanwhile, like you said about utility, for Darren, there it is, the boy Gel Sludge saying, please counterblast 1. Oh, you can't. I'll draw that card, thanks.
And what I whole love a lot as well with him now, he's adding the grade 3 off of the Great Sea Searcher, which does add a lot of extra shielding as well, because it not only protects him from getting aggro pushed from Romain here, it also gives him an extra added 10k shield bonus when he's going into Die Liner, which is great.
Mm-hmm. He's discarding one of his many draw triggers there. That's one of the benefits of draws, that they're only 5k shield. You're never going to miss them if they go away. And especially in a deck like Gold Paladin, which, like I said, is going to attack you for not that huge numbers, like 23s, 33s, 22s, things that are usually 10 to 15k shield. Having those extra bunch of cards is like, you'd rather have the cards than the guard value, because they're just hitting you that many times anyway. So a lot of aggro coming here. Roman damages Howl and the trigger. Losing the trigger, I think, is going to be huge. Sorry, losing the Howl is huge because... So he misrode, he has the Aglavel on Vanguard, but if he had ridden the Wonder Ezel, he would have need to have a third Howl to Superior Ride.
That he would. So let's see here. Oh, he does not have the Wonder Ezel ride. Wow, okay.
Goes for a Din Drain for the plus, totally reasonable. So how's he going to respond to Darren's board, knowing that he's probably facing down a Die Liner next turn?
I mean, as long as he does happen to have a drop PG, he possibly could shield against the first attack, but if he ends up having to risk not to get hit credit here, it'd...
The Heal Guardian comes through. So this is one of the great things I think about Heal Guardians for this matchup, is that one of the things that DP is known for is big crit. So when your opponent's Vanguard is swinging, let's say that he rides the Die Liner and just goes for it, you can just say, okay, well, -2 crit your Die Liner, I'll just take 1 damage, I'll get all the counterballs I need to do, like my combos and my scaling. Because that's one thing about Gold Paladin, it needs a lot of counterblasts to do its job. You have Max Slash, you have Agvel on the Vanguard Circle, which you paid for, you have Howl on the Rearguard Circle. There's a lot that's going on that deck needs to do. So the more damage he takes, the better. But at the same time, you don't want to just get double crit by Die Liner and go up to 5 damage and be like, well, now what?
Okay, that's right. And right now, he just discarded an extra card for the effect of Kaizard here. It's to get an extra force marker. So now he's going to use Die Liner's ability to check top 7 for extra grade 3 to add to hand and continuous rest of the game. He has 10k shield bonus for every grade 3 that he uses, which is pretty good.
Yeah, Kaizard there really doing a lot of work. As you say, we just talked about the Heal Guardians being able to -2 crit. Now you have to heal Guardian 2 things if you don't want to take a bunch of damage, which is exactly the sort of pressure you want going first as Dimension Police.
Mm-hmm. And he had an effective die liner now that he added a grade 3. The extra crit here, which you just mentioned. Yep. And let's see if he's going to commit the Die Kaiser here, because since Die Kaiser does allow him to shoot at damage for free, but it looks like he's not going to do it.
Choosing to hold off. But again, no PG comes in. Instead of the heal Guardian, is it going to be plus 10k or minus 2 crit? I'm not quite sure. Triggers? I would think it was minus. I think it was plus 10k because he's just about to take a lot of damage now. Nope, it was minus 2 crit.
Yeah. Because I think it still hits anyway, because it gets like plus 20k power, plus the twin order.
Right, yeah, which is plus 20k because he has 2 force markers, sure. We see the heal there coming for Roman is going to be huge. The defensive especially helps him guard the gel sludge. Mm-hmm. Like I said, you don't want to be on 5 damage on your first grade 3 turn. Especially because he missed the Ez Legend. Right, he had the Ezel in hand, that's why he didn't go for it. Because you could only superior ride Ezel from the deck. Of course, it's still not bad. Having Ezel on the Vanguard circle turns on your Howls on the rear guard. Although we've seen Howls go away already. The only problem is that Ezel doesn't plus you very much. It's not massive extension. It's an extra attack, sure. But in a matchup like DP, where you need to be staying alive, Ezel doesn't really do that much, especially when you're losing Gurguit's guard skill. I'm wondering if, I hate to have a negative outlook, but if you're in Roman's shoes right now, you can't ignore the fact that this could, you might lose next time. It's a very real possibility.
That it can be. Because right now, what he could possibly do here, right, is maybe call the second Sacramore, Soul Blast, call maybe Aglovale, attack with the Sacramore columns first, then attack with Aglovale, then attack with Ezel to get drive checks and call a card and give power to Aglovale. Maybe get like a very good aggressive turn on Axle Marker, but it does look kind of dire. His hand is kind of fat though, so who knows? He might have probably drawn into some PGs, possibly.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not going to rule it out yet.
I like that a lot. So he's choosing to say, I'm going to use all my counterblast and I'm going to combo this turn. We've got it's probably Sagramore first, then Aglovale, eat the Sagramore, bounce the Aglovale, and then Max Slash to the open column, just get 5 attacks in. And some of them hit numbers as well. He doesn't have the plus from Gurgit, but there's still the Aglovale is 24k, the Max Slash is 22k. These aren't shrug off attacks. So even though Darren's hand is pretty healthy, he could also be going for 3 or 4 damage this turn as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't cut him out yet.
Mm-hmm. Even with the plus 10k shield from Dieliner, this isn't going to be easy to guard. So we'll see how this works out. I think Roman is just planning his attack pattern here. We'll see what he can do.
So I guess he was trying to ask the skill of Max Slash Dragon. So a lot of people don't tend to see this card that often anymore, since a lot of people are running Aglovales a whole lot of the time. But Max Slash Dragon's skill is when he attacks, he gets to Counterblast 1. You can Superior Call a card from your hand. And Max Slash Dragon, gets plus 5k.
Yeah, definitely important for hitting numbers, which is the one thing that, before Gurguit, Gold Paladin was historically not very good at doing.
No, not of course not. Because of course, Force, one of the biggest benefits of being in a Force clan is due to the fact that all your defensive turns are 13k base or 10k base. So defensive trigger makes you 23 and 20 respectively, and most of the non-Force decks can only hit you for 19 or 20 maybe.
Yeah, so we see here Roman uses Ezel to recall the Aglovale, which is a 24k attacker. No triggers is definitely going to be a troublesome for him. A second defensive draw from Darren? Oh dear, that's pretty much shut down his entire turn, I think.
Yeah, it does, and exactly what I was mentioning before as well. It's the defensive bonuses that you get, and him not being on Gurguit definitely put him in a very bad spot.
Yeah, so this Max Slash I think doesn't even hit, right? Oh no, it does, because he can Soul Blast 1 for the Chloris, like we said before. So now it's 32k, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Or 35, I think.
It's plus 5 from the Max Slash and then plus 5 from the Chloris. So I think it's 30. Yeah, 30 is right.
Yeah.
So it makes the Sagramore, which makes the Din Drain, which is using all the soul he just built to recoup cards in hand. And now his Now Roman's hand is looking actually pretty healthy all of a sudden.
Mm-hmm. And I think he didn't do it to deal damage. He just wanted to do to just filter through his deck. So
Exactly.
these are not going to get retired since Dimension Police doesn't really have much in terms of retire for him. So it's just sort of like, well, I just kind of want to reset my board because I kind of just don't want to get crit on.
Yeah, like we saw that the Sagramore Din Drain column doesn't hit, which is a shame. He loses a lot of aggressive tempo, but at the same time, he might not be in a bad spot versus Darren. We'll see whether or not the Dai Kaisers come down. If Darren doesn't ride, there's the threat of Great Dayusha, which is always a threat, even without Brad Black.
Always has been.
Exactly. And in fact, I think Roman might actually have more than 10 cards in hand, so Dai Arm! We could see Dai Arm!
If he searches for it, that's a possibility. That's for sure.
I hope. So he's gonna, use Dai Liner. Show me Dai Arm! Show me Dai Arm! It's another Dai Liner. I mean, that's still 10k shield. That's still fine, and he can reride next turn for the second force too. Definitely threatening. And as you say, now that he has the Dai Kaiser, those PGs that Roman was searching for now come with a drawback.
Yep. So he needs to put an added shield in the Guardian Circle if he ever wants to survive this threatening situation.
Exactly.
Since a lot of people don't really play against, well, they do play against Dimensional Robots a lot, but a lot of people don't know a lot of the skill of Dai Kaiser. So he has a front row ability. At the end of battle, a grade 3 was revealed in your drive check. If your opponent would call a total of 1 Sentinel for that battle, kind of last one, choose one of your opponent's Vanguards, deal 1 damage, and then in the turn, you put us into the soul.
Yeah, one of the key cards, I'd say, most important to come out of Clan Selection. Double Dai Kaiser! Wow, I looked away for 1 second and this happens. So now, if Roman doesn't double PG the Vanguard swing, he's taking 2 damage.
Sadly enough, it is only 1 CB open, so you can only proc the skill once, sadly.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, despite that, I would still rather force him to counterblast 2 to deal 2 damage than just no guard and eat 3 damage from this Dai Liner and die, right? I think that's a reasonable trade in my opinion.
That is a very good transaction indeed. So I guess what he could do is use the Dai Kaiser without the marker skill first, and then just attack with the other one with the force marker because he needs
Which
to
will be lethal. You're right. Yeah. Oh no, he's only called 1 PG, so maybe if Darren counterblasts this, heal is massive here.
Because this counts as a grade 3 as well, so the skill does go off.
Exactly. And he heals to make things even worse for Roman. Oh dear, these are not cards you want to be seeing your opponent hit. The crit, he can put it all onto the non-force Dai Kaiser to make that lethal as well. Because he can counterblast 1 to deal down 1 damage to put Roman to 4 if he wants to do so. And that way the other 2 rear guards are both 1 crit, 2 crit each and lethal swings. That is...
So that both of them can be 33 if he wants it. I would think he probably put power on the other rear guard. I would think he would.
Yeah, so he's going to counterblast 1. Bang, there it is.
So here's the damage.
Hits the draw. Draw is huge. So he uses the rear Dai Kaiser, which will go into Soul. Oh, no. Oh, it's at the end of turn, right. So you just swing it with anyway, which is guarded. The defensive gets him there, because he's 22k base. And now this huge Dai Kaiser, which is very lethal, plus the 13k boost from the Grand Rope. Is 10k enough? 13, 26? It is, wow. Because he gave power to the rear, yeah.
Yeah, he spread the power instead of dumping the power on 1.
So Roman lives to see another day. Doesn't rewrite Gurgit though, which is Andy Whistle's top 3 search. This might be what puts him behind. Although, did Darren forget to put one of the Dai Kaisers into Soul? I think he may have.
I would think so, yeah. I mean, we didn't get to see which one he declared on, the left or the right one, but...
Yeah.
Because that kind of matters a little bit.
Yeah, if it's the one that's not on the force marker, then your life is still very hard if you're Roman, because you're still facing down some lethal swings next turn.
Yeah, okay.
But, Roman still has the Max Slash. He still has an Aglavel in hand, we know. There's potential for things to happen. There we go, the Dai Kaiser removed into Soul. The judges have rectified the issue. And he's going to start swinging. And we're going to see the same pattern as last time. This Sagramore column swing, Aglevel, eat the Sagramore, bounce, max slash, remake the Sagramore. So Darren takes that damage, no defensive, that's good for Roman. You don't want to see them hitting for your defensive, so now you can still hit. So now this 24 column requires the full guard value. Perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Now the Ezel, remake the Aglevel, or do you have a Sagramore? Nope, just back comes the Aglevel. And again, he used up a lot of those cards in hand to guard with, but he is alive, which is what matters.
Mm-hmm. So now he needs to decide whether or not he wants to take this, which he will.
Ooh, any crits? Nope. 2 blanks again. Oh, that's really unfortunate. I mean, he sees another Din Drain, which is nice. The second Agvel is not really needed because it bounces itself, as we see, each time. But he can always just max slash the Agvel back and get another damage in. Oh, Darren's just taking all of this. Interesting. Gets the heal, though, which is huge.
Because he is in a situation, he just wants to utilize all the CB as much as he possibly can. Because what he could probably try to do next turn, right, is if he wants to, he can Die Liner, search himself a Great Dayusha, possibly, still have enough CB to use any of the other die cards that he might end up top decking into, and still plus also be able to pay for most of the skills he needs to require. And it requires like 3 or 4 damage, I think, minimum.
For sure. And we see here, instead of going back into an Aglevel for hits, he's just gone into the Sagramore Din Drain again, which are both +1s. So we see he's back up to a very healthy 7 cards in hand. He's used up a few of his PGs already, though, so I don't know how much longer he can survive against these, 50, 60k die liners. But having this extra attack that does hit is especially useful. The reason I guess he didn't go for the Aglevel is because now it's going to be easier to guard because of that defensive, whereas this column is still at least asking for 10k shield. So he just attacks the Daikaiser instead.
Oh, of course.
Which is totally fair. You're staring down lethal swings from Force 2 rear guards. You want to be making sure your opponent has to commit as hard as possible to get there, right?
Exactly.
So how will Darren respond? Are we going to see the great Dayusha?
We'll have to see here, because he is in a moment. He's in a situation at the moment. Does he CB here to search? Which I guess he will be.
Yep.
Because then it's also filtering out grade 3s from his deck, so if he happens to draw into more Daikaisers, there's more chances that skill will proc again.
And we've already seen 2 Daikaisers go down, so... Well, there's Diarm. Unfortunately, Roman is not 10 cards in hand anymore, so... Slightly lost value here. But it is a body. It is a 10k shield. It is a 13k attacker. You can never be upset with those. I'm just curious about what sort of push Darren might have here. Because Roman being on 4 damage is exactly where you want your opponent to be as a DP player. But without the tools to really push advantage, it's quite hard to do. And we see, if we look back at Darren's deck list, he's not playing the grade 2 that restands, the hero guy. He's not playing Brad Black. His only real source of advantage multi-attack is that Great Dayusha. So he's just been relying on Kaizad and the extra force market to sort of pressure that early game. We've got some big numbers here. We got the Diarm. We have the Twin Order. So that's going to be a huge Diarm. Can he check a crit and make the Diarm lethal? So now that there's no Daikaiser, Roman's definitely safe to use his last PG if he has it. But it's going to be a very tough manual guard otherwise. There it is. 2 triggers. I think he needs a bit more. Yep. So that's 30, 40, 55k shield, which I think is 2 pass or no pass. But Darren whiffs blanks. So Roman lives for now. Of course, he does still have this crit 2 die line on the rear guard. Oh, there's the Great Dayusha! Yeah, baby! And now the Force 2 marker comes down. Diarm is now lethal. We are cooking with gas. Plus 10k to the front row. Plus 10k from himself. That is a huge Dayusha. This is a huge Diarm because Twin Order is now giving 30k. Roman, how are you going to guard this, my friend? The easiest one to guard is definitely the die liner rear guard, but this is what? 21, 31, 41, 51, 61 with the Force 2? Oh, he's going through his deck. He's guarded with a Heal Guardian. He checked 1 in damage. Does he have any more?
I mean, we'll have to see about this one, because this is 26, 36 on the other rear guard circle. This is 21.
EG comes down. Vanguard swing. No guards. Draw trigger. Doesn't matter. 2 damage. Come on, Roman. You need to heal here.
No.
Nope, there it is. The Great Dayusha seals the game. Wow.
Wow.
What a game. What a game.
So as we can see, right, this goes to show. So yeah, you're right, Ben. You're right. They are probably the people's champion, but who knows, man? The Knights will shine maybe another time. I think what made it a bit more rough for him is the fact he didn't see Gerwit, which made his numbers a lot more weaker in comparison than being on Ezel. He did scrounge around for some of the cards, by him missing a second Ezel, second Gergrit chance ride there was woof, because it could have given him better defensive options. C being one to search your top four. Yeah, it
wasn't that one-sided, right? Like I keep telling you, Gold Paladin they just have good cards. Sagramore, and Aglever, like he stayed in that game for quite a while with what he had.
Yeah, exactly. So it wasn't just a complete stomp. It just was like, man, if he had that one Gurgoy turn, I think he probably could have pulled through or push pressure a little bit more, maybe gain a little bit more gas there.
For sure, but yeah, I can't believe it. Just like with Premium last week, we have another DP player with the people's hopes and dreams on his back going through with a good record. But yeah, that was quite something. And even with Gold Paladin, we keep saying everyone's expecting Duke, everyone's expecting Core or whatever. To see Gurgit still being played without Percival, fair play to Roman. He made it work. So he definitely shouldn't feel bad about losing that game.
No. I don't think you should either. I think you should take out a badge of pride that, hey, the build that I was going with was not even expected to do this well anyway in the first place, and the man has a couple of wins under his belt, and this is like his second loss or first loss, I think. So he can keep on trying to go through, and X2s could probably make it, depending on if there's no undefeateds in the last round. I think he's fine. He's just got to keep on playing through, and if his tiebreakers are good, then he's good.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that was round 5, and I think we're just about wrapping up with everything else. So, again, if you love seeing DP and you want to see it go all the way, hashtag BRO2021, get in the conversation. We will definitely be taking a look at those throughout the rest of the day. But until then, I think we're just going to pop a quick break, and we'll be back with round 6 very shortly.
See y'all in a minute.
My name's Ron Manankil. Lots of people know me as Shiro Neko. I am the BSFO AO champion, and I topped with Blade Master. Yeah. Actually, I was already planning ahead of the Blade Master loop when Soen was announced. I already started visionizing the deck. The problem was securing some premium parts, which was mainly the Tempeспhere and Zazan. And in the end, I didn't even get to use them because I wasn't able to secure a set of each because our shop here only had 2 boxes of premium collection. So we weren't able to really gather parts. And so preparing for the event, I was just watching videos on like WCC and Different Fights channel on the meta and thinking of how I can counter that without using the vanilla engine and doing the turbo engine. And in the end, I also thought of the mirror match because thinking of the meta, you're obviously gonna encounter your own meta deck. And so to take the meta into account, you have to really think of the mirror match too. So yeah, that's how I prepared for BSFO. I actually participated in BCS starting 2017. I wasn't really a competitive player back then because I was really busy with other things like school competitions and other fights. But yeah, those were the only ones I joined because BSFO, Springfest rather, was not really in my place. It was in the main city in Manila, so I wasn't really able to participate with that. But BCS, I participated yearly starting from 2017. Well, I think I met a lot of interesting people for sure. I met Kendo from Team Rising Dragons, and I met Derek Dow from WCC when he came here for BCS, and I also met Like, I made many friends through BCS because there are some players that don't join weekly tournaments, but when a huge event comes, you suddenly see all these people pop up. I would also want to give a shout out, by the way, to the BCS 2019 champion. He's also a Cebuano. He's one of the only people I know from Cebu that also won a Bushiroad event. I want to give him love. His name is Del Rosario. I think he deserves more love than me because he wasn't able to actually go to Japan due to personal reasons. So I want to give him the spotlight too. I think for BSFO I was kind of like I was scared at first to join because as you said it's through a webcam and like cheaters may pop up once or twice, but actually unexpectedly the judges were actually really well organized. They were monitoring the entire situation, and it was a pretty fun event actually. It was nice to participate through my own home, and I didn't have to go down or risk like getting COVID, especially now, to just join an event, which is really nice. It was really convenient. I posted in my Instagram story the progress through of like how the event went, and I was also watching the stream, so I could like study the other decks that were on stream. It was pretty fun to like see everyone react to the Instagram story because not a lot of people knew about the event here. So it's pretty nice to see like people react and stuff. Well, my advice for BRO, if you're a seasoned player, I suggest you study the meta since it's a pretty wild west meta right now, and literally anything could happen. And for new players, I would say don't be scared, just do your best, and it's a free tournament. You win, you lose, you don't lose anything, so it's all right. Just calm down, and I'm rooting for all of you. Follow me on If you guys want to follow me on Instagram, it's hello Ishiro. Just hit me up if you guys want to chat, hang out, or even play remote fight. So thank you and good luck to everyone. I hope to see you all, and I hope to see everyone in top 8 also. Well, not everyone, but yeah. I hope everyone does well.
Welcome to the Bushiroad Rumble Online 2021. Today's tournament will be played in the V Premium format, and we can't wait to get started and see all the exciting plays and unique deck ideas that the players will be bringing. Before we jump into it, let's brush up on what makes the V Premium format unique and what you can expect to see today. In V Premium, players use cards that contain this V logo found in the bottom left corner of the card. These cards were first released in VBT01 in 2018 and continue to be printed to this day through shop tournament promotional cards as well as the clan collection booster sets. The format is supported twice per year with these booster sets, giving something new and exciting for all 24 clans. Before we get into the action of today's tournament, let's talk about some of the unique gameplay aspects of this format. First things first, decks are composed of 50 cards, and unlike the other formats, there is no G-Zone nor Ride deck present in this format. Instead, the unique factor is imaginary gifts, which are a type of marker that a player acquires when they ride a grade 3 with the imaginary gift symbol. The imaginary gifts are split into 3 types: Force, Protect, and Axel. Each of the 24 different clans are placed into one of the 3 gift types, which complement their clan's general playstyle. Furthermore, each gift type branches into 2, such as Force 1 and Force 2. However, keep in mind that once you have chosen either Force 1 or Force 2 upon riding your grade 3 for the first time, you cannot select the other gift type for the rest of that game. Let's give you a quick explanation of what each type of gift stands for. The Force gift represents a mid-range playstyle belonging to clans such as Royal Paladin, Dimension Police, Link Joker, and others. Force 1 is a marker that is placed on a rearguard or vanguard circle, and any rearguard or vanguard in that circle will gain plus 10,000 power during your turn. You can also place multiple Force 1 markers in the same circle, giving one unit plus 20,000 or more at a time. The Force 2 marker trades the power gain for changing the base critical of a unit above it to 2. This, however, cannot be stacked, as even if you apply 2 Force 2 markers to a single circle, they will both just change the unit's critical to 2 and not increase it beyond that. Whether it's critical pressure or greater attack power, decide which Force type fits your playstyle best and claim victory. The Protect gift represents a defensive playstyle, belonging to clans such as Angel Feather, Oracle Think Tank, Grand Blue, and others. Protect 1 is a unique gift marker that does not occupy any space on your field, but is rather kept in hand, as its effect is that of a Perfect Guard Sentinel. However, unlike Perfect Guards, a Protect marker is returned to the imaginary gift pile rather than the drop zone. The Protect 2 works akin to Force 1, where it places itself on a rearguard circle after being acquired and provides plus 5,000 power to the unit above, as well as giving it an additional 10,000 shield when intercepting. Whether it be Perfect Guards in hand or acquiring both power and defense, choose your Protect gift carefully to defeat your opponent. The Axel gift represents an aggressive playstyle belonging to clans such as Nova Grappler, Gold Paladin, Pale Moon, and others. Axel 1 is a gift marker which takes its place on the field in a unique way, creating an additional front row rearguard circle, thus enabling more potential attacks than the other gift types. In addition, the unit on top of the additional rearguard circle will gain plus 10,000 power, thus being able to pack a punch despite not being able to be boosted. Axel 2 trades some of the power by decreasing the gain from 10,000 to 5,000, but instead it allows the player to draw one extra card when the gift marker is acquired. With this, the player is able to replenish their hand while filling their Axel circles. Not only that, Axel clans are the only ones in the V Premium format that have access to front triggers, primarily due to being able to buff their front row, including the units that occupy the Axel markers. In addition to the imaginary gift markers, there are a few other game elements in this format. One such mechanic is the Quick Shield ticket, which is acquired by a player when they ride over their first Vanguard when going second, and it can function as a 5,000 shield that can protect you from small pokes, or simply be discarded for effect costs. And finally, the latest addition to V Premium in the V Clan Collection Plus Volume 1 and 2, Heal Guardians. Heal Guardians are a unique type of heal trigger, which are grade 3. Instead of the usual 20,000 shield, Heal Guardians have 15,000 shield and 10,000 power, but come with a unique pair of abilities shared by all clans. When placed on the Guardian Circle from hand, if you haven't ridden a grade 3 or greater Vanguard yet during that fight, you can choose and use one of the following effects, either giving your Vanguard an additional plus 10,000 power for the entire turn, or choosing an opponent's unit and give it -2 critical for that battle. Whether you need an additional power buff to survive your opponent's powerful early rush of attacks, or you need to reduce the critical of your opponent's high damage unit, this effect will aid you in fighting various decks across the board. On top of that, when a Heal Guardian is placed on a rearguard circle from hand, if you do not have any cards in your damage zone, you can put the top card of your deck into the damage zone face up. This gives you the ability to use some card abilities even if your opponent refuses to attack and give you the damage to use them. And that wraps it up for this brief explanation of the V Premium format. Let's wish all the players participating today the best of luck, and we hope that all of you watching at home enjoy the show.
Hello everyone, so I actually won the Springfest Online Championship, the first place, and I was using Murakumo in premium format. At the time, I didn't had a lot of practice because we didn't had local events, but I was just thinking which deck I was afraid most of, and that was Genesis Loop. And then I just thought a lot of other strategies, how should I play against it, and I decided that I need to use Fire Element Hoenn, and Murakuma was the best deck for that. And also, if I went first with Murakuma, I had a huge advantage. So that was my choices. I most likely prepared just thinking theories, strategies, and watching some YouTube channels. Yes, actually, I was in Japan for 1 year when I was studying, and I had a chance to participate like in Bangasai. It was more like on casual side, but it still was a huge and fantastic event. And actually, I participated in it twice because I also visited Japan a little bit later on my vacation. So twice in Bangasai. I didn't had any experience participating in team leagues or other big Bushiroad events that were happening in Europe. This event was the first event for me, and I was pretty lucky with it. They had like a lot of events, but I also liked that they had like exclusive products that you can only get at that time at that event. You had to stand in a line for it for a pretty long time, but it was something special. And I also attended the bigger, a little bit bigger tournament, but not the main event, and managed to end with 5-2. So maybe there was one thing that I didn't like, but it was the prizes were a little bit low, but just everything else was fantastic. Just a lot of people, a lot of nice people. They had like corner for only girls to play in it, so it was very unique experience. Actually, the first time I played on web camera event, but that was a different tournament, I was super uncomfortable. I had to adjust playing on webcam. It is totally different experience than playing in the real life. But because it was not my first event at Spring Festival Online, that helped me a lot because I already had some experience playing on web camera before, and I had some kind of advantage not doing a lot of misplays, not being that nervous on web camera and other things. Yes, it's kind of hard because you have to watch out for your own field, and at the same time you have to watch your opponent's field. It's just doing two things at the same time. And I like it because I have a lot of time and it saves up a lot of time. It saves up a lot of traveling money. So I actually definitely like the webcam online, and I hope it actually will be alive in the future as well. I didn't eat at all. And between rounds I was panicking. I definitely was concentrated only at that time when I was playing. I believe you should just have fun and concentrate as much as you can, because concentration is all that matters in those kinds of tournament. And maybe the next time you will be the one who will be sitting in my place and someone will be taking an interview from you. So guys, have fun, and for those who know me on YouTube channel, don't be afraid, I will be back. I just currently having some issues with my physical shop opening of the card games, so, and yeah.
Yo, my name is Cameron Stewart. I topped the V Premium in the AO region, and I was using my main deck, which is Night Rose. I mean, it was dope. It was super dope. Super cool.
Welcome everybody to another round. Hopefully y'all have been doing okay. Welcome to another edition of BRO Rumble. BRO. It's Rumble with you. All right. So Ben, we have another round coming up.
Yep.
It's going to be a pretty interesting one because it's going to be from the Netherlands.
Yep.
Somebody that I know personally myself. Somebody who's going to be taking a deck that I thought they might not have been taking today. That's going to be interesting to see. And it was also good.
Hashtag impartial caster. Yeah.
I'm incredibly impartial. Whether they win or lose, it's all right. Yep. But we also have a Pale Moon player as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
And
it's an exciting game coming up soon.
It is.
Yeah, speaking of hashtags, though, we've been keeping an eye on the hashtag BRO 2021. You guys have been out there, and I'd just like to quickly highlight a masterpiece of a tweet. I think you'll agree, from user @mdagonic. It's I can't put it into words. Like, this is an excellently crafted tweet. Like, literary genius, 1 in a million, and the tweet reads Volko. That's it. That's the tweet.
Chef's kiss. Chef's kiss. Absolute masterclass. And I think it was in the reference of one of the Volko rounds where we were talking about earlier, where, just hit Volko, yeah? Just
do it.
Just hit Volko, man. So then after the deck list, we'll be talking about our next round here. Let's take a look at see what they'll be piloting. It is going to be a Shadow Paladin list.
Jumping straight into it. We have Chris VDL piloting Luard. This is one of those decks that we said, it's pretty popular. We're probably going to see a lot of this, but this is the first one we've seen all day, and I think it's the only one of 2 or 3 in the top tables. So walk us through this, JJ.
So a lot of people already kind of the ones who are privy to the information that we have for V Premium already, most people already know what Luard does. But for the newer people at home, Luard is one of those type of mechanics that allows you to manipulate grade ones on your field and allows them to either accrue card advantage, retire cards from your opponent, or just push a whole lot of pressure via your force markers that you gain. So they're running 8 drag heart and drive and Luard as their grade 3s. They're running also the new Heal Guardians, which is pretty interesting. And one thing that stands out to me is them running the Witch of Expiration Beheria. And I was wondering why. What would you think is the reason why they're probably running this?
Maybe it's just for the on-ride, draw, discard. It's another grade 1 on the deck, and Luard is a deck that does care about having grade 1s in the drop zone and on the board. So in the worst case scenario, it is a 7k booster. It's not that bad. But yeah, it's mostly a pretty straightforward Luard list. It's maybe playing only 1 Swells is something that I would raise an eyebrow to. But the main thing I want to highlight for this Luard list, for those of you that know Luard, is he's not running any attack extenders. We don't see any Apocalypse Bat, and we don't see Abyss Router. What do you think? What's your take on that?
I think he probably wanted to opt for a more defensive list, and is why he's running more Decrons and more board control, and it's the reason why he's playing more copies of Knees as well. That for that option of being able to clear your opponent's board while they're establishing something is probably the reason why he's doing it. I'm not sure if that's going to pay out, but I'm interested to see if it's how it's going to turn out, because he does play 4 copies of Morfessa. I mean, I think that's your overall most max ratio of grade 2 that you play, Morfessa and Leofol. So outside of that, I think it's just for the Knees as a tempo option.
Yeah, that's totally fair. And we'll see how that plays out against his opponent, who's playing Pale Moon. Let's have a look at that. We got Hugh MN. All the way from Vietnam. My friend is staying up very late for this.
Whew.
He's playing Nightmare Dolls. Wow. We've seen Nightmare Dolls take 2 first places in Premium, and we see it here still in Standard. Walk us through this, JJ.
So he is running 4 copies of Chelsea, 4 copies of Carol, your main engine, your main beaters. He is running 2 copies of Alice, which is also really good aggro component that you go into. She is a bit of a low priority since we don't have access to Leslie in this format, so she is a little less needed. And then running 4 copies of Comically Chimera, a card that's been added a lot more recently in some lists of V Premium and Premium, since it allow you to countercharge and reset some of your rear guards you're going to need back into your soul, which is really, really good. 4 copies of Marissa, 2 copies of Amaranth Beast Tamer, some of the same issues that we were talking about before. The biggest issues of Nightmare Dolls is not being able to call board, is being able to put back board into your soul again to reset it for next turn, which is one of the biggest things it always had. And then we have 1 copy of a Rhoda. I think that kind of piques my interest a bit. What do you think is the reason they're probably only running 1?
I'm not sure, because, when you think about Axel clans, especially Pale Moon, traditionally, they've, just like we said with Gold Paladin, their biggest problem has always been hitting numbers, and Rhoda kind of fixes that problem, right?
Yeah.
So, we're down to 1 is, I'm kind of wondering how else he pushes for game, because, especially like you said, we don't have Leslie, we don't have the Genie engine, and because we don't have Yvette either, this deck doesn't plus as much as you're used to in Premium. So it's a lot more aggro. It's a lot more about multi-Carol combos with Chelsea and Alice. It's a lot more about finding pieces and just aggroing your opponent with several attacks more than they can guard in the early game. And Amaranth Beast Tamer kind of plays to that line, but he's not maxing out on his power columns. He's not maxing out on his combo extenders. He's maxing out on his consistency engine, which is also totally a reasonable option. But then you're up against Luard, who is known to be as one of the most consistent decks in the game, has a lot of power behind it. The very few decks I think in the format right now, barring say Grand Blue, can beat Luard at their grind game. So we'll see whether or not the 4 copies of Marissa, if he appreciates those versus having say the second Rhoda or whatever. I'm certainly gonna see what comes out.
Yeah, I do think that's going to be pretty interesting. He is also, to note, only playing 3 heal triggers and not even the heal guardians as well. And he's and he's also playing 1 crit sentinel over 4 draw trigger. So he's not running like the 8 fronts that you traditionally see run. He is running 9.
He's giving up a heal for that extra front.
Mm-hmm.
I do like it. It's spicy. There's aggro. He is currently on a X1 record, so it's must be working out for him so far.
Yeah, of course. It's like, nah, the heal's a low priority. If I can just keep on, bonking my opponent every single turn, I think it's fine. I guess is what he went for.
For sure. And as we said last round, when you're looking at something like, say, Melody, the choice between draw PGs and crit sentinels can be the make or break decision. It can be life or death in a game like this. And in a matchup like Luard, where they're stacking force markers on their rearguard columns, having 3-1 versus 2-2 is definitely going to work out in his favor. Of course, not as much as 4-1, but as you've just said, this is a list where he's just cares more about whacking. And I think that's maybe sort of by not running Rhoda, he's making up for it in his trigger lineup, is what we could be seeing here.
Okay. But it does look like our players are ready to go. Let's get on with the show.
All right. So, Shadow Paladin Man playing Luard. He has the Bushiroad Spring Fest from 2018 playmat there with the Drag 4 Luard on it. Very pretty playmat, I do say so.
And he is running the Kanzaki sleeve. Why?
Yep. Can't be a real Shadow Paladin player unless you constantly scream at your opponent.
Exactly. So he's gonna flip up here.
Yep, I think they're just starting now. We've given the signal. There it is. So, it is an open deck list format, so both players should know what each other's doing. No surprises on seeing the starter. And it's just a question of how will they react to each other's lists.
I think in this matchup, since both players sort of react like ships passing in the night, I mean, there is going to be some moments where Pale Moon is going to probably leave a couple of rear guards on the board. I would factor, especially if they're playing the Comical Chimera. Those might be stayed there, so they might have to have multiple copies to keep on pressuring them.
Yeah, because as we know, Luard has that incredible retire option. We see Chris there riding the knees, going first. Going first is great for Luard because that lets him set up that extra grade 3 in the soul to give them the rearguard pressure they need. There's no risk of dying on grade 2. Of course, the downside is that your heal guardian's turned off, and in a multi-attack deck like Pale Moon, if they go first and they start attacking you on turn 3, your heal guardian can shut down their combo and give you that turn you need. But if you're going first, well, you just do what Luard does and just farm cards, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's one of the best features that they have.
So you see the stacking on top again. So Chris has added a Leofol in hand. And something Chris was mentioning back during round 2 is there are so many decks in the format now that have these grade 2 on-place counterblast Vanguard effects. So if you're in Pale Moon's position, do you just pass and not give him the Leofol plus? Or are we saying that he's such an aggro deck that he doesn't care, he just wants to rush as hard as possible?
I think you can make up that aggression up on your grade 3 turn, and I think passing here is probably the more prudent play.
Yeah, as you see, he's just done exactly that. And yeah, I think I tend to agree. Like, you have Carol, you have Chelsea, you have so many ways of extending, especially because you're going second and your opponent doesn't have heal guardians. The only thing that can really stop your going second grade 3 turn is just 1 or 2 defensives. So it forces Chris to ride the Morfessa, which is not great, but not the end of the world. And we see a no pass, knees coming out. So Hugh also wants to be on low damage, which is interesting because traditionally Nightmare Dolls is a deck that definitely scales with Counterblast. Do you reckon maybe he's accepting the fact that he's going to take a bunch of damage from the Luard turn and just, staying on 0 now and then going up to 3 damage next turn so he can properly combo off?
I think that's probably the plan exactly, because him not being able to use Leofol to call anything here right now does put him in a situation where he could actually just put him on a 1 to pass, not hit, and force his opponent to have, hey, I'm probably not going to commit anything until my grade 3 turn. You got to figure it out yourself, whether or not you're going to have any grade 1s or not. Good luck. That's basically what he's probably going to go for.
For sure, not having that, say, searching for the Owl or the Karen, it would have put Chris's quote-unquote ritual count, the grade 1s in drop, up to 2 on turn 3, which is exactly what you want, because then all you need to do is just retire 2 for Luard's first skill, and then you have the 3 in drop to superior from the deck. We see Hugh added the Carol, which is going to be huge. he can ride it next turn and start going off, which is definitely going to help. And here's the great thing. Being 9k body versus a 10k force because you're Axel means that you can 1-to-pass against his grade 2 and continue denying him damage, which means that even if Chris was to somehow get to 3 grade 1s in the drop zone, if he goes into the drag driver Luard, he doesn't have the ability to counterblast one to call 2 things from the deck. So by constantly damage denying, Hugh is denying Chris of all this plussing that Luard is known for, to the fact where Chris, I think, is just going to attack and do nothing else.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about too. You just kind of like, you just chill out, right? You just relax. You take the damage down because you're just going to need the 1 damage anyway.
Yeah.
So
Scale off at that point. So there's one of his 3 heals coming down. That's could be problematic for him later on. And he knows that Chris has now the 2nd Drag Heart in hand, so he can next turn re-ride, Superior Ride, and have the full beans with all his grade 1 rearguards with crit. But we'll see. Carol's all first. We'll see what Hugh can do with 1 counterblast. Because if he Alice's, he can't Carol. So he finds the Chelsea, which he definitely needs. Of course, there's no rearguards to get rid of. But the potential to re-ride, get the Axel and continue keep putting forward that aggression could really help him out here.
So let's see what he does here. I think he'll call Chelsea out.
Yep, there it is. Of course, being on 0 damage, Chris wants Counterblast to play with, so he's incentivized to take a lot of these attacks. And the problem is that unless he has something really special in the wings, Hugh does get shut down by defensive trigger. So yeah, we see he's not committing that much of a board, just enough to hit the Vanguard, just so that when he uses Chelsea, he can re-ride Carol for another Carol, keep getting his pluses, recuperate the hand advantage, and try to survive the 2 crit drag driver turn.
He does have a Nightmare Doll Beverly here in the back row under the Vanguard. It's one of the best ways that Carol could probably try to hit unboosted. But it's going to be a 1-to-pass again. So if he does happen to get like a crit trigger or something, he could probably just give everything to Vanguard if he wants to, or everything to rear, or if it's a front trigger, he could give everything to the front row and he still hits too. So it does allow him to not commit anything when boosting.
There's the defensive for Luard. He definitely appreciated. Of course, the front trigger means everything does still hit. So now how does Hugh play this turn? So he goes for the Amaranth Beast Aim to suck in 1 Carol. I presume because he wants to go back into Carol.
Yeah, of course, to get an extra force, extra Axel marker, draw some additional cards.
Gives up, discards 2, one of which is the Quick Shield. To Carol into Carol. -1 drive is not ideal, but it is still something. You basically make it up with the Axel draw anyway. Top 5. What's he gonna find? What is he even hoping to find here? Because he already has an Abigail in the back row. He already has Beverly as well. Like, the other Chelsea is great, but it's not really doing much, right? It's just a beat stick.
Yeah, it's like 17k. It's just a filter because it just gives him a higher chance of hitting more triggers.
He is going to call out instead of leaving it in the soul. Interesting. So maybe he's banking on a trigger to make it hit. 1 drive. See what you can do with this.
He is hitting unboosted again, so 1-to-pass.
Yep. And he hits another front. Wow, that is huge. So now everything's going to go through. Can Luard show him the 2nd defensive? 1 damage.
1 damage.
No, there goes 1 d'écran. Alright, he now has the world at his feet. Chelsea goes in.
What if you want to stem the bleeding here by at least guarding one of these? I feel you might want to.
Yeah, for sure. Like, even though he didn't get to plus as much as he would have liked before, he does still have enough pieces in hand to, reliably guard a bunch of this. And like we said, he does want to guard with some grade 1s to put them in the drop zone so that he can actually go into the driver next turn. So the Chimera to countercharge, which allows him to get Carol again.
Carol's kill will proc again. It's going to CB1.
And this is a commit that I really enjoy because now that you've seen that Luard has it in the defensive, whatever it is you pull out can still keep going. And I think that's going to really help him like lay the pressure on. And the other smart thing is, by being on guarding early, what you saw on turn 1, he's on low damage. So when Chris re-rides Dragheart next turn and goes into the crit rear guards drag driver, Hugh's not really under any threat. He can take 1 or 2 rear guard attacks, hit a defensive, and be on 5 damage, and keep smiling, right?
Yeah, easy. Yeah, as long as he just needs to try farm for more perfect guards, but each XL marker, it does give him a blind draw, so it does not give Chris any information over what draws he's been going into, which is really, really good here.
Exactly. And like, as you say, he's got the filtering from the top 5 each time he goes into the Carol,
Mm-hmm.
so he just becomes more and more favored to hit those drive checks that he needs.
Mm-hmm.
So in goes another Beverly.
So now, with Beverly's skill, he does get the additional 5k, which does make his column 24, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. Because 5k from Carol and 5k from Beverly. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, these are not numbers to scoff at either. Like, definitely reasonable.
Oh.
There's 1 driver gone. Of course, we're looking at Chris's list. He's playing 4 drivers when most of the lists we see nowadays are running 3 to make space for other grade 1s, but that's going to place his advantage there. He's going to be able to grind out without having to heal or recycle. No pass coming in. Ooh.
And that is the one-off critical trigger that he drove into. This
Crit
is going to
Sentinel,
be
yeah.
37. 2 crit to Van.
And because Chris hasn't been able to farm those force markers, like, usually Luard has 3 more force markers in turn 1, but he's only going to have 4 force markers on turn 2, which means that 30k shield crit sentinel is actually going to really help Hugh's life here.
Mm-hmm. That it will.
He's moving his Axel markers around. Interestingly enough, he can choose not to pay Chelsea's cost, so it doesn't go into the soul. Yep, just the proper placement of Axels. It is important.
So now he's resolving Abigail here to get Carol back, or Chelsea. Do like that you got Chelsea here, because it does allow him to get rid of potential Decron that his opponent might have. Even if he does try to go for like a double Decron, I think it's still fine.
Yeah, well, we know from Chris's list he's only playing 2 Decron, and one of them is in damage, so that is definitely going to give him a bit of an advantage if he can Leslie away the Decron. So there's the Owl. So now that Luan has some damage and some cards to play with, we can see the insane plussing engine we talked about before. So Owl is a Soul Blast 1 draw. Dragheart will retire 2 grade 1s to retire and draw. And then Drag Driver, when he eventually goes into it, will deck search for a bunch of cards. So yeah, there you go. Retire 2. Popping, I would say, the Chimera, because it's a pretty important piece of countercharge.
Yeah, it is. Because it doesn't make any sense for him to get rid of the Chelsea here.
Yeah, and you know that he already has a Chelsea already in hand already. Oh, he retires the Beverly instead.
Interesting.
I'm okay with that, yeah, because it means that if he had defensive, then the Carols no longer hit.
Mm-hmm.
Totally understandable. So what's he putting back? He's putting back the grade 1 PG, as we discussed there.
I guess it's one of the reasons why you play it too, is so that you have a guaranteed unit you want to put back to deck. That's interesting.
Yeah, for sure. You can recycle PGs. I'm down with it. Yeah, I can see that happening.
Okay.
So he's going to get into the driver. He's got 2 Luards in Soul, so he can counterblast 1, deck search for 3 grade 1 units. It's not a full board, but it's definitely effective enough.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just curious to see again, what can he do with that? Because he has the 2 grade 3s in Soul. So any grade 1s on his rearguard circle will have the base 2 crit. But as you said, he's not bothered. He's on 1 damage. He can take 4, go to 5. Perfect guard the Vanguard maybe. See what's going on. It's you're a turn late in Chris's position, but maybe you just go for the plussing engine anyway. Like maybe you counterblast 1, call Karens and Owls and Decrom, and just wait a bit longer until you can get a critical mass of force markers and get there.
Yeah, I do agree with that analysis. I think what he could do maybe is if he has like another copy of Knees as well, he could maybe force him to retire maybe the grade 2 to reduce some shield value here in case if he hits some defensive triggers. He could go for more Owls because he does run 3.
Yeah.
And maybe Morfessa as well as an option.
See, Morfessa would require him to commit cards from hand though, which I'm not sure if he can do that.
Yeah, I'm not too
he's
sure.
He's going for like this gentle plussing option of the Decrom, the Owl, and the Karen, like just as we said. He's just gonna he's just gonna accept the fact that he's playing this game a turn behind, and just hopefully it won't catch up to him.
I agree.
So the percent cut, and yeah, from not having to Liefeld on turn 2 and not having like the first grade 3 like Luage things, he does have a healthy amount of soul that he can use to spend for the Owl and the Karen.
Yeah, I think most people probably would have gone maybe for double Owl Karen, maybe, I think. Just for the 2 extra draw.
Yeah. Especially because you know that's your other Decrom is in damage, so you only have 2 Decrom left, and your opponent is definitely getting rid of it with the Chelsea in his hand.
Yeah.
So at that point, you're going to double intercept that Chelsea anyway, so you might as well be like, okay, whatever, I'm just going to like 20k shield for the Chelsea and just lose the Decrom, or I can just skip that step altogether and just go, nah, I'm just going to go for it. Like, there's the Morfess from hand, wow, you were right. So he might be going for it, like, I don't know what he calls though, because the only Swellus in his deck is on the rearguard circle as that big body. He might have a Branwen as a 13k beat stick to come out, but only 2 force markers.
He has knees, I guess.
Yeah, I guess. But again, you see what I mean about how only 3 force markers, not 5.
Yeah,
it's not that critical mass. Like this is only what 38k Morfessa. Like it's guardable. That's easily guardable, right? It's not like 60k Morfessas like we're used to.
Yeah, of course. I guess what he could do. Oh, okay, he's gonna attack with it first. I guess what he could get is Owl in his drop, because he does have one in his drop zone.
Right, but then he loses the Luaz in his soul and loses a crit.
No, I mean he could play the alternate cost of Counterblast.
Oh, it's Counterblast 1, right, yeah, because he did Karen earlier for sure. Yeah, that's not bad either. And then maybe after that swing with Vanguard and try and put triggers onto that Owl to make it hit some numbers. Because there's the intercept and the front that we saw earlier, guarding that effectively. Morfessa goes off. Let's see. Did you call the shot? Does he go for the Owl? Or is he going to go for numbers? Yeah, you're right. There's the Owl. Counterblast 1 to draw? No, he's going to Soul Blast the Luard. Interesting. So now he loses crit on his he's willing to give up the crit on his rear guards. What else could you want the Counterblast for then, I wonder?
I would not know, because wow.
Well, the Vanguard swing here. Now that your rear guards don't have crit, if I'm Hugh, he's attacking the rear guard. I like that a lot.
Okay.
There's the crit coming in. Because I was going to say, if he's attacking Vanguard with Driver, if I'm in Hugh's shoes, I would have just no guarded. Because you're on 1 damage. You can take all the damage in the world, right? Second trigger, another crit.
So it's as though nothing happened.
What do you mean I lose crit? It's right here. So that is now 31, 41. That is a 61k 3 damage Karen. And again, if I'm in Hugh's shoes, you could no guard this, right?
Yeah, you just eat this.
Absolutely, yeah. Because the Owl is 25, 33. Yeah, again, 33 is pretty easy to guard. Like, hit a defensive, and you're laughing. And again, he has that 30k crit sensor, which is just a 1-card guard on this column.
Because it could become 42. It doesn't matter who he attacks into, to be honest. Because he could be attacking a Chelsea here, too. To keep him off of...
Yeah, I don't like that, though, because you know that he already has a Chelsea in hand, so he's definitely going to be guaranteed to hit the Ryu stand anyway. So he just takes the damage. And I think Chris is not going to give up the 2 crit on the Vanguard here. So does Hugh want to go to 4 is the question. And as we said, Nightmare Doll is definitely a deck that can extend with Counterblast. Because every Counterblast you give them, he attacks the rear despite with a crit. Interesting.
I am not in full agreement with it. I think if you're going to do that, then you attack with the non-crit Owl and then just give him the damage.
Exactly. Because the thing with more damage for Nightmare Dolls is that every Counterblast you give Nightmare Dolls is a Chimera that they need to have, or the Abigail that they need to have, because now they just have all the Counterblast to spend on their Carol restands. And denying a Carol restand enabler doesn't really matter, because if they have the Chimera, that already adds a Nightmare Doll into Soul, as does the Amaranth Beast Tamer that we see that he's running. So I can kind of see what he's going for about, restricting the Nightmare Doll players' options. Because there's one thing, as we discussed, the thing that Nightmare Dolls in V does differently to Premium is that it doesn't draw a bunch of cards.
Yeah,
it filters for a bunch of specific Nightmare dolls. And so if you don't find the specific piece you need to enable your combo, we could see a very weak turn. So there's the one Chelsea. Do we have a second or an Amaranth Beast Tamer perhaps? There's the Amaranth. There's the Chimera. Wow, so he does have everything still. But nothing else. So this doesn't hit numbers. This is going in at the Owl or the Karen?
I think you just intercept with one of them. You make use of the Decron as much as you possibly can, right?
Before he
it a
gets
2 to
sniped
pass.
before he gets sniped by the Chelsea, for sure, yeah. So that is, 2 to pass. And no triggers coming through. This game has just gone from looking very good for Hugh to suddenly not so good. So the Chelsea will come in. There goes the other intercept, as we saw, yep. So now sniping the Decron is losing a bit of value. So now maybe you snipe the Suels here, just like force her off the board. Because you know he only plays one, right?
Yeah. That's right. Yeah, okay. So that goes into Soul now?
So you force him to Soul Blast it out if he wants to bring it back again. Which I do quite like.
It does give him access to Soul, though.
Yeah, but at this point, he's used his Owls, he's used his Karens. I think at this point, you're just trying to not die rather than win, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's fair.
So,
he's gonna draw
Chelsea
here.
comes out. I like the rewrite to Chelsea. Like, even though he could have gone a bit further with another Carol because he does have the Chimera in play, he's instead just going for the Chelsea now just to get the extra bodies on the board, just so he can get all the extra attacks he needs to whittle down that blue-eyed player's massive hand. So, Chelsea's effects. What comes out? And again, I'm not quite sure. If he had the Amaranth, Beast Tamer, and the Chimera, he could have gone for the second Carol into the Chelsea, right?
I guess he could even comical like after as well.
Yeah. To still be able to afford the Chelsea skill. Or maybe he's just holding cards in hand. So we see the Marissa come out. It's not really doing much is the problem. Does he have that Rhoda? Maybe he's wishing he had a second Rhoda right about now? Oh. That looked like an Edith? Nope, he's going to go for the Carol instead. Okay.
So each of those get plus 10k since his opponent is at grade 3.
So the Amaranth swing for 5k shield. There's the 5k shield. That Leofal is now pretty useless, I'd say. Chimera. In goes the Amaranth, I assume. Yep. Counter charge. But what's he spending the counter blast on at this point? So yeah, these are now some slightly threatening numbers. 24k on the Marissa and 27 on the Carol. He loses a heart. Losing a heart is major for Chris because now he can't re-ride for an extra force marker, which Hugh does like, but yeah, he just survived with no real sweat. And he still has the driver in the soul, so he doesn't even need to rewrite. He just needs to use Luard's effect to superior ride a driver from the deck, and he'll have the crit on the rear guards again. And being on 2 damage versus on 1 damage, you can now realistically only take 1 attack from the rear guards. Painter gives him the extra soul. Again, Chris isn't playing the bats, so the value of Painter is, I'd say, lost here. It was a 10k booster that he's just retired for Dragheart. So he's got all the pieces in rotation. He's got everything he needs. It's a pretty safe driver here. And call 3 rear guards, which almost fills his board. He wants to put the Morfessa back so you can call it again. Again, just going for that reuse of the force pressure. I don't think Hugh's seen any PGs, has he?
From Hugh? No, I don't think so.
Yeah. So I guess he was the same with them for here. Like now that he has the force markers on the Morfessa, that's probably where he's focusing his defense, and he's just trying to whittle down Chris with a bunch of 20k attacks otherwise. So he's just double checking what he's putting back. So that's a Karen and a Morfessa.
So Kaki's just gonna try to go in for this turn with it. So he's gonna call the Karen back out with Morfessa, Karen, and another grade 1 that he probably could use here. And then Seals will go to the drop zone.
Yeah, something I want to talk about here is his force marker split. Like, because this is always a topic of contention when you talk about Luard, right? Like, if you're not playing the Apocalypse bat line, Is it better to just focus all on one column so you have a massive unguardable Morfessa fall into a massive unguardable Swells? Or is it still wise to split these columns because you just want to be forcing through 2 damage at a time each time?
I think he's in a situation, since the damage is such a low count, he might have to do that. Because like dumping everything on one makes it that the other columns are just easier to guard. And I kind of like this strategy because it just pokes out a whole bunch more resources from his opponent.
Yeah, he's giving up that, like, the plussing that we're so used to Luad seeing. He's just going for 4 attacks every turn. You know, nothing mega threatening, but just still a good bash, bash, bash. Like, if you're going to aggro me, I'm going to aggro you right back. Like you were saying earlier, like, boats passing in the night. And it's like... But when you're playing that strategy, the problem is, you currently have the damage deficit. So Chris is behind on damage compared to Hugh. And even if he has more cards in hand and the bigger attacks, Hugh's always going to be asking for 5k every single time. And I think there might reach a point where eventually, if he's not like repeatedly spamming owls, which he is doing here, but at some point he's going to run out of owls, and at that point, it's going to be quite hard for him to keep putting that pressure through.
It's going to draw here.
Soul Blossom the Swells, like we discussed, for the owl, which is exactly what you need, so you can Morfessa the Swells. And countercharge for Karen, so it's a nice 11k body on the force markers. So yeah, he's got plays. There's nothing inherently wrong here. There's the Branwen, nice also booster on top.
Maybe if he gets a heal guardian here, he could probably maybe get that and have that just as shield. Or does he want to okay, it's going to get
another 4, that's totally fine. I'm also a bit interested in his column construction, because if you knew that you were going to be making Karen and a Branwen, I would have opted to put the force markers on the other side, put 3 markers on the right-hand column, not in front of the Decron. That way you can have Branwen boosting the Morfessa, which is a nice big, 30, 40, 53k column, before you go into the Swells, which would then be another 50 in and of itself. Whereas again here, we see that he's splitting the difference. He's just discarding the fall, so he doesn't care about rewriting, he just wants to survive, I guess. This is a deck thing. But yeah, at the moment here, we have that 48k Morfessa into a 50k Swells. Whereas on the other column, we've got the, 20, 31, 46k? No, 44k Karen with a booster. Which, these are all still threatening numbers, but you're at that point, you're playing the gamble of, I think he has the PGs in hand, so I'm going to, ask for 2 triggers instead of guarding, instead of saying, PG this 3 times. Which is definitely a legit line of play. So you go with the Morfessa unboosted. This time he can pull out the Swells for a huge column. There is the 1 card guard, the Sentinel crit, as we discussed. Really coming in for Hugh there.
Because it puts him on 42, which is just enough.
But again, Hugh's only on 2 damage. He can definitely eat at least one of these Rearguard swings.
Yeah, I think so too.
Or even the Vanguard swing, if Chris checks no crits. But instead he's going to come in with this column, which is understandable because it's the one that's easiest to guard if he hits a defensive. So I think Hughes is looking at taking 2 damage here. Yep. No defensives, so he's hoping now to get a PG, this Swells column, which Chris goes in with. Okay, so this is 20, 30, 40, 50, 58. It's not exactly easy to guard. But I think you have the PG coming in. Yep, there it is. So yeah, I think Chris was saying he's definitely going to PG this column, so I guess I'll leave the Vanguard till last. That way he has to guard my Vanguard a bit more ineffectively. Nope, just the second PG. Totally fine. Discarding his 3rd Chimera though, that's ooh.
And heal
is big. He does get to heal. Out comes his 3rd driver, which he can use again next turn by putting it back. So yeah, now we're starting to see Luad stabilize with that critical mass of force markers, enough cards to be able to guard whatever Q can throw at him. And the difference between Luad and Pale Moon is that Nightmare Doll's resources at aggro does cost cards in hand. He's discarding 2 cards for every Carol, whereas Luad is discarding basically nothing. So the amount of times that Hugh can go okay, whack, 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 are limited compared to Chris's, I'm just going to drag driver every turn.
And I think it was one of the critical turns where he wasn't able to close out not this turn, not last turn, but a turn before that one. With that turn where he was on, I think, 1 damage at a time, it made it very difficult for him to push any last bit of aggression he could have mustered there. If he had maybe flipped the crit there that he played as a one of, maybe he could have helped, or he needed one more front, maybe to try close it out, or at least to force out more shield out of the hand, and he possibly wouldn't have been able to do anything to him next following turn. And all he would just need to do is just turn the card sideways and just hope for the best.
Yeah, exactly. Whereas we see here, he's on the Chelsea, he committed to that. His board is very limited in its capability, and he only has his potential to combo is a lot lower. Oh, that's the last card in hand. There we go. He's just going full it. We're going full send, boys. We'll just see what we can do. And again, Crystal has that Decrom in play, so 1 card guard to double intercept here is just more than enough. Asking for triggers, that is important. The one advantage of Nightmare Dolls is that it's very good at deck thinning. Sorry, pardon me. Very good at deck thinning. But is it enough? Again, Chris has got 2 intercepts, which he's going to throw to this Leslie, to the Chelsea before Decrom dies. But then he still probably has enough hand to just guard anyway, compared to Hugh's empty hand. There's the 1 intercept. Are you not going to intercept with a Karen? Because I think Chelsea might pop that Decrom. Yeah. So
I guess he wants to. He doesn't really care too much about it, because then he could just offer up the Karen to Draghart anyway. So then he just keeps that extra card on the board that he could possibly retire with, like Karen and Owl gets retired, and then he just can send back and call back again.
Yeah, that's totally fair. I hadn't considered that. So Chelsea coming in here. He's got more than enough damage to play with. He's got 3. Yeah, he had 3 open damage. Chelsea can counterblast 1, make 2 new attacks, but I'm curious to see what he can do with those attacks, right? Because, again, 4 Axel columns, but 13k base on the Luard. It's not exactly a guaranteed damage here either. Like, at any point, Chris can just guard and be like, nah, I'm alright here.
Oh yeah, of course. Since he's on 3, I think he doesn't need to. He doesn't really need to worry too much. I think he could just want to pass the Van and just leave as is.
Yep, but we will catch up with the action in just a second once we get the visuals back. But yeah, again, like you were saying before, it's both decks are playing with a very weird timing, right? Like Luard was basically playing an entire turn behind because he was damage denied, but then he also didn't get to manage the offense, the pressure that he wanted to find. He couldn't push the game on that turn 3 with a double Carol line because he just didn't have enough damage. So what he was capable of, both players had limited capabilities as to what they could do, and we're really seeing the stumbles catch up to them. Okay, so we're back into it. We've seen a bunch of attacks have come through, so he seems to have swung with his rear guards, and the Chelsea has pulled out a column of Chelsea plus, I think that's Edith? Yeah.
Yeah, it is Edith. It is Edith.
That was a fairly large column, but I think the attack was stopped, so we'll see how it looks like when on Chris' side when he rejoins.
So I think let me see how much power it is. It's 2 for every other. It's like 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 10, and then right? Yeah, it's 10, and it's a 28k booster. It's not bad.
So it's a 40k column. Yeah. Those are good numbers, but again, we saw Luard just had all the hand he needs. Luard is playing PG, so you can always just PG those. We didn't see one of those come through yet either from Chris. So yeah, there's a lot of I feel like at the chance to threaten and pressure Luard had come and passed for Hugh, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think it was like the last turn there where he was missing either a Alice. I think an Alice there might have been good, or a Ronda might have been good too as well.
Yeah.
To get the extra attacker that it probably would hit for like 24 or 34 with a front trigger. Something like that might have been able to help out a whole lot.
Yep. Okay, so we're back in the action. Chris has taken 2 damage, it seems. He's up to 5. So, he didn't get out of that battle phase completely unscathed. But again, he still has a fairly amount of health in hand. He's got 4 cards in hand. He's lost most of his rear guards. He can still go into the driver next turn, so it's not the end of the world. But this is the problem now, right? Hugh only has 2 cards in hand, so and he's on 4 damage, which means that this next driver is it's pretty. I think it's pretty lethal.
So let's see here. So right now they're just currently just waiting to take their turn, which is going to be awesome.
Yep, so there's Chris's turn. We're going to see some miracle heals coming through for Hugh, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And again, what you're saying about how... we keep bringing it up, but the second grade 3 turn that Hugh had, where he, instead of going for the double Carol Chelsea, he just went Carol into Chelsea straight away, which... if he would have lost 2 cards in hand, but it might have taken more than 2 cards in hand out of Chris.
Exactly, and that's kind of like what we were saying. It's just sort of like trying to create scenarios that you create openings for yourself, especially since he's playing a very teched out list of Nightmare Dolls comparison to others, of course, and him going into double Carol probably might have been out there, I think.
Yeah. So he's not going to use Luard's retire effect. He's going to go straight into the driver, get his force markers. And now he has, I think, 3 Luards in Soul, so he can go straight to fill up an entire board. We saw him return the Suels from the drop zone to the deck. So is he going to call that out? Is he going to Morfessa? I'm curious to see, what else he can do to really pressure at this point.
I think he has like 1 more Professor back, maybe. Possibly 1 more left.
Yeah,
So
and of course, we've said, Chris is in a very advantageous position now. He only has 2 cards in hand. Chris has 7 force markers, everything he needs. But at the same time, you can never say never in Vanguard. Like, again, the miracle heals can come through. Something could happen for Chris. There's all sorts of things that can happen. I think he only has... So he could have searched for 4 grade 1s, but I think he only has 3 left in the deck.
So I think the only thing that's probably left over right now in those piles are triggers. Highly likely. So
which is not great for Hugh either.
No, it's not.
We definitely see... Oh, he did call for... Okay, so we see the Morfessa.
Oh, okay.
The Swells. What is that? A Branwen and a Painter. Okay, so these are some decent columns. Nothing special, but nothing awful either. Oh, that's a Knees, not a Branwen. My apologies. So the Knees to retire something. Yep, he just gives up the Edith. It's an on play, so it's more than run its course at this point. And then just using Painter just for the 10k attacker, make some good numbers. And then what can he Morfessa for in his drop zone? I think there's a Branwen that he can Morfessa for, so that's not terrible.
No, it's not terrible at all. I think he could Branwen, he can Owl, he can... Right now, the whole world is his oyster. He can just choose however he
and we see Hughes is going to take it. Is there a heal? 1 of 3 left. Whoa!
Whoa!
There it is. Okay. Never say never. The defensive does help. I mean, that is what? That is a 40k Painter? I mean, 40k is not impossible to guard. It's only 20k shield because you have the defensive.
Yeah, but then it's also being boosted by Seals, so that's also plus 20k there by itself.
That is true, so that's not exactly out of the woods either.
No, gosh, no. Oof.
The Karen comes down. I guess 11 is not as bad as 13. It's still pretty good. Just been told by the judges we have entered overtime, so whether or not they like it, this is definitely going to be one of the last turns of the game. Of course, with the boosted spells, this is what do we say now? 40, 60k with a crit? I think he has to take this. Any more heals? Nope, there's the front, and that is game. Chris will take it over Hugh's Nightmare Dolls. Yeah, that was very much that was a lot of back and forth that game, right?
Yeah, it was. I think one of the deciding factors is that he played it out pretty, exceptionally well, damage denying till the grade 3 turn. But I think Chris picking apart his board, outside of the ones we thought might have been actually more pressure there, he chose the ones that he felt to him in that situation based on his hand was probably better. Because I guess if the Beverly Chelsea turn, not Chelsea, if Carol Chelsea turn, what we were talking about, could have been a lot more threatening if Beverly was there, because it would hit unboosted. It would always challenge for 5k shield every single time. And I guess him getting rid of it earlier meant that nothing is really going to be hitting me unless you hit a trigger. And I guess that's what he was banking on. So I kind of like that decision tree.
Yeah,
I like that.
for sure. And again, we see it all the time from the beginning of V up until now. Axel versus Force has always been an uphill struggle. When you can't make those numbers and you can't make the pressure, the Force deck just gets to do whatever the hell they want, and that's when the game starts slipping away from your fingertips.
Oh, that it does.
But yeah, that's been round 6, Chris versus Hugh. Exciting game as always, guys. Make sure to tweet out your moments with hashtag BRO2021. But that is the end of the round for now. We're gonna take a quick break while we look for the next game, get players set up for round 7, and I will be hopping off, letting Chris rejoin the table with JJ. And yeah, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you very shortly.
Wow!
Now that Decklog is available, you can register your deck list for tournaments with ease. If you have not used Decklog before, no worries, we have a tutorial video. You can find both the links to Decklog and the tutorial in the description box. Now, due to the shenanigans from the last event, this time we will be introducing a new procedure into the tournament. We will be conducting spot checks by requesting a player in a room to show us that nobody is nearby to give them help, that there are no extra cards or suspicious items around. First, the players who will be checked are based on a highly scientific method employed by many entities and game designers all over the world. Hi Player 456, you have been chosen for a spot check through a fair and impartial system.
Oh, I've been selected? Okay. So first of all, this is my table, and as you can see, I'm playing Lyrical Monasterio. I love Lyrical Monasterio so much because the characters are so pretty and so cute. Okay, now I'll show you my room. So hi, this is the room that I usually play Vanguard in, and as you can see, there's no one else here but me.
Okay, good, thank you.
I'd like to show you Vanguard collection. I've been playing Vanguard ever since the first release, and I also have my showcase here. I have G-Series, V-Series, and Overdress.
Thank you
Not
for
only that, I
cooperating.
love Weiss Schwarz as well. I play Persona 5, and I have a lot of other collection over here, as you can see. Very nice, I know. Thank you.
Good to know we have such an enthusiastic fan. Anyway, there have not been any incidents where we found players cheating with external help. But we hope this extra layer of precaution will deter any attempts, as well as reassuring all participants. On a side note, please do not use your phone during the tournament. This has been a rule for physical tournaments all along, and it is not any different for online tournaments. Players caught using their phone during a match is considered an infraction. First infraction, you get a warning. Second infraction, you get disqualified.
We meet again.
Yes, but this time it will be a different fight.
Oh! Guard! Over, Doriga! Please don't heal, please don't heal, please don't heal!
And the championship goes to Chris!
Okay, yeah, that was a good fight. Thank you for the game.
That match was so close. Thank you so much for the game as well.
So Judge, when will this game be uploaded to the official Bushiroad YouTube channel? I want to show my friends like the epic fight I just had with Chris.
Oh yeah, I want to show my friends too.
Because one of you used a playmat with a yellow rat and a blue turtle?
Actually, it's closer to a tortoise than a turtle.
As we can't show merchandise that isn't from Bushiroad, we can't upload the match. During our last tournament, there were a number of exciting matches that we think players would love to watch. However, because unofficial merchandise were used, we couldn't upload the videos. Non-official Bushiroad merchandise are not allowed in tournaments. This includes card sleeves, playmats, and any other objects appearing in your video. Dragon Shield and Ultra Pro generic sleeves with no art are allowed. If you do not have an official Bushiroad playmat, you can buy one at our Bushiroad online store. You can find the link in the description box below. We have a lot of beautiful card sleeves and deck boxes, all of which are allowed in the tournament. And from now till December 10th, if you use my code, you'll get 5% discount, 5, for all TCG related products. Use the code BROTHER2021. That's brother, not brother. BROTER 2021. While stocks last. Okay, fine. You can also flip over your playmat and play on it.
Hi everyone! So in order to distinguish between offline and online tournaments, we have rebranded it to Bushiroad Rumble Online, BRO or BRO for short.
That's right. If this is your first time participating, we've created a video with some rules and do's and don'ts to take note of.
We've also included some links to useful videos such as how to shuffle and how to prepare for a remote fight. And the links to all these videos will be available in the description box below.
That's right. Please do take a look at the tournament page where there will be more detailed rules and information.
Alright, thank you!
Hope you guys have fun. See you there. Bye.
See you there! Bye bye! See you there, bro! Bro.
That's all we have for today's video, and I really hope you guys enjoyed it. During Bushiroad Springfest Online, we had a lot of players, both new and experienced veterans, come into some of their first online tournament experiences through Remote Fight, and we got to see some amazing narratives develop. Some people start new chapters in their competitive history, some people start playing competitively for the first time ever, and I can't wait to see how the stories and the narratives of these players will further develop throughout Bushiroad Rumble Online. In case you don't already know, I will actually be commentating all of the Vanguard stages for Bushiroad Rumble Online, so I can't wait to see you guys in the chat for the tournament.
This couch I got on sale. It was like very cheap and it's very good as well. So I recommend you guys to go and get it. Not only that, I have a lot of Bushiroad posters. I love Bushiroad games. Oh my god, I'm so happy.
Hi, I'm Kalen Fallon. I'm the BSFO Vanguard Overdress winner for Europe. And the deck I used was Bruce. Lovely Bruce. Preparing for BSFO was mostly to do in a small friend group, because the fun thing about Standard at the time was the lack thereof, not based because of the format, but lack thereof matchups to learn against. And it takes less time to really develop and understand, hey, so in this I'm going to do this, and in this I'm not going to do this, which makes it feel a lot more like free and less diverse than what the other formats hold at the moment. Prior to BSFO, I've been playing in BCSs and team leagues since 2015, and in 2019 I got an invite to a World Finals for V Premium, and the continent that I normally play in is Europe. I love BCS. I am a huge fan of BCSs. Going out to events to meet people that you've, say, either known already or haven't seen in a while or only know via online. It's just that whole community coming together that makes the Bushiroad events really satisfying and fun to go to. And generally just seeing all the different decks and different people just makes it just a lot of fun. Despite not being as community wholesome as BCSs, it's still incredibly fun, because you can still you still meet people you'd never meet, because despite being stuck to your desk or the floor, you can meet anyone at any country. But say you meet an American, you meet, this is in my case, an American, you meet someone in Australia, you'd never play against them ever, or it's a lot more diverse. And honestly, it kind of helps with the lack of in-person communication that is the only letdown I think of Remote Fight at the moment. And in between rounds, it means I can just go into a call with a bunch of friends, mostly my local friends, and then we can talk about, hey, did you win? Did you lose? How did it go? My main advice is to try to broaden your player base. Obviously, this can range to say, if you're in a small country, you can always try to go out to different locals, because that's something I like to do, because going to different locals means you meet more people, you meet different type of decks. It leads to, like, say you'd never go against this deck unless you went here. So running into different decks means that you just get a bigger broad of like what to do when you go into a competitive. Obviously, if you're not in a small country, that just changes to like trying out different discords, because that's just the easier way to at home or just in general just meet more people and then just have more fun, I guess. Anyway, good luck to everyone else participating in Bro 2021, and I hope to see you there too.
Weiss Schwarz! Time to make your move, little sister.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to BRO V Premium EU stage. I'm back together with JJ. You guys got to see some pretty exciting rounds. I gotta say, I'm a little bit jealous. You guys got to cast the DP round as well. How are you feeling after those last two games? Oh, JJ, you might be muted. Gotta make sure to unmute there.
No, the thing is, oftentimes if I'm drinking water ever, right, I don't want things spill over and just hear me underwater. No, but for real though, talking about being submerged, we were submerged in a whole lot of pressure from DP and under the sheer value of Luard. That's for sure. Complete saturation. It was really, really good to see them show us a lot what they had going into it. A lot of very interesting decision lines, especially from Chris there when they were playing Luard. And showed us, okay, well, them not hitting numbers is probably way more important and getting rid of like the utility threats, which is really good.
Yeah, absolutely. Like we've seen Luard decks have been very popular ever since the deck's been released in the V Premium format, and I think everyone has a lot of practice against it, but at the end of the day, there's still so many factors you have to consider, denying them the counterblast for the skills they want to use, and also how you're going to deal with the pressure they're going to be outputting once they have those force markers to abuse those Murfessas and things like that. So, excellently played. It was really, really fun to watch. And now we're going to watch a game between two decks that are also very good at farming resources and very good at playing quite similarly. I don't know if I would even say playing similar to Luard, but at least in the farming resources part, definitely quite the match there. So the ones we're going to be taking a look at are Dark Irregulars, which we haven't been able to feature yet, and Bermuda Triangle. So this is Teo Maotos, of course, for a lot of people. This is a well-known name in the French community. Brought Prisms, and this is the first Prism match that we're getting to see on stream. Don't fret though, Prisms make up the majority of the top tables, so it's not that they're absent from the top tables, it's just that we're trying to pick up as many of the other decks to show you guys while we can. But of course, this is a tried and tested and just incredible deck that is Bermuda Triangle Prism, right? You get to use so many amazing effects to just stack up your bind zone with the different prisms, and then Ver gets to call them out. You get a triple drive, you get to farm so many cards. People get happy just thinning the prism player's hand from like 15 to 7, right? As we saw on Twitter earlier. And if you don't start off with early rush, if you don't start off with a strong start against this deck, it can get really hard to fight that uphill battle. And of course, playing the 2 of Nectaria, which is kind of like, the flex slot that a lot of the Prism decks often have, and they use it for different purposes. Nectaria just lets you search for prisms and bind them, basically. And of course, add more to the consistency of the deck, right? So what do you think of the list, JJ?
I think I find it interesting that he's playing Nectaria over something like Ange, because Ange does allow you to have a bit more of an aggressive mid to late game, since she does give you the extra force markers if you end up riding her first, if you do go first and do get damage, if your opponent doesn't care about giving you damage. And you do also, depending on how many cards you bounce, you could tutor for any of your prism cards that you can end up binding later, since you can also bind from the board too as well.
Exactly. So I think that Prism, a lot of us know how strong the deck is. It's very popular in the English-speaking community. In Japan, surprisingly, it hasn't popped off as much. I think maybe it's just, the super strong, tanky hand isn't respected as much as the potential super high roll that you can have with Melody, but it is a very strong deck and a true powerhouse in the V Premium format. But of course, let's take a look at the opponent. So this is going to be the Dark Irregulars deck brought by Bon. And we personally know Bon. He also goes by Noto. We saw him Notorious top premium last week as well in the NA region. And this list is looking quite strong, right? This looks like the list, from last year, basically, when Shalrod was one of the best decks in the format. Being able to use Shalrod to just have all of like the numbers pressure and the power scaling and to get your, front row restood, using the number of terror to farm up a huge hand. And then, of course, the Hope on Damp as one of the potential win cons, which after the addition of heal guards, I want to say Hope on Damp has gotten better. Because suddenly, a lot of decks lost their 1-card 20k shield that they used to be able to use as an answer to Hope on Damp. Until suddenly, I feel like that gives DI a very good matchup across the board against every single deck.
That it does, since like Hope on Damp, since a lot of people know how it works, it's when it plays, if you have 20 or more soul, which is very easy for Dark Irregular to do, of course, your opponent will call cards from their hand, they must guard, they can only guard 20 per time. 20 at a time, which is very rough for you because you can't guard above it. You can't guard below it. You have to guard exactly for 20 at a time, which is just like, well, I guess it's you're hoping for your opponent not to hit any crits on you. That's kind of what you're going for.
And even if you perfect guard the attack, you still have to put down the 20 raw shield in order to have that perfect guard activate. So it's a very, very annoying card for a lot of matchups, and I can't wait to see how Bond is going to be able to use it in this game as well. But with that, I think we're just about ready to take a look at how this game is going to pace out. There's a lot of things about this list that I'm very curious about to see how it's going to play out for Bond, as currently the only Dark Regulars representative that is looking very strong in these top tables. When we see a beautiful premium Springfest top 8 mat as well, that is quite the nice. Oh, but on the other side, look at Teo. He's playing on the 10th anniversary Vanguard Day MLB mat. This is, again, we talked about this, like, very exclusive. I think this was limited to the month of February. So only in the month of February and the Vanguard Day events could you get this. And I think, I think for December, the Vanguard Day mat is actually the Trick Moon. So the Dark Trick Star. So, you can always look out for those if you have any Japanese friends that maybe have the playmat. Maybe they can gift it to you if they have a spare. But they are very exclusive and very, very beautiful. As you can see, all the Vanguard Day playmats we've seen so far have all been sealed up in plastic.
Of course, because like those playmats are very hard to come by. So you don't want those to get damaged. You want to keep the longevity as long as possible.
All right, so this is the typical start for Prisms. The clear ride lets you look at top 7 to add a grade 2 or greater Prism, so you either get to pick up the Rosa, or, of course, the Vera herself. So it's going to be the Rosa. That's the grade 2 ride target secured already. Again, adding to the consistency of the deck. And then Rosa also has an on-place effect. Does cost CB1 though, so it can be denied. So we'll see if Bond will choose to just pass on that and prevent it.
I could probably see Bond damage denying here, because of course it does keep them off of making any future plays with like Vert, for example. So I could see it. I could see it.
I think when you're going into this kind of matchup, you need to always be aware, like 2 turns ahead of what your opponent wants to do. Like, what do they want to find? What cards are they trying to go through? Here we even see that Bond is going to ride into the Killer Tail, which is so huge because that's a 6k body that he can swing under with into the 8k body clear. We are having a little bit of connection issues to Bond's side, so just have to make sure that everything is fine on that side as well. Looks like he did underswing and not see any triggers, and we're gonna see Teo actually ride into the Lieselot and find a Lieselot off the top as well. Of course, it is a hard once per turn, so that will not be repeating.
Yeah. So Lieselot skill allowing her to be counted as a grade 1 in your hand if you wanted to, and her additional skill is looking at the top of your deck, and you can choose to either put it into your soul or call it to the rearguard circle. So he ended up choosing to call it to rearguard circle, and under him as a booster, he does have himself an Ellie here.
Oh, we see the heal picked up there for Teo, which of course means that the heal guardian is on the table for next turn, but only for next turn. Otherwise, we'll have to wait until turn 3 to potentially call it if he needs to deal himself a damage. Of course, protect into a force matchup means that Bond will always have the ability to underswing 9k into 10 and prevent more cattle bots coming through, which might be what he needs to just make sure that, there's no early plussing happening on Teo's side.
That's right. And since he's using the skill of L here to retire, it does allow him to have a potential 20k shield that he can use on a hope on damp turn.
Exactly. And so here, that's it for the turn of Teo. It is now up to Bond to use his 1 CB, going into the Demonted Executioner, which will allow him to Kalmas 1 and Soul Charge 3. And if you Soul Charge at least 1 trigger, you also get a draw card, which is very nice.
I loved on a lot of these type of cards that came out with Dark Irregular, when, in comparison to something of the premium format back then, random Soul Charging your triggers used to hurt a whole lot. And now it's not even that bad. It's just sort of like, oh, sweet, I get a free plus off of it, which is nice. Some of them even encourage you to even Soul Charge triggers, which is nice.
Exactly. So here we see he called on a Yellow Bolt. So he's basically... So this does get +5 when attack something that is grade 2 or greater. So he's attacking into the rear, and he's actually going to swing with the Yellow Bolt here, which is quite interesting because it doesn't... Well, it attacks a grade 2 or greater, so it does get +5, so it does hit as a result, so that will turn on the Bear ability. But at the very least, he does get to Soul Charge even more and set up his Soul for the Shara turn going forward.
So he's going to ride Vert, Force 1. Since this deck does not accrue a whole lot of power going into their attack turns outside of their grade 1 and grade 2 Prism cards, usually going to Force 1 does give you an added bonus of just calling a card and allowing it to hit the Vanguard just naturally.
That is right. So now how will Teo use this Ver to make the most out of it? His bind zone is currently empty. We know he has a Rosa in hand that he searched turn 1. And of course, the Rosa can do some work on top of that. But for the time being, you really don't want to use Vert's skill to bind from rear. That just kind of hurts. So it's a little bit yikes to see what he will find. If he has a Nectaria, this is where that would show up really big, because you would get to bind the Nectaria and then bind something else.
I guess what he could do here, right, is Soul Blast the Clear in his Soul and bind that from drop.
He could do that, indeed. But then, what's the second target, right? Because since he only gets one target since he's going first, right? So technically that would be enough. But it feels like a little bit of a lukewarm turn, I would say.
I like this from Bon. It's kind of just like fanning out his soul for his opponent to kind of take a look at.
Yeah, just so you know, everything that's in my soul. While the soul does normally take its place under the Vanguard circle, it is going to just be on full display here for Teo. But for Teo, that's a bit of a difficult turn. I think he's going for it. He's going to Soul Blast, the Clear as you said, and then use its ability
to get an additional drop check this turn.
That's right. Calls another Ver. That's fine because you get to bounce that to hand. Okay, so with this, he will have 4 attacks this turn, since he gets to swing with the Rosa, swing with the... Oh, overcalling the Rosa! That is interesting.
I like this a whole lot, because when he calls Claire from the bind zone, he needs to bind a Prism card from his drop zone to draw a card here. So I do like this.
Alright, well, that will work out for sure. Get some of the extra draw and power on top of everything. You see Bond go to 2 damage. He did check a heal there, so that's why he's stuck at 1 after the first attack. Now the Vanguard Ver attacks, gets to bounce both front row prisms, and of course call out the Clear. Clear now when placed lets you bind the Rosa, draw an extra card, and get another +10.
So this is a 1 to pass, since he does not get any additional power. That's something that Rosa gives.
That is correct. That is correct. And as he was only able to call 1, this one should be pretty easy to stop for Bond. And keep in mind that the Heal Guardian could potentially come into effect here in order to help stave off some of the attacks coming forward. Okay, it's a 2 to pass with just a quick shield. I think that's a great way to approach it too. Let's see what is going to come out of these drive checks here. That is a blank into a crit. Suddenly looking a lot more lethal with a third check will show us a Sedna. Not exactly what you want to see there, but regardless, this will still be pushing for good numbers. Because this is already coming in with 18 from Force, 28 from its own effect, 38 from the crit, but the heal guard will -2 crit and prevent the whole attack, leaving Bon on 2 damage.
And this is one of the very cool things you can see here, where with the protect, well, not with the heal guardians that came out recently. Like these certain interns, on a normal situation, he would either have to toss, 2 to 3 cards from his hand, or he would just have to eat it and go to 4 here. This is so good. This shows really good as to why heal guardians are a great inclusion into the format.
Absolutely. They really did change up a lot. Every deck being able to use them so generically is just fantastic. And they're definitely a must-have for these V premium decks, and premium decks too, for that matter. Find a number of terror. That is very important because, of course, now that he's on the Sharrod, the number of terror will allow you to just keep drawing and drawing and drawing cards, which is very, very nice. So you get to draw cards, restand it with Sharrod. It's just an incredible card that I think a lot of Dark Regulus players are very, very happy to have. All right, but what is the soul count right now? I think we are nearing 10, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so too. Where the Sharrod needs to be able to use the skill on soul count of 13, if I remember. It's a
Yes.
while since I've seen Archetype being played, so I think that's the last thing I remembered.
Yeah, that's true, huh? Like Sharrod has definitely not been showing up as much, even for Bond himself. When I watched him play in community tournaments, I've seen him play with cards like Dantarian instead, which, as a Dark Regulars fan, I can imagine you want to embrace every single build and archetype that the clan has to provide. But, of course, when it comes to this very highly competitive tournament setting, you will also be going through the Sharrod path, which, of course, is the all-reliable, as some would say.
So he is going to be charging up his number of terror, since that it does have 10 cards or more into hand. He does get 10k power.
All right, and for the people watching at home, we are, of course, aware that Bond's camera does seem to be, I think it's not so much his camera, but more so his internet that is preventing the quality of this, of his side of the game. And as you can see, it goes up. Like right now, it's very visible, and sometimes it becomes very not so visible. And so the judges on the stream table, of course, are requesting Bond to lay out his soul in the open like this, so even when it lags, it is still visible.
Yes.
And he has received a strike for a camera infraction as a result, because, of course, this does create a difficulty for his opponent. So here he's swinging with the Sharrod and restanding the number of terrors. Of course, this will allow him to farm some cards, which is excellent. When a 2 to pass coming through due to that defensive for Teo.
So let's see here. Now there's going to be a number of terror here. He's going to put that card into the soul and draws himself a card. So this is one of the cool things about number of terror here, especially with the multi-attack restanding that he did just now with Sharrod. It did give him a chance of being able to draw some cards still. So it's going to be attacking for 32.
That is right. All right, now, as things are, somehow the tables have turned, and the bits of lag are on Teo's side, so it almost makes me feel like maybe it's a Discord issue at this point, instead of either of these players. But, alas, we see the Ellie here, allowing you to recycle other Ellies from the drop zone. But that was a really good turn for Bond, because he was able to farm so many cards. I think he's on like a 10-card hand right now, with the Protect included. So being able to push that up, and of course, make use of the restand of the Sharrod is really good. But will that be enough for how much consistency and, very, I don't know if cheap is the right word, but easily fundable, repetitive attacks on the Prism side, right? Because it is very easy to make sure that you have 2 different Prisms in the bind zone, right? Just the Rosa and the Clear. Recall them every single turn. They draw you cards. They rebind your stuff. And so you have a very, very consistent engine which of course is the great strength of this deck, right? Because you have Rosa who buffs your front row, and on top of that lets you search top 7 for more prisms. And you have the Clear that lets you just draw more cards while setting up the bind zone and giving herself more power. And all at the same time, we have everyone's favorite Ver swinging with like 23 and triple drive.
Yep. And like he currently has an engine online. All 3 of them are online right now. They're in the drop that he can bind. He has
It's a Sedna.
Sedna that he calls it a board. Claire and Rose are currently in the bind zone. He does have 1 damage to his access. So his engine is currently online. So it's going to be 23 every single attack, every single turn here. And he's just going to be farming hand.
Exactly. And I think, when I still remember when the Prism V Series cards were first announced, and I remember a lot of people looking at the archetype and going like, this doesn't look that strong. Like, all they're doing is like triple drive and like bonus attacks and like drawing here and there. It's like, surely that's not better than like, Revere at its peak, or like Melody and like the first set of Bermuda support in the V Series. But sometimes a deck doesn't have to be super flashy. A deck doesn't have to be like Melody, where you soul charge a bajillion Sonatas and Caros and Finas, and you can out-tank everything and swing with like super huge columns. Sometimes it's just the simple bread and butter combos that bring you closer to victory, and especially not just bring you closer to victory, but push your opponent further and further away as your hand keeps growing and your attacks definitely don't get smaller, and your opponent just slowly and slowly runs out of resources while you don't.
I'll have to say this though. It's like I'm always for consistency over potential bursts of maybe I'm always consistency over high roll has always been my motif. As long as I can keep on doing the same thing every single turn. It's also one of the reasons why I like Prisms a whole lot as an archetype. Not a lot of people probably are fans of it, which is understandable. It's not a fan favorite, but I like that it does it every single turn.
Yeah, exactly, right. And it's also a deck that, for a lot of players that are passionate about competitive V Premium, if you build yourself a Prism deck back in January of this year, all you've had to, you've had to pick up heal guards, and the deck has been so incredibly strong, by just slotting in the heal guards, because you're a deck that can build up a huge hand and guard a bunch of attacks. Like, I've had, I was talking to WCC Kai earlier, and he said, dude, I played against this Prism opponent, he guarded 3 of my Hamiels and still had like a 10 card hand, and that's just how it is, because like the addition of the heal guards help them to also survive the early game in order to establish a strong and consistent and large hand like this as well.
Because right now he's going to the stratosphere with his hand size at the moment. It's going to be upwards to like 13 to 14 cards probably by the end everything is said and done. Because I think he currently has like 9 cards right now, 10 cards almost right now. So it's getting up there. And every time he has a damage, it is just going to keep on increasing.
All right, well, for Bond here, he's guarding. He's going to actually drop the Protect with the number of Terror. Was that a Dem on Dead? I think that's a number of Terror. No, sorry, that's Hope on Damp, not number of Terror. And let's see. Oh, that's another Bear. And the critical trigger for Teo, which will allow him to buff up the Rose on the side. Do we see another one? We do not, but that is more Prisms that can continue to be chained over and over again. Swinging with a clear. This one's coming in with 28. 1 damage only. So that means he will have to guard this attack from the Rosa, and his hand is definitely big enough to withstand it. Oh, he's going to choose the Perfect Guard. All right. All right, in this case, it's back to Bon. What can he do to build up that hand once more with the Shower Rod? What can he do to push beyond 2 damage at this point is what I'm looking for. Because Teo, honestly, all he really wants Counterblast for is to use Ver's effects. And if not, he also, I guess, it would be kind of nice to use Rosas. But honestly speaking, he's fine to just play 1 damage at a time, 1 damage a turn. in order to just keep building up his advantage. And look at how much that hand has increased. I think he started to turn like a 6 or 7 card hand, and suddenly it's already looking like a book again.
Mm-hmm. That's right. I think it's one of the cool things I do notice as well in his list that he's playing. He's not playing any of the counter charge options that some of Bermuda lists has played in the past, like ones that would send your grade 3s back to your deck and stuff, like Steza, for example. So it's interesting. So he's just going for like a really, really streamlined, consistent list.
Yep, exactly. Precisely. All right. Well, all right, it's going to be using... It's not the killer tail that he's using here. It is actually, I believe, the variance drag form, which allows you to put a card from your damage into your soul. And then, of course, you get to put the top card of your deck into your damage face down. So it's a card we see in DI lists sometimes as like a 1 of, a 2 of, just kind of there to fish out any very important cards from your damage into your soul. And of course, it lets you also fish out a card from your soul into your hand too. So whether you need to attack with like a number of terror, or if you want to like, your Hope on Dams both went to damage zone and you need to get them in there somehow, then that will also do the work.
So let's see what he opts for here, because currently right now I think we can... It's a safe bet to say that he probably has the 13 cards in Soul now.
That is right. Ooh, Hope on Damp going to the... Not Hope on Damp, that's
Number of Terror?
Oh my god, more Number of Terror action coming through here. That's 3 Number of Terrors on the board right now. So he's going to be able to draw a lot of cards. Draw 4 this turn on top of the drive check.
So it's like, okay, you could farm hand, let's go. Let's farm some hand then.
Yep. I could imagine that this is going to be very likely a deck out match between these two players in terms of how many cards, like, because keep in mind, Dark Regulars also is farming soul, not just their hand. So if you're Bon, you need to somehow keep in mind that it's, while you are pushing aggression and drawing cards to survive their aggression, the Prism aggression isn't necessarily that huge compared to something like Melody. And if you're overdrawing on your cards, you might just make yourself lose the deck out.
So he currently does have the 13 ready to go. So all those columns are also hitting for, 35 on their own, just chilling.
That's right. That's right. And don't forget, of course, the extra power that you have from it as well. And not just from the Number of Terror, but of course the Sharot also allows you to get a plus extra power for the cards in your soul. So this is going to be like a pretty strong push turn. This is going to be a strong push turn. But I'm just getting a little bit concerned for Bond's deck size.
I mean, if he had a hope, I don't even think if he even had a hope on them this turn, that it would have been too much of a bother for Bond to push through. I mean, but then Matthew would have just probably been like, well, I'll probably just eat one, guard the rest, because I think he still has some Ellie's left in the deck, or left in his hand that he could probably guard with earlier. So I think he's still sitting okay.
Yep. There's the first Number of Terror, drawing 2 from the effect. It's going to be a damage check on Teo's side, going to 3 now. All right. Variance Drag Form going to Soul here for the second one's effect, drawing 2 cards again. And don't forget, he will still attack with his Sharod here in order to restand the front row, and he can still use both Number of Terrors to draw another 4 cards. 8 cards plus 2 drive checks. 10 cards added to hand throughout this turn, potentially.
So he'll be able to farm a hand, but one of the things is a bit of different in this matchup, where with Prisms, they're farming a hand, but the majority of it is either staying in a deck, right? Whereas with Dark Irregulars, you're soul charging most of it to accrue the same sort of card advantage. So they are quicker to deck out in comparison to Matthew right now.
Yeah, for Teo there, I don't think he's breaking much of a sweat. He's at 4 damage, but his hand is looking strong. and he just has to block these 3 attacks, and he's basically chilling, but he's actually choosing to hard guard here. So this is kind of tricky because, of course, the Sharot does give an extra 1k to all front row units for every card in Soul, which includes himself, of course, too. Okay, he finds double Ironheart Assassin. That's not exactly what you want to see at this stage of the game. While the CC is nice, you definitely don't want to be soul charging more than you already have, since you are getting dangerously close to the deck out range. But Number of Terror will swing again, drawing 2 cards once more.
Mm. So the cool thing he'll be leaving out with now is going to be him attacking with the last Number of Terror, which will soul charge the current one on the board. And then he'll be left with 1 more Rear Guard left after everything's said and done.
So keep in mind, this has plus 10, so it's 22, and plus another 17 because of Sharad having 17 soul right now. So these Number of Terrors are absolutely massive. 18 now. So this is a 40k Number of Terror. Of course, it's not that daunting to guard, but now Teo is at 5 damage back against the wall, but his hand is so huge. I think he was happy to take those attacks and basically just trying to run this into the late game and try to push Bon to deck out. If you're Teo here, like, you have to be pretty comfortable because you have a Rosa already in bind zone. You can set up the clear as well. You know that your attack pattern is going to be consistent, but you have to kind of give up on the fact that you're going to win just through those sheer attacks, right? You have to kind of forget that it's like, oh yeah, I can get through all that shield eventually just by, my 5 attacks. Because at this point, your objective is, especially using cards, like the Ellie there, to make sure that you yourself don't deck out while you are also farming all that advantage. And the fact that, again, as we keep saying, Teo doesn't have to worry about soul charging is a huge part of it, right? And so I think that if Teo can just kind of like play this game out and try to push it to the late game as much as possible, Bon might just automatically lose to the drive check if he especially doesn't slap down that Hope on Damp anytime soon. But of course, keep in mind that for Hope on Damp, we're still missing 2 more cards in Soul. So a Reride plus any form of Soul Charge will take Bon to 20 Soul, which takes us to the Hope on Damp turn. And that might be kind of scary for Teo as well, because no matter how big of a hand you have, can it guard base 20k consistently? Can you put down, total original 20k shield at the same time on top of everything else? We're going to have to see, right? Because keep in mind, if it's on a Shara turn, that's everything swinging with at least 20k power, even if it has 0 power. So if it's like, you're dealing with a Hope on Damp and a Number of Terror, or anything that attacks for over 10, like those are going to be some pretty pesky attacks that you have to deal with on top of the restriction by Hope on Damp. So I think while Bon is getting closer to deck out range, he also knows what his winning image is here, and I'm sure that Teo is well aware of it too.
Yep. I think if he just takes... You're right, because I think if he just takes no damage this following turn, I think he has just enough CB for everything he'll need.
I think so too. Okay, well, it's time for the Prism shenanigans to take place. Rosa and Clear both in the bind zone. The attacks have been lined up. Now it's all about the execution and just swinging 3 force markers. That's another really strong part about Prisms, is that because you can call out the Vares from the bind zone, you can then bounce them back the later turn with Vert's own effects and rewriting and more force markers. The power scaling, it's not explosive, but it's constant. It's like a snowball effect. It continues to build up and up and up. Surely, bit by bit, it's gonna make this gap between you and your opponent.
So let's see here. He is going for the guard option. So that does hit for 20. He's gonna guard for 22 here. And the clear is going to be attacking with Boost, I think? With Sedna, which is then for 21. 21, 31, 41.
Okay. Should not be an issue. He's gonna take it though, going to 5 damage. Shower Rod going to the damage zone. No more protect markers, at least one less from the rewrites. Teo gonna be bouncing here and recalling Rosa plus clear. And he has one more catalyst to work with, so I don't think he's gonna be putting that into the Rosa here. I think he will probably hold off on that in order to be able to get the triple drive, or not the triple drive, to get the bounce effect from his Ver next turn. So you have to be very careful on that kind of damage push. I believe that is a critical sentinel. So that is currently 45k shield against 23. So that should be a 3 to pass. Oh no, no pass in that case, because it would put him to 57. Alright,
So
these
far,
a lot. Followed by heal trigger. That is very good for Teo. He definitely wanted to see that. As we were saying earlier, slowly but surely running out of CB. He does not run counterchargers in his list, which can make things quite pesky. If you give up on the countercharge entirely, you end up in these situations where you're at 5 damage with one card face up, and you know you have like one more use of Ver left. By healing out here, he has at least 2 more turns of Ver's effect. And you know, if he's feeling a little greedy or low on cards in hand, that could even be a Rosa, but I'm sure he will forego that for the time being.
Okay, then. So he's trying to figure out what can make him attack here. So it's going to be attacking for 38, I think, because of course the Rosa.
That is correct. Coming in with huge numbers that will be guarded quite easily by Bon after all of those. I mean, he generated 10 cards in hand last turn. You have to keep in mind, like, 10 cards is how many cards like some decks have, like, maximum, period, right? That's how much they can farm up, especially the more aggressive ones. But now it's back to Noto's turn, and he is missing just a bare bit of soul to reach the Hope on Damp. And now I believe he only has, what, 6 cards in deck?
Yep,
if I'm not
he
mistaken.
does.
So Teo, it's all down to this. If you can survive this final push, surely you can bring it to the 11th hour and win through, not even through decking Bon out, but through Bon decking himself out. And we can see here the Hope on Damp coming down. We're going to get a confirmation of the 20 soul here. All right, there's 555 and another 5. There we go. With that, we have reached all conditions have been cleared, ready for launch. Double Yellow Bolt coming down as well. I believe that's Yellow Bolt plus featuring Ironheart Assassin. So those are 2 boosts that will help to push these big old numbers. And what is very important here is that with a plus 20k, that means that his number of terrors, he doesn't have to put Rears into the soul to draw cards, right? But he will still be able to attack with these 32k attackers, coming in with a total of 40k, which of course will require the raw 20k shield at every instance. And this will be 5 attacks.
I think if he does happen to have like some copies of Ellie, he could probably guard with like a Sedna Rosa, I guess, or Ellie. I guess what he could do, like Ellie Rosa Sedna, but he's gonna have to take some of these. There's a guarantee.
Hold on, Bond got ahead of himself. He called down Hope on Damp with 19 cards in Soul, so the effect is not active. That might just have cost him the game there. That is really, really huge.
Oh.
It looks like he didn't check his Soul before calling it down. We are reaching the later turns of the game, but you have to be careful about things like that. Because now he does play 2, but from what I can tell, the other one is in the drop zone.
Oh no. Unless miscounted? Maybe? No?
The judges are reporting that Soul is at 19.
Oh no.
Not like this! This is looking a little shaky for Bon.
I mean, it still is a healthy amount of attacks here. Because it's still 19k power for free.
Well, they're huge attacks, but now that you look at Teo's hand, it's a lot more guardable and bearable when you have to keep in mind that, He doesn't have to call down raw 20k shield power every single time. Well, he will still get attacks out. He'll still be able to drive check with his Vanguard, but he's reaching the turns where that will no longer be the case soon. I think 6 cards left in the deck. So he drive checks 2 here, go down to 4. Draws for turn down to 3. Would barely be able to still go in if he can somehow get a hope on them for next turn. But look at his hand. It was so big. 10 plus hand. 10 plus cards in hand last turn, but suddenly it's all slowly disappearing. And that one, it's just that one miscalculation of the soul might cost him the entire game here.
I highly believe it will, yeah. Because now, these attacks now are just 20k shield, 25k shield apiece, which is very easy to deal with.
Exactly. And so we're going to see that is a damage that was taken. Teo sees a defensive heal trigger, but he was at 4, so now he's only on 5. And of course, these reguard attacks are not that threatening. They don't have crits on them or anything. So it's easy to take one of these giant number of terror attacks. Sharod will be swinging in here. Sharod swinging in here, restanding the rears. But now again, these attacks are much more easy to deal with. Dropping down a 15k shield. 43 versus the 32. I believe that is a 2 to pass.
Oh, it's a no pass because he has a defensive heal.
Oh, that's true. It's a defensive. That's right. So it is a no pass. He sees a heal trigger, which is nice. He can heal down to 4. So that is appreciated. But we also know that he cannot really take a damage next turn. And he sees a critical trigger. The extra power is going to be able to equalize the defensive that Teo saw. He wants to take no risks, no passing the attack. And now he just needs to guard off the last 2. And it's not even a question of finishing off Bond the next turn. You just want to push some damage, farm some cards, pass, and let Bond essentially turn the game around on himself. Alright, so calculating numbers here. How much he will have to guard this with. So I think they're both swinging for equal power, as I believe. So he's at 19 soul, which changes it. Luckily, if it was against an Axel deck, that would be a bit of a different value. But no, he's now at 39, I believe, on these, or 49 with the trigger included if he split them apart.
So a perfect guard each, I think. You can discard a Nectaria for cost.
Uh-oh. Can Teo just guard this last attack and go back to his own offensive? All he needs is the one more turn, putting down the Heal Guardian. That's 15k shield. Leaves a lot. He's currently at 33. And another 10 takes him to 43. That will be enough. That will be enough against the Number of Terror. And with that, that's the end of Bond's turn. A bit of a disappointing number, no, not Number of Terror, but Hope on Damp. It's gonna take us a second to see if Teo can farm up more resources, just in case he still has to survive any kind of push from Teo.
So now he is currently fanning through his cards, seeing what resources he probably still has left. He's going to Soul Blast 1. He's going to mind the clear from the board. He's going to call.
Right,
He's going to resolve the skill. Is he?
Oh, he's doing it. He's doing it. He's going to burn through all of his counterblast. He knows that this might be his last turn. This may be his last turn. He just wants to survive at this point. All right. He does find himself a prism piece.
Mm-hmm.
The deck will be rearranged. with 3 cards from the top going to the bottom. All right, more prisms to the bind zone. Of course, more prisms to attack with, most importantly. And he's calling down the Sedna to still check for grade 3s. He does not find any. I would not be surprised if there's nothing left in that top stack at this point.
I think he's just doing, like, right now, what he's doing right now is just trying to filter his deck and compress it as much as possible he can, so you can just try hit triggers this turn.
Yep.
With to close this out.
You can see that Bond's cameras holding on for dear life. I'm sure he's going to have a stern talking to his internet service provider after this in order to ensure that Bond can play out the rest of the tournament safely. But the offensive begins. Bond's hand is really not that big. You probably have to take one of these attacks, which will put him in a sticky situation for his final turn.
Because right now, this is Theo's final turn, I think. Like, he will not be able to farm up the same amount of hand as he had before. Of course, he'll probably go to, like, 6 or 7, but that's a far cry from the, like, 13 or 14 that he had most of the game.
Right.
Let's see.
Okay, swinging with the Rosa here. For Bon, the situation is very dire. The situation is very dire right now. Can't really afford to take damage, but have to do something about this attack. And there's still many more coming through. Another Rosa. Fair. Being able to call the clear and Rosa again. Many attacks. Lots of offensive. And for Bon, the cards are slowly running out, whether it's in hand or in deck. And this might mean something that might cost his tournament life. But the one relieving piece of news is that his camera is clearing up.
Yes! Now we can watch it in 4K.
Unless we both jinx it, and it is the end of his tournament life all in all. But of course, he goes to 5, which is huge because now he can barely afford to draw anything or even do a Vanguard attack next turn, which is very, very risky. All right, we're going to see the drive checks. All right, I think he guarded out as much as possible there. And with that, that's a 6 damage. We see the critical trigger in Bond's damage zone, and Teo is going to take it. Bond going to 6 damage, not being able to survive. Teo continues on with Prisms against Bond's Dark Regulars.
And I think what probably is a biggest testament to that matchup too as well is that even though both can farm up, comes down to your opponent needs to work a lot more for that win, especially playing the matchup. As long as you have your engine going for Prisms, it's consistent. It just sort of, you have 2 or 3 things going off, it's good to go.
Yep.
Then
it
it's good to go.
It looks like Bond's internet issues were so great that the stride force overloaded and it plugged out all of our camera feeds.
Wait, this is a shout out from the blackout, I guess. We're shouting you guys out from the blackout.
Yeah. But of course, we can take a look at the standings here. So right now, Pierre, after this, so this was post round 6. Of course, we just wrapped up round 7. But going into round 7, Pierre Mahuto, who is actually Teo's brother, was undefeated. And so Teo will be joining him in the top ranks as well. Tuv Shingtulga with Messiah's is 3rd spot in Swiss. Messiah's top 8. The dream is still alive.
Yo.
Brian Vio looking good. Nuno Raimundo, the card world champion, still at the top tables representing Vanquisher. Chris, we saw earlier. Tyler, Ryan, Bon, of course, has suffered a second loss, which is quite unfortunate. But hey, we're back. The Stride Force. The Stride Force. It was generated in chat. I could feel it. I could feel it. And just like that, we are now back with you guys as well. So yeah, that was, I think from the moment we saw the matchup, Prisms versus DI, we knew where it was going to go, right? And we all knew how it was going to end, because if you don't manage to win it all on the Hope on Damp turn, sadly, you have both decks draw a lot, but the other deck also soul charges a lot, so
Yeah,
kind of makes some issues. But alas, that was still a great showing by both players. Great to see Dark Dragons in the top tables. Of course, the deck log links are always there in the chat, so make sure you check them out as well. We're still gonna be rooting for Bond to potentially make it top 8, but for Teo, one last round. If he gets the win, he should be safely into top 8. So with that, I believe that was our last round, or last table for round 7 here. We're going to go for a short break, but after this is going to be the final round of Swiss for the EU stage. You guys don't want to miss it because this next one will determine who will make it to the very end. See you guys soon.
My name's Ron Manankil. Lots of people know me as Shiro Neko. I am the BSFO AO champion, and I topped with Blade Master. Yeah. Actually, I was already planning ahead of the Blade Master loop when Soen was announced. I already started visionizing the deck. The problem was securing some premium parts, which was mainly the Tempest Sphere and Zazan. And in the end, I didn't even get to use them because I wasn't able to secure a set of each because our shop here only had 2 boxes of premium collection. So we weren't able to really gather parts. And so preparing for the event, I was just watching videos on like WCC and different fights channel on the meta and thinking of how I can counter that without using the vanilla engine and doing the turbo engine. And in the end, I also thought of the mirror match because thinking of the meta, you're obviously gonna encounter your own meta deck. And so to take the meta into account, you have to really think of the mirror match too. So yeah, that's how I prepared for BSFO. I actually participated in BCS starting 2017. I wasn't really a competitive player back then because I was really busy with other things like school competitions and other fights. But yeah, those were the only ones I joined because BSFO, Springfest rather, was not really in my place. It was in the main city in Manila, so I wasn't really able to participate with that. But BCS, I participated yearly starting from 2017. Well, I think I met a lot of interesting people for sure. I met Kendo from Team Rising Dragons, and I met Derek Dow from WCC when he came here for BCS, and I also met like I made many friends through BCS because there are some players that don't join weekly tournaments, but when a huge event comes, you suddenly see all these people pop up. I would also want to give a shout out, by the way, to the BCS 2019 champion. He's also a Cebuano. He's one of the only people I know from Cebu that also won a Bushiroad event. I want to give him love. His name is Vince Del Rosario. I think he deserves more love than me because he wasn't able to actually go to Japan due to personal reasons. So I want to give him the spotlight too. I think for BSFO I was kind of like I was scared at first to join because as you said it's through a webcam and like cheaters may pop up once or twice, but actually unexpectedly the judges were actually really well organized. They were monitoring the entire situation, and it was a pretty fun event actually. It was nice to participate through my own home, and I didn't have to go down or risk like getting COVID, especially now, to just join an event, which is really nice. It was really convenient. I posted in my Instagram story the progress through of like how the event went, and I was also watching the stream, so I could like study the other decks that were on stream. It was pretty fun to like see everyone react to the Instagram story because not a lot of people knew about the event here. So it's pretty nice to see like people react and stuff. Well, my advice for BRO, if you're a seasoned player, I suggest you study the meta since it's a pretty wild west meta right now, and literally anything could happen. And for new players, I would say don't be scared just do your best. And you know, it's a free tournament. You win, you lose, you don't lose anything. So it's alright. Just calm down, and I'm rooting for all of you. Follow me on, if you guys want to follow me on Instagram. It's Hello Ishiro. Just hit me up if you guys want to chat, hang out, or even play remote fight. So thank you and good luck to everyone. I hope to see you all, and I hope to see everyone in top 8 also. Well, not everyone, but yeah. I hope everyone does well.
Hello everyone, so I actually won the Springfest Online Championship, the first place, and I was using Murakumo in premium format. At the time, I didn't had a lot of practice because we didn't had local events, but I was just thinking which deck I was afraid most of, and that was Genesis Loop. And then I just thought a lot of other strategies, how should I play against it, and I decided that I need to use a fire element Hoenn, and Murakuma was the best deck for that. And also, if I went first with Murakuma, I had a huge advantage. So that was my choices. I most likely prepared just thinking theories, strategies, and watching some YouTube channels. Yes, actually, I was in Japan for 1 year when I was studying, and I had a chance to participate like in Bangasai. It was more like on casual side, but it still was a huge and fantastic event. And actually, I participated in it twice because I also visited Japan a little bit later on my vacation. So twice in Bangasai. I didn't had any experience participating in team leagues or other big Bushiroad events that were happening in Europe. This event was the first event for me, and I was pretty lucky with it. They had like a lot of events, but I also liked that they had like exclusive products that you can only get at that time, at that event. You had to stand in a line for it for a pretty long time, but it was something special. And I also attended the bigger, a little bit bigger tournament, but not the main event, and managed to end with 5-2. So maybe there was one thing that I didn't like, but it was the prizes were a little bit low, but just everything else was fantastic. Just a lot of people, a lot of nice people. They had like corner for only girls to play in it, so it was very unique experience. Actually, the first time I played on web camera event, but that was a different tournament, I was super uncomfortable. I had to adjust playing on webcam. It is totally different experience than playing in the real life. But because it was not my first event at Spring Festival Online, that helped me a lot because I already had some experience playing on web camera before, and I had some kind of advantage not doing a lot of misplays, not being that nervous on web camera and other things. Yes, it's kind of hard because you have to watch out for your own field, and at the same time you have to watch your opponent's field. It's just doing two things at the same time. And I like it because I have a lot of time, and it saves up a lot of time. It saves up a lot of traveling money. So I actually definitely like the webcam online, and I hope it actually will be alive in the future as well. I didn't eat at all. And between rounds I was panicking. I definitely was concentrated only at that time when I was playing. I believe you should just have fun and concentrate as much as you can, because concentration is all that matters in those kinds of tournament. And maybe the next time you will be the one who will be sitting in my place and someone will be taking an interview from you. So guys, have fun, and for those who know me on YouTube channel, don't be afraid. I will be back. I just currently having some issues with my physical shop opening of the card games. So, and yeah.
This is it. The final battle. The final showdown. Round 8 of Swiss. It all comes down to this. The winner most definitely goes on. The loser, gotta pray for the bubble. It's gonna be an intense round, JJ. How are we feeling going into this last round of EU? It passes so quickly every time.
I think one of the most impressive things to me is sort of like how because I'm watching the players and where they're from, I'm like, yeah, y'all crazy. Y'all love Vanguard a whole lot. And that's most impressive to me. People from the US, people from Philippines and Canada, respectively, it would seem. That's where our players are from. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's insane, especially when you think about, like, for the Canadian, like, anyone from the NA side is basically staying up throughout the entire night to play in the EU events, just like how anybody from Europe playing in AO is staying up the entire night to play for the event, which is pretty intense. It is pretty intense. But, man, you know, we just got to see some Prism action, some DI action, you know, a much slower, grindy game, right? These decks, they don't, like, explode with a bunch of power and crits on each other, and, like, you know, big explosive multi-attack of, like, super power. But instead, they play the slow game, right? We saw almost a deck out loss, but it was definitely getting close to that. This round's gonna be different. This round, we're back to speed. We're back to speed. We want to see crits. I want to see high power, 30k power minimum. I want to see Vanguards restanding. I want to see like 6 crits in one turn. It's gonna be Messiah versus Gavriel, table 1 right now of the tournament. But while it is table 1, both players right now are actually X1. Both players are X1. And so we only have one undefeated player so far, which is Brian VO playing Bermudas. But for these two players, the X1 will definitely continue on after winning this round. But for the X2, you're going to have to pray for good tiebreakers, because it's going to be a little tough. So let's take a look at the decks of both Ryan M and Tyler KJY and see what they are bringing here. So first things first, Ryan's Messiah deck list. It's all been Messiah. Let's go Messiah on this stream, as they said in the great commercials of the past. So of course, we've seen this deck in action already, JJ. You know, this is the tried and tested, but will we see the high roll on the Burst Monk this time or not? What do you think?
I think it could be a possibility for sure. I think one thing we do have to see here is that, of course, it seems to be the Link Joker common trait for us right now over here is that we are running 2 harmonics, which I am very content with. I'm happy with. Only 3 copies of Burst Monk. 3 copies of Vanmanen.
Vanmanen, yeah, we didn't see that in the list earlier. So I'm actually quite curious about that, because all of a sudden, you know, we were like, oh, you know, this deck can kind of play the long game. It goes to harmonics. It doesn't rely as much on the Vanmanen. But for the early game, you know, if your ride of Lagrignard on turn 1 isn't, you know, locking up the Volko Goad, you know, at the very least, Vanmanen is a pretty good target, right?
Yeah, it is. And it's sort of like if you do have moments where you have like awkward turns where you CB, Vanmanen does allow you to, without CB, still accrue some card advantage, which is just super, super, super good.
Yeah, that is right. That is right. So of course, I can't wait to see Ryan's list, you know, in action. But of course, let's take a look at what his opponent is playing here, which is going to be a lot of people's very familiar sight, which is, oh, not Bon. Bon is our player from last round. We're gonna be seeing a different player, which is Tyler playing Gavriel. So this is card for card the exact same list as we saw earlier, and I want to say, you know, this is kind of the like community approved Gavriel list right now. One of Bellyful Meds Angel, which we didn't really get to talk about as much earlier as like the one of slot. You know, some people even joke it's like the reason why it's played as a 1-of is because you're not allowed to play any cards as like a 5-of in your deck, which I'm sure a lot of players would love to do. But Bellyful Meds has a really good function in that sometimes when your Hamiel is stuck in your damage zone and you want to be as efficient with your rescue checks as possible to make sure that you get, the most efficient trigger distribution that you can, you use the Bellyful Meds first to just tutor it out, to hand swap into your damage for the Hamiel. And then the Hamiel will be able to start off the rescue checks as being the first card that actually does the rescue check. So it's very nice. It also gives you soul to use cards like the Salafiel, use Gavriel's own effect as well. And so overall, she has a very nice function in his deck, which I think is quite neat.
It is. It's super good because then if you got kind of get stuck, I really, really need my Gavriel this turn or next turn, swap it. Or if, hey, I need Hamiel, it's mine. I'll just take it. It's really good.
It's very good. Very, very good. So I can't wait to get into the game and see this matchup. This is literally going to be a game played out from the two sides of the world. Philippines versus Canada on the EU Regions Tournament. We would never be having this at normal circumstances. It's only possible because of the remote fight events such as Bushiroad Rumble Online. And I can't wait to see and get started between these two players. And they're both, they're rocking some pretty high-class mats over here. We see the BCS 2019 Top 8 Standard mat on Ryan's side, and Tyler rocking that beautiful Worlds BCS Spring Circuit 2017 Top 8. That's actually one of my favorite mats of all time. I think this is one of the most beautiful mats, like Top 8 mats, that we've ever had from any Bushiroad games, personally. It is so beautiful. I'm very jealous of anyone that has it.
So would that also happen to be a format or a time where people were using their strides though?
I mean, that was a very good format too, but that's not necessarily why this is my favorite, man. Man, that was very memorable Worlds as well, 2017. But of course, going to start off here. Wait, Ryan got great stuck.
Oh.
Was that a turn 0 pass?
That is.
Oh no, not like this.
Unless that is exactly what he wanted.
Well, hold on for a second there, buddy. We see a Volko Goad here. That's going to be bound. Ooh, that's going to get locked down. The Lagrignard, all right. Grade 3 Searcher. Ryan just casually turned 0 past that we didn't even notice it. That was crazy. I was like, wait a second. Why is he... Huh? What's happening here?
That's a thing. Okay, so this is a small niche thing that people used to do way back in the day as a different means of damage denying. Because then they get themselves a quick shield plus the extra card in hand. It's just for the extra quick shield and also damage deny. So I mean, we'll see if he's going to do it again this turn, or it was just, serendipitous. We'll see if it's just coincidence.
Yep, so he is using the Grade 3 Searcher, so he theoretically could, discard the quick shield for the cost of the Lady Battler. He will be doing it. By goes the quick shield there. Once again, all these Messiah players, they love their Ibuki sleeves, their Messiah sleeves and playmats and everything. You love to see it. Swing with a Lagrignard. Ooh, I like the column there. The early manipulator giving us that pressure. I actually really like that because it lets you set up a strong board from very early on. So if this hits and he has like another Volko ready in hand, we could be looking at double turn 2 Volko, but forcing the 30k shield to be committed already, and the heal comes through for Ryan, putting him back down to 0 damage, which is very nice. Volko will be unlocking there, and we see Ryan is actually not swinging with that second attack because he's like, well, you don't want to take the Vanguard attack? Well, no Yaf kill for you then. You're going to have to give up on that.
I love what Ryan is doing here. I think this is like right now, this sort of kind of harkens back to a pretty older meta in premium that we had, where we was also pretty damage prevention reliant, denying, like a lot of damage deny. And it was really nice to see that a lot of players are trying to play to those type of options as out, because a lot of the good grade 3s nowadays, they really need that good first turn to get any good pressure going. And now he added a heal guard in here, maybe to get himself a damage, to keep his opponent from not damage denying him any further for the next turn.
That's right. Man, just seeing all of these all of these Link Joker players, all these Messiah players, makes me almost regret my deck choice for the tournament. I've been playing the deck so much, and it's so fun. I was like, I keep not drawing Volko Goad. I keep not seeing my Lagrignard. It's like, I don't know. I don't feel too confident. So, but seeing it succeed so well in the EU region definitely gives me a lot of hope. Hamiel found there. And look at this really aggressive start from Tyler. I think this is something that we don't often see from older Gabriel lists. This is something of a newer development where we see a lot of the kind of current generation of Gabriel players. They play this aggressive early game because they know if they damage deny, it's not really going to get them far, and some decks are just able to farm up too many resources to survive the Hamiel push. So they try to push like 3 or even 4 damage as early as possible. Maybe using Yefkiel to like get a critical trigger from the effect. And then by pushing the opponent to 3 or 4, you put them in a situation where Hamiel is lethal anyway. So you start to split the crits between the Vanguard and the other rear guard column. Especially if they're at 3, just putting 1 crit on the Vanguard will make them want to PG it and, use up their resource to survive and not take that Vanguard attack. Whereas otherwise you have to like swing Gabriel into rear and then just attack with a Hamiel to face to try to one-shot them. And then you have to just pass turn because they're able to survive because a lot of decks can farm up to that now. Or they have the heal guard if the Gabriel player is going first.
So he is gonna go for the attack on the Nakir here. I was wondering, could it be a reason why he didn't attack the meds?
I think maybe he doesn't particularly see the threat of the card, and it definitely doesn't seem as much of a threat at first sight. Like, it's just a hand swap and a card that goes to Soul, but that hand swap can really build up into a lot here, and he's going to call down the Hamiel first. Of course, right now Tyler's only on 2 damage, so Hamiel technically cannot become active yet, but there is the card that he wanted to see. That is the answer to the situation. A single use of the Yophiel that he just put into the damage zone will allow him to push himself to 3 damage, and then he can just use Gavriel's effect in order to, have all of that damage be face up. He doesn't even need it. He already had it in hand. Yophiel will go to the bind zone, finding another one in there as well. And now Gavriel's effect can simply turn everything back face up, and with that, you have 3 face-up damage to use Hamiel. Ryan tried to dodge it, but of course, the new additions to Angel Feather have added so much to their arsenal all of a sudden. Using the Sariel here as well, this allows you to essentially pick up any card you want, any normal unit from your deck, and add it to your damage zone, and then you heal out a card, which is really strong because, oh, you're missing a Hamiel? Don't worry, I got you. Oh, you're missing one of your potential rescue check pieces? Don't worry, I got you. Oh, you're missing, I don't know, like you can't search a heal guard, but you could search out the Grade 3 Searcher, which can then try and find you the heal guard if you're stuck with 0 damage. But of course, if you're at 0 damage, you can't even use that effect, so I'm kind of talking nonsense over here. But point still stands. This card can search anything.
Yeah.
So here we go.
Good card, yes.
Good card, yes. JJ always puts it best. All right, we see the first critical trigger at long last from these rescue checks. That is going to be going on the Hamiel, as Ryan is only on 1 damage. I think Tyler wants to do as much as possible here, but I'm sure Ryan is holding on to a Heal Guardian in hand, ready to stop that swing from Hamiel. Which is, of course, like, when you're Tyler, you have to also prepare for the fact that you can't over-invest into this Hamiel turn, and make sure you have another one for next turn to back it up, because I think most Angel Feather players know by now that your first Hamiel turn, especially going first, is not doing as much as you wish it would be doing.
You're right. And now that he actually has a bunch of columns that are like really hefty in power, that Hamiel over there is currently, I think, rocking, 2 crit, 3 crit at the moment?
That is right. Ulven Mannen being guarded with. So right now that puts him to 20. And of course, keep in mind that the Sariel can actually boost, because she can only boost while you have, I believe it's 1 or less face down cards in the damage zone. So after you use Hamiel, she cannot boost anymore. A heal trigger comes out. That's actually super huge. That turns off Hamiel's effect entirely. And that is why some people like to use double Yophiels in 1 turn to push themselves to 4. So that way you don't heal out of your own effect. And as we saw there, he did have another Yophiel in hand, and he could have committed it in order to push himself to 4 damage and not deny his own Hamiel. That little misstep might just cost him a lot. We see a draw trigger for Ryan. That's huge. Now on 20k power.
I think I would still heal guard here if I could.
Yeah, it's the only time you'll get to use it, and it's a very easy way to guard this, isn't it?
Yeah.
There it is. The heal guard -2 crit. And still going to be doing 1 damage though, because it did get +2 crit by its own effect, plus the critical trigger check. So it's still just the 1 base damage. So now Ryan is at 3. Volko on board. Lady Fencer on board. Alter Ego doesn't even need to use a skill unless you want to revive a Burst Monk. I can't even remember if there is a Burst Monk in the drop zone there or not. But we will have that confirmed, of course. So let's take a look at what is in there right now. I think there is a Burst Monk, actually.
There is. So he could contemplate it. Like, it depends if he feels like attacking with a full boost of 33, or if he feels that... No, it's actually 28. Sorry, I can't count. Full burst of 28, or does he want to attack with 15 with a potential chance of unlocking his stuff?
Thing is, what do you replace it with? The Van Manen here?
Yeah. So you replace it, the Van Manen with the grade 1 plus Monk, maybe.
Yeah, I'm specifically looking at the Burst Monk. Oh, he wants to call down another Van Manen? So just overcall? I mean, that works. You do get draws out of it. Oh, that's an interesting way to place them. So this way, the Lady Fencer is actually attacking for a pretty small number here. But when the grade 1 unlocks, you're able to, you don't need to have super huge attacks at the start, right? This will be a 30k, 2 crit Volko Goad. Locks itself, gives +10 either to Vanguard or the Lady Fencer. And then is able to, if it goes to Lady Fencer, that's 25. Needs to guard with a 15. Locks itself. Oh, choosing to give it to the Vanguard. I actually prefer that. 15, just make them drop one of their pieces. Because a 5k guard might not seem like much, but for Angels, it's a lot. All of their grade 2s are so good. The only one they can really burn is Sariel. And you can see that he takes the attack. There's just a 5k guard, but the importance of the pieces that bring you the combo, that bring you the damage checks are way too vital.
And you're right here, because right now, this is going to be attacking for 31. Everything else is just going to be huge.
Omega sized.
And right now, he's contemplating, like, okay. Oh, another Volk. Oh my gosh.
And a draw. We can discard that Volko for the PG. We like that. 31, don't forget, it's also an on-hit for the Manipulator of the Void, which can theoretically overcall itself if you, let's say, drew into another Van Manen, or a... well, not a Burst Monk, of course. Burst Monk will miss timing for the restand. It'll be a bit too late. But still, it's looking strong. I want to see if we maybe see a game where a Messiah player goes into Harmonics, because we saw Ryan actually found the Harmonics on turn 1. So I wonder if he's queuing that up for later turns. Like, we see so many lists running the Harmonics, but we never see them actually go into it. And I really want to see that actually happen, because like, the Harmonics Messiah is a bit of a slower card, but it draws you so much. And especially if you're playing against decks that want to fight for the long game, you have ways to not only have aggressive pressure from the early game, but you also have that late game scaling thanks to Harmonics too.
And it also has a added function of being able to tutor a card out to your deck for you, being able to put it as lock on your board, which is really good, because then you can search for your Volks, your Lady Fencers, your Burst Monks, anything you'll really need.
Exactly. All right, this coming in now, the Lady Fencer. Coming in with a great deal of power, so I believe she is currently swinging in with a 35... So that'll be 43 if I'm not mistaken. So it's quite huge actually. So had to drop a lot of shield to protect himself from that. That's going to be the end of turn. So he did use Manipulator to lock up an Alter Ego and just cycle a card, which we see players do every so often. Like, if your hand is full of grade 3s, and we know he had Harmonics in there as well, you can definitely just like lock down some pieces and try to draw into better shield value. Because especially when you're playing against Hamiel, it's great that you check your draw PG, but you can only really use it against 2 of the 3 attacks this turn.
Which is one of the bad beats that you can have sometimes with his deck. Anything?
Exactly. That's a blank. So again, let's, for those of you that aren't used to watching the Gabriel deck, let's all count together how many rescue checks we can see in one turn at a maximum, right? Gabriel gives us 2. Amiel gives us 1. We're at 3. Yavkiel gives us 1. We're at 4. Salafiel gives us 1. We're at 5. And finally, we're going to get 1 from the Zophiel. We get 6. You have 6 plus 2 drive checks. So technically 8 quote-unquote drive checks that you can kind of go through and fish for critical triggers. And we have now seen 3 B blanks. The countdown. It's the countdown. You can only see so many cards that do not have a yellow border in this deck before you start to kind of sweat and go like, uh-oh, things aren't looking too good.
Oh, he does not have any more rescue checks.
No more pieces. Only 2 more checks left, and those are going to be the Vanguard. And suddenly, I'm sure Ryan feels a little relieved because he's going to be able to guard this with that perfect card he's been saving.
I think of course. I think you do PG this.
Keep in mind, there could still be heals in Tyler's deck. If that happens, I'm sure it's going to be a bit of a bittersweet. It's just like munching on sweet and salty popcorn. It's a little bit of a bittersweet feeling here. But oh, he takes it away. That's a critical trigger. Don't regret it. Don't regret it like this. Oh, that was scary. I would feel very freaked out about that, but he gets a heal trigger, putting him to 4, so it's not that bad. But after you see so many blanks from Tyler's side, I would be a little bit paranoid about those last 2 cards. Luckily, though, that was not the case. Hamiel coming in now with the extra power that she has received from that critical trigger. And of course, the Yafkiel line is much smaller, and this will be easy to guard for Ryan. 30k shield, intercepting 35 on his 23 body there. He's able to guard the Hamiel. Yafkiel still has an attack. This is coming in with 12. So that's 20, 30, I believe, with the extra power. That could technically swing into the Volko. That's a 5k guard. All right. Ryan. The hand is actually looking quite good, and I want to see Harmonics next turn. I think it's about time. Putting down the draw PG. Okay, Harmonics discarded. Perhaps it is not time for it. Perhaps we just stand the Alter Ego, and we're going to be able to just preserve this hand. No, he's riding the Harmonics Messiah, getting the second Force 2, and this will be huge, because right now, you're putting your opponent in a situation where suddenly, it's going to be a little bit dangerous. Suddenly, there's a lot at stake here. This is a 38k Volko Goad coming in. Is going to be guarded with the Crit Sentinel. Locks itself. Power on the Vanguard. Coming in with the 18. Of course, this...
he has a Volko in hand. Oh,
that is huge. That is huge. The Gaster doing some work over here. Being able to overlock. Harmonics Messiah's effect for free. 0 cost. You're able to search for any card from your deck and put it on the rearguard circle as a locked card. Will it be the Burst Monk? I want it to be the Burst Monk, JJ. I want to see a miracle. Even though he doesn't have many Ray 3s in deck, I want to see it. He's doing it.
Oh, he's doing it. He's going all in. Because it's still a draw 1. So it's still pretty good. And he has so much CV for it. And he's going to draw 3 cards off of this anyway. So it's still fine.
Exactly. Let's not forget Harmonics Messiah's effect that allows you to draw for every card you unlock. So this will be 3 draws he gets off of unlocking, which of course, Alter Ego does not grant you that kind of privilege.
No, not at all. I'm so happy that people are running this card. I've been yelling on the Himalayas and hoping hoping that people ran this card.
When will they understand? Well, JJ Ryan is swinging in, gets a heal, which will activate, pushing himself down to 3 damage, matching his opponent. Lagrin Yard found as well, but that is a grade 3 out of the deck too. We have to keep that in mind.
Oh, the one cool thing about this too as well, he could resolve the on-hit first before he resolved the Vanguard skill, and now he can resolve his Vanguard skill, counterblasting 1, discarding a card, which is the Volko, and then drawing up 4 additional cards. Crazy.
You love to see it. You love to see it. Now, keep in mind the power distributed to the unlocked units is a little bit different than Alter Ego. Grade 0 revealed. Unfortunate, but we can all be... we can all be creating miracles today, right?
No. And everything in front row gets plus 15, I think.
That's right. So unlike Alter Ego, which gives plus 10 to the unlocked units, Harmonix Messiah only gives 15k to 2 front row units. So you are losing out on 5k total power that you gain per column, but the power is already so huge with these Volcos that I think you're not really complaining.
Mm-hmm.
And again, these are lethal swings right now. Tyler is at 4 damage. Both of these have a Force 2 on them. This is something you got to be careful with. And oh no, he's taking it. That's the first crit and another crit. That's going to be GG. Ryan is going to take it over Tyler with the Messiah deck list. That was a very hype game.
Yeah, that was a very good showing. Because, like, as you can see, even if Tyler had survived this on a Miracle Heal, he had way more than enough to guard a Hamiel here. So it was just... Woo! Harmonix Messiah. Harmonix. Oh my gosh.
You love to see it. You love to see it. I think we're all rejoicing, getting to see how that managed to work out for Ryan. I think he played the deck very well, especially that early game was so strong, being able to already kind of control the tempo of the match from very early on. And for Tyler, I think it was that turn where he healed down to 2, where he wanted to queue in the Hamiel, didn't pop. And then in general, like his Hamiels were not really hitting for the numbers that he wanted them to be hitting. And I think that also just allowed Ryan to recuperate any kind of losses and be able to just push through and be able to take the dub there. So Ryan M should be pretty safe going into top cut. For Tyler, gonna have to pray a little bit to those tiebreakers, and hopefully they make it in.
Yeah. And I think it's one thing you also did mention as well earlier during the match, like 2 small little things, and then we'll be done. Is you mentioned Jolfiel before. You're right. He probably should have resolved the second one because he had access to it, so he should have gone for it. He had the pieces to get it, so there was no reason for him not to. And the other thing to notice as well is that Ryan, I think I get why he didn't. Because A, it gave him an extra card to discard off of his grade 3 search with a quick shield. And then B, it gave him access to be able to use his Heal Guardians because he needed to use them into his opponent's turn. Because if he went first, he needed to high roll higher or try to get a chance to hit higher odds to get the Volk. It's just all speculative. It's all speculation. It's all speculation. Nothing written in stone. So that's probably one of the reasons why he went for it. Getting the Heal Guardian activation was pretty sick here because it kept him from getting put to 6 damage.
Yep. Absolutely. But that was a really great game. A great final Swiss round to end on as well. I think it was very, very exciting. But of course, with that, we're going to have to wait a little bit to see all the games wrap up. And of course, also see the standings. The standings at the end to see who makes it in top 8. Also be able to show you, the standings going after, after the 8th spot. But this is how things were looking at the start of this round. So this is not the final standings. No. As you can see, Brian is not 8-0, he's 7-0. So these were the standings going into round 7. Or round 8, sorry, rather. But Brian, undefeated, looked so strong there. Pierre being joined by his brother there, Theo, in 5th. So potentially we might see the Mahuto brothers, sharing the top 8 together. That would be really hype. Nuno Raimundo, the current world champion, with Vanquisher looking super strong. Mervin, we've seen him time and time again. Daniel still looking good at the top there. Ryan as well. Of course, Tyler, we can't forget Tyler. Again, look, Tyler was actually really high in the standings. So maybe even if he knocks down to X2, he could be looking pretty good. Let's take a look at the 9th through 16th as well. I'm very curious to see how those players are doing. All right, Chan. So Chan in 9th place. He is currently the bottom, I guess, of the X1s. So in 9th. And Tufshin Tulga, our other Messiah representative, unfortunately now in X2. It's going to be a little bit rough even if he wins this last one. Tarjay as well, X2. We saw him earlier on stream. Gavriel, yep. Bon we saw as well. Now in X2 in 13th spot. Chris, Fabian. A lot of players in X2 that it's going to be really rough to make it. But we will have some, naturally speaking, right? If we have 1 undefeated and 8 X1s, that means we're going to have 4 X2s and 4 X1s remaining. Maybe 5 X1s if the undefeated player loses. So that will still open up enough spots for several X2s at the end of the 8th round. So if you're X2, don't give up yet and wait for those standings.
Exactly, because I think this is one of the very few situations where 2 to 3 X2s could probably slide in, depending on what type of tiebreakers is there for them. So this is going to be exciting to see how this turns out.
Very much so. Very much so. So I can't wait. But we are going to go for a short break in just a bit because, of course, while things are very exciting, they're definitely heating up. We will need to give some time to the organizers to calculate who makes it into the top cut. But of course, make sure you guys stick around because the announcement for the top 8 will be right here. And there's still time before NA, right? Come on, guys. You're basically here watching all this Vanguard goodness all day long. You've been watching since the AO stream, throughout the EU stream. We're going to take you guys to the NA stream afterwards as well, so you can just stick around in this channel after we're done and be taken there automatically to see more Vanguard action. You know, some of us will even be playing there. You might even see some of us on stream if the production team feels like bullying us. But it's going to be great. But for the time being, JJ, let's go for a short break. But we'll see you guys very soon and look forward to the standings.
See y'all in a bit.
Hello, Serene. Thanks for joining me in this Coffee with Bushiroad series. Yeah, I understand you have been with Bushiroad for like a couple of months now. You know, at this.
We are back, and we have the data that you're looking for. We have the information. We have the secret sauce here with us, me and the boys. But first, guys, those were some hype rounds. These 8 rounds, like, I don't know how every week it just flies past. It just goes immediately. I don't even feel it. We start off at 9 a.m. Now it's 5, and I'm like, huh? Where did the time go?
I think it probably might be in our backyards or something, man. I have no idea. But it's somewhere. It's somewhere there. But you know the big saying, you know the well-known saying, time flies when you're having fun. And a lot of these matches have been pristine. You know, been it's been an honor to cast all these.
Absolutely. What about you, Ben? How are you feeling after these amazing 8 rounds?
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. You know, a lot of the way the players have been going about it has been quite amazing. You know, we've seen some decks that we knew existed, some decks that we didn't expect to exist, but it's absolutely incredible. Like seeing how they've gone about it, you know, the different techs and the constructions versus how they've actually executed their game plan has been unbelievable.
Yeah, exactly. Like, whether, you know, we had expectations, there was decks like Luard and Prisms and Spectral Duke that everyone expected to do super well in the tournament, but some of these decks at the top 8 are a little bit outside of my expectations. So I'm very happy seeing how things have shaped up. So I think without any further ado, once our production side is ready, we're going to show you guys who the top 8 players are, and here we go. This is your top 8 that you will be seeing tomorrow at 10 a.m. Central European time, so make sure you tune in. So from the top, I'll handle the first side of the bracket. JJ, you take the second half, and then we'll talk about the total deck representation here as well. So we have Ryan M, who is first seed. We just got to see him with Messiahs, is going to be going up against 8th seed Tyler KJY that we also saw recently. And then Brian VO, who is the 4th seed, will be going up against Chan ML, who is the 5th seed. Now, JJ, what about the bottom side of the bracket here?
All right, so we got Mervin A, currently going to be 3. He's 3rd. And then going against Pierre, who's also 6th here. Then we have Nuno, current world champion, going against Tuv, our boy Tuv here, who is currently a 7th.
That is very exciting. And in terms of deck representation, things are looking super hype over here. Things are looking super hype. We have, what? If I'm not mistaken, 3 prisms, right?
Yeah, 2 prisms.
2 prisms?
Yep. So let me go down this bracket for you all. So we've got Ryan, who we literally just saw playing Messiah.
Yeah.
Against Tyler, again, we just saw playing Gavrel. Brian, we found out, is playing Melody, so that has crept in instead of Prism, interestingly enough. Chan is playing Prism, so yeah, 2 Bermudas, no surprise there. Mervin also playing Prism, so bringing the total Bermuda count up to 3 with 2 Prisms. Pierre with the Shadow Paladin playing Luard, sneaking in there. Nuno Raimundo, we saw him round 1 playing Vanquisher. And of course, Tuf Shintoga, we saw round 3 or round 4 slamming that Messiah. So we have 2 Messiahs alongside 2 Prism in the top 8. I am very excited for this lineup right here.
Prism. This is the new meta.
Savior. Who will be our true savior? Jeez.
It's fitting, you know. It's fitting. Messiah will be. This will be the savior of the tournament that nobody expected to show up. So that is the breakdown, right? We have 2 Prisms, 1 Melody, 2 Messiahs, 1 Vanquisher, 1 Luard, and 1 Gavriel. Right? Correct?
Yep, that sounds right.
I will once again repeat for everyone: bust out the notepads. You beautiful pie chart makers. The ears better be listening right now. Once again, 2 Prisms, 1 Melody, 2 Messiahs, 1 Vanquisher, 1 Luard, and 1 Gavriel will be facing off in the final showdown for those beautiful promo Chrono Jets tomorrow at 10 a.m. CET. Set your alarms. Do not miss it. You want to be here for the action. I better see all of you here back tomorrow.
Yeah, my personal highlights are Ryan versus Tyler. You know, it's literally just a rematch of the final round of Swiss. They're running it back immediately. We'll see if, you know, Tyler learned to play to 4 damage so he doesn't accidentally heal out of Hamiel.
That's
It's
right.
going to be a big one. And then the second big match I want to highlight is Nuno versus Tushin Telga. That's Vanquisher versus Messiah. Yeah, we've seen the 2 times we've had Messiah on stream so far, it's been turn 1, Lagrangiard into Volco, into roll all over your face. But remember, Vanquisher can bind things, and once Messiah loses their Volcos, there's no coming back. So we'll see, can Nuno stave off those force 2 30k Volcos?
Yes, that's right. I'm really, really excited how the match will go. Having the current world champion Nuno Raimundo in the top 8 as well is super exciting. It's just this bracket is so stacked. It's crazy how many amazing players there are as well. I'm also really looking forward to see the Pierre versus Mervin matchup as well. Those are 2 well-known players in the community. You know, being able to play, you know, Prisms versus Luar, 2 decks that people expect to do well in this tournament. But when it's these 2, you know, really well-known players, I'm curious to see how the matchup's going to go down. And you know what's a really cool prospect, boys? We could have a Messiah mirror match finals because both Messiah players are on opposite sides of the bracket.
Inject that into my veins. I'm willing to commit corruption and smudge some things to make that happen. You heard it here.
Oh no, we can't cut them on. Cut the stream. We can't have that.
So I'm willing to offer ritual. He's gonna go for ritual stacks. Let's go.
That is right. That is right.
But at the same time, you know, like you said, Prism's always going to be one of the big decks in the format, and again, 2 of them have converted into top 8. Like, and there's a huge number of them have bubbled in, you know, the 9th to 16th spot as well. Like, if we didn't show you guys this during the stream, but between like round 3 and round 4, the production team produced us a graph of like the clan distribution of clans who were X1 or greater, and I'll be honest, it was just 50% Bermuda, which was, you know, it's definitely, it was a very blue graph.
Yeah, that's for sure. But now looking at this, you know, just 3 Bermudas remain, and so it's going to be really cool to see. I do want to take a look at the standings to see who ended up from 9th to 16th, you know, who is sitting there on the bubble and just going like, oh, check it to Nays an hour. Well, I guess here we go again. All right, but we're going to give our production side a little bit. But we are going to be provided with the Swiss versus top 8 representation graph here. Unfortunately, Zistral is a shadow clone, you know, a Shadow Army token right now at the time. But look at this, right? We saw near 30, I think it was 30 actually, Bermuda Triangle decks show up to the Swiss. And then here we see in terms of tops, this is, you know, well, the way you have to read this, right, is that there isn't 15 Bermuda decks in the tops. You have to look at the number on the right, which scales from 0 to 8. So you can see that we have 3 Bermuda decks in tops compared to the 30. Literally like 1 in 10 Bermuda players made it to the top cut. Then we see Angels here. 1 player out of 20. 1 in 20 conversion, which is incredible. Gold Paladin, 3rd most represented clan. Not a single one. Where?
It's like I was saying at the start of the day, the problem with Duke is that Gold Paladin has loads of really, really good cards, and you know, Duke has that like extra X factor to push that top 10, you know, the 1 in 10 games that you don't deserve to win otherwise. But sometimes you just miss your right chain, you don't have your Vortimers. Sometimes you don't see Percival, sometimes you don't flip crits, and this is exactly what came out today. Like, the consistency just wasn't there. Whereas things like Link Joker, Shadow Paladin, these decks that have that consistency behind them, they just get there.
Yeah.
Yep.
They keep on just accruing a whole lot of card advantage in between while multi-attacking you. Gold Paladins do have a bit of access to it, but it's on a force. They're on a force 2 marker, so the onus is on the opponent to guard everything that they're doing every single turn. Whereas with Gold Paladin, 1 defensive trigger sometimes can just stop an entire turn.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
We see a similar story with Gear Chronicle and Angel Feather as well. Like, again, with Angel Feather, especially in that last round of Swiss, he just didn't flip yellow cards. Hamiel wasn't lethal. All right, well, I'll see you tomorrow, I guess. So 1 in 20. Gear Chronicle, we had, 11 Gear Chronicle players? And none of them top. Despite, everyone says, like, wow, Gear Chronicle, really good going first, really good going second grade 3 turn, but it just wasn't there.
It really wasn't their Genesis. We saw represented the same amount as Link Joker, but the one that converts from 8 to 2, literally a quarter. 1 in 4 Link Joker players converted to top 8, which is incredible to see. So, man, that is just, or was it 7 Link Jokers or 8? I'm not exactly sure, but really amazing conversion. Pale Moon, really high representation as well. Grand Blue, topped in AO, by the way. Nitro is actually topped in AO. Nothing here on the EU side. And then Royals we saw had some good steam early, but then they almost just kind of like went down and down. And Narukami, look at that. It's like what? I want to say, looking at this graph, it looks like 3 or 4. I want to say this is 4 players that brought it. 4 players that brought Narukami, and one of them, 1 in 4, converted to top cut. That is quite the graph, right? Quite the graph. And then we see on the lower sides, you see that Bang Dream at the end? That Bang Dream was sitting at the top tables the entire tournament.
I think his record was X2 at the end of the day. He like bowled out of top cut,
That's crazy. I almost want to feature that deck list just for the sake of featuring it, because like seeing Bang Dream be able to like fight against all the other decks. I think a certain co-commentator whose name starts with Z, ends with Istral, is going to be pretty happy about his chances going into the ENA tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious, like, maybe we'll be able to take a look after this, but if I had to hedge my money on it, I'd probably say it's Roselia focused with maybe a little bit of splash of like the Pastel Palette Soul Charge engine. That's what I think is the best build, but we'll see. Like, we know Hello Happy World loses to Heal Guardians. I want to call out some other clans here as well, like the one-off Nova Grappler. Like Victor's that's a deck that you wouldn't expect to no one to play, right? It's fun, it does stuff, like it's not that bad, and yet it's look at some stuff it's lower than. There's more OTT players, there's more Spikes players, there's more Murakumo players. Like, what is going on there?
Well, I mean, with Murakumo, I mean, we did see the feature match with it. It does have some really spicy shenanigans going in, right? I mean, it's not the most consistent, and I guess that's one of the reasons why it ended up not making it. But when it goes off, it pops off hard.
Absolutely. So I'm really curious. Maybe, back in the day, I don't know if you guys were around for this, but back in Japan, they would do a thing. I think this was during the Break Ride era, where whenever there would be a big tournament, Dr. O would pick a special deck that he wanted to feature. As like, this is the highlight of the deck of the day. And one of those decks was like the Dai Kaiser deck from back then. With the Enigman Ride Chain.
Enigman Ride Chain, yeah.
That's how that was featured. So maybe we can find this Bang Dream deck, right? Find this Bang Dream deck and just feature it. We'll bring back the Dr. O corner with three of us lads.
I'll be right back.
So maybe we can get that up for you guys. Just to feature. I'm really curious. I think it deserves a shout out, personally speaking. But oh man, this is a very cool presentation graph. Maybe we can also take a look at the remaining standings for 9th through 16th, because I think it would be really cool to see just how the rest of the players did that sadly bubbled out here. So here we see, of course, the top tables. Nobody was undefeated. We have Ryan, Nuno, Mervin, Brian, Chan, Pierre, Tufxing, Tulga, and Tyler, who are the top 8 players that we earlier introduced. But now let's take a look at 9th through 16th. And ooh, we see some familiar names here. Fabian, Daniel, topped in premium, sadly just barely close. Teo, sadly not joining his brother in top 8 either. Yup, unfortunately, ended up being a bit of a nope. That's really unfortunate that he didn't make it into the top 8 there. Martin, we saw him start off really, really strong, but did not continue that path towards victory. Mark and Kelvin, I believe that is a 2 WCC feature that tried to slip in, but sadly didn't make it. This is one of the few top cuts without WCC members, I think.
Yeah, and it's impressive because Mark actually won premium last week, as we remember, with Nightmare Dolls, and so I guess the magic just didn't come back again.
Yep, unfortunately, but there's still the NA tournament. The check-in hasn't even started yet, so there is still hope. There is still hope for the WCC members, but this has been an amazing and incredible top 8 cut. It's going to be really exciting to see them all play it out tomorrow as well. But I am specifically, just looking forward to how it's going to play out. But today's tournament was so great. Like, so many cool decks. We got to see so much variety. And here we also have our special little Dr. O corner. This is Roman W. Actually brought Bang Dream to the tables. Ben, I'll let you have this one.
Sure. So as we can see, this is pure Hello Happy World. I made a video about it back when the deck first came out, about its 7 attack, 1 counterblast combo turn. You have the Kokoro, which bounces itself, which then pulls out the Hagami, which gains power, and then the Order makes them bounce themselves, and then when you attack, you call. Kind of like Ezel, almost, but with more power, and with Force markers, specifically Force 2. And the reason I say that this deck kind of loses to Heal Guardian is that going first, if your opponent plus 10Ks with a Heal Guardian, your attacks suddenly lose a lot of threatening power, because that Hagami is only 10k power, so it's only going to be 20k when it gets plus 10k from the Kokoro's effect. So that's going to be really easy to go with the plus 10k. And if you're going for the Force 2, then you just minus 2 credit and do nothing with it. But I think the reason he may have won like all the mini games the amount of games he did today is because he's playing a much thicker ratio of grade 1s. Like in the list I built up, we didn't have as many Michelle, because you can search for it with the grade 3. We didn't have as many of the grade 1 Canon, because Soul Charging 1 isn't super necessary, and you already have other pieces that bounce themselves to begin with. But he's playing less orders to make up for it. And the important thing there is that orders don't have shield value. So he's playing 6 orders, and I think I was playing 7 or 8. And if you get clogged with music orders in hand, you can't guard with them. And as we've established, we're in a meta where decks will do a lot of things going first on the grade 2 ride, and some decks, they're not going to be as aggressively pressuring you on grade 3 because Heal Guardians exist. So even though Bang Dream itself doesn't have Heal Guardians, the fact that decks overall are slowing down plays to your benefit, because now you can ride that grade 3, get your force marker, search for your musics, and start going off from there. And at the end of the day, if your opponent doesn't have the Heal Guardian and they don't get defensives, they're still taking like a 20k rearguard on the Force 2 3 times, and that's nothing to laugh at.
Absolutely. Banger explanation, my lord. I think that was just exactly what the players wanted to hear. You heard it from the expert of the Bang Dream decks himself. I've only really messed around with Afterglow, so I really I'm not as well versed in Hello Happy World, but it's still great to see, props to Homa for doing so well with the deck, and maybe he'll have a run back in the NA side too.
It'll be excited to see how he turns out with it, because this is one of those underrepresented collaborations we don't tend to see a whole lot of, where I'm hoping in future we'll be seeing a whole lot of with the introduction of maybe Token Rambo. Who knows?
That is right. I'm really looking
playing
forward
Shaman King at the next online event.
Shaman King?
Here's hoping. Yeah. At the very least, it's a great feature. So congratulations again to Homan. Didn't make it to the top cut. Don't misunderstand there, but came pretty close. I think he did deserve the feature there. But boys, that is it. That's the end of our first day here for the V Premium event. Don't forget, everyone, we still have day 2 tomorrow. The day 1 for NA. The stream's gonna start very soon, and then we're gonna peace out for 4 weeks. But we'll be back for Standard. You have 4 weeks to prepare for Standard. That's a whole month. You guys have seen, the interviews playing during the breaks. You heard what Yohan said. Take a month to prepare if you want to top. And so you have a month to prepare now in order to secure that top spot for Standard as well, which is going to be super exciting. I want us to take the registration numbers for Standard to the moon. 512 cap, make it 600. Just run through it. Just overflow it.
Give us the top 16 cut.
Give us the top 16 cut. We want to feature more decks. We want to show off more players. Please, that's all we're asking for. So we want to see more people sign up. I'll be there for NA. I'm just like today, V Premium. I'm playing NA right after this. Get changed and ready. Playmat, remote fight setup, decked out and ready. It's gonna be super, super hype. But JJ, Ben, any closing thoughts for today's tournament before we send it off to the NA side of things?
Ooh, I'll let JJ go first.
For real though, Vanguard is good. Yes.
Yeah. Couldn't have said it better myself, man.
Yep.
All right, I'm afraid I can't keep it that short and sweet. You know me. One thing I really want to highlight is that just before we had the premium ban list, people were saying for a long time, I'd rather play V than premium, because at that point, back when there was still Gastille, Ezel, etc., we had just gotten Clan Selection 1 and 2, and that shook up V massively, right? It revived old decks like Malkuth Melek, which is very close to my heart, and it brought in new decks like Ghosties for Grand Blue.
Yes.
And seeing that new progression and see how people explored and innovated in that space was awesome to see. And we've reached that point now where even though we've just had Clan Collection 1 and 2 come out, it wasn't as big of a bomb as Clan Selection 1 and 2. It brought Heal Guardians, which are huge, but it didn't say here's a brand new amazing deck in the meta. But instead, it still made every single deck and every single player reevaluate their game plan, be like, okay, and like I said at the beginning, V has very straightforward game plans. Your deck does one major thing, and every card you play is all about making that one thing happen. But then it's all about how you use the resources to say, okay, I need to make this happen. How do I get there? I need to make that happen. How do I get there? And it's seeing players with new ways of approaching that problem, and new branches on the decision tree is a phrase that I really like to say. And I think any time that you have multiple branches on the decision tree, that's where player skill really shines forward. Again, we have Nuno, the world champion, playing Vanquisher, a deck that I don't think anyone would have pegged as tier 1. But again, the raw player skill, just he can carry that deck to wins that maybe he doesn't deserve, and that's exactly what V is good for. It's the perfect middle ground between Galaxy Brain Premium and exciting thrill of the moment standard. And so yeah, I love V. It's been a great tournament so far, and I just cannot wait for tomorrow's Top Cut.
Same. Couldn't have said it better myself. And I can't wait to see, I feel like between all the regions, we see some differences, right? Whether some lineups end up being a bit more meta heavy, whether some lineups end up being a bit more of like player choice heavy, as we're seeing in the EU Top Cut. And I can't wait to see how things are going to develop in the NA side of things as well. We saw a really hyped top 8 for NA last week for Premium, and I can't wait to see how it's going to pace out for V Premium as well. And I think this format right now is really exciting, even though there are some decks that definitely show up a bit more often than others. If you don't prepare for everything a tier below, you're gonna find yourself with the rug pulled from under you, and suddenly you're bubbling out of Top Cut and it looks like a disaster, right? So people, you gotta not forget how varied this meta can really be, and how many other decks you have to account for outside of, what some people might call like the big 3 or the big 4 that we see here coming to the top tables here in the EU region. So it has been an absolute blast commentating these games and seeing these players in action as well, and seeing all of these amazing moments take place during the stream and build up on these players' narratives. And if you have a story you want to share about BRO, make sure you use the hashtag BRO2021 on Twitter. Tell us how you did in the tournament. Tell us any highlights, any kind of games that stood out to you. If you just watched the stream, tell us your favorite moments. Anything that you want to see in the future for these kind of Bushiroad events. Anything and everything can go into the hashtag. We'll be taking a look at it. And hey, you might just be introduced during the NA stream or tomorrow during our top 8 portion as well. So with that, gentlemen, it has been a great honor and pleasure to cast with you guys, but I think we will send it off to the NA side. So for the viewers watching right now, you can stay put where you are. We will keep the line, we'll hold the line for you guys to make sure that we can send you over to the NA stream once it is ready. There'll be plenty more exciting V Premium games. And otherwise, if you can stick around, we're going to see you tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. CET. A bit earlier than that, actually, because we'll be featuring some deck lists, so you don't want to miss it if you want to see everyone and everything that is going to be playing in Top 8 tomorrow. On that note, though, that is it for us for this evening. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace.